are being taken to hold the municipality accountable those costs? And then just on, provincial responsibility, how does the MEC oversight to further prevent irregular appointments and promotions in municipalities, particularly where unqualified individuals are elevated to senior positions, and what role will the MEC play in ensuring that competent internal candidates are not overlooked in favor of less qualified ones? Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed with the response. The municipality with the whose queried security cost is Mamusa.
Thank you, Chair. There is no concurrence given to the municipal manager in Ditsobotla. The concurrence was given to the acting municipal manager by then. Like I said, that there are no two MMs in Ditsobotla, there is only one MM, the one that the MEC did not support or give concurrence, because the other one who was acting, his acting was terminated. The MEC has written to Mamusa about the issue of the CFO and the director that is been mentioned. We have directed that necessary action must be taken, because that is an irregular appointment. I have reported in my presentation that we have invoked section 1391A as part of the directives to Mamusa to correct the anomalies that include the appointment or irregular appointments that has been made of officials, including correcting the issue of the municipal manager who was unprocedurally terminated and unprocedurally reappointed. So we have intervened, and that is contained in our reports. We have recently tabled a report that speaks to the status of appointments of accounting officers in municipalities, those that we have concurred with or supported, and those that we did not support. As the honorable member correctly said, if we do not support an appointment of an accounting officer, the law in terms of the provision provides us that we go to the court of the country and seek a declaratory order. That is what is happening, but I must indicate that the process is very, very long, and sometimes frustrating, and it's not that if you go approach the court tomorrow or next week or next year, you would get the results. There are municipalities where we have gone to court to, the one would be Ditsobotla, the other one is JB Max, where appointments have been made and we have not supported the appointments, and we have approached the court for the declaratory order. So we have been acting where necessary, or we are acting where necessary. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Sir, before you proceed, has the same happened in Mamusa?
In Mamusa, Chair, what I'm saying is that there's a substantive municipal manager. Now the issue of the acting MM who has contracted the security, I must be honest, I'm not aware of it. What we know in Mamusa is that there is an issue about the substantive municipal manager, which I say that the municipal manager was unprocedurally terminated and also reinstated, and that's the matter we are addressing in terms of our directives. But it's a matter that would follow up in terms of that irregularities that is being referred to about whoever is said to be the acting municipal manager there in Mamusa.
So you will investigate that issue of security. Okay. Can I ask one question before you proceed? You've had a number of instances where there's unauthorized appointment of people who legitimately or do not legitimately qualify. And in some instances, we mistake that to have double MMs, double CFOs, or whatever, duplicate appointment. You have had to take action to go to courts to seek a declaratory order. Have you ever put in punitive surcharge on people who took the decision? Because in future, you want someone to know if you take a decision that's ill-advised, that there's a cost to it.
That is why we are approaching the court chairperson, but also making it clear to the council as part of our advice to say that would consider holding individual councillors liable. And only later either support or not support. And that is why where we do not support, we'll write to the mayor or executive mayor to make him or her aware on the course of action that we are taking. So we are also communicating on that.
But what I can hear clearly is your search for a declaratory order. I don't hear a similar emphasis on surcharging. It sounds like it's something that you may think about. I'm asking whether it has happened. Are you going to do it?
Chair, it's something that we have not done so far, but as part of enforcing that and enforcing abidance to the regulation, it's something that we'll definitely have to consider or that we'll have to do. Thanks.
I think what we as a committee, as the joint committees would like, is a specific thing. You're going to give us a list of municipalities where the wrong decisions were taken, and then we'd like you to start the process of surcharges on those who did that. And that's the report you're going to be giving to the committees. This is the wrong decision they took, ill-advised as it was. Now this is the cost to that. If you go to court on that matter, that's different from seeking a declaratory order. So we need a firm undertaking from yourself. And I'm still insisting because I do get a sense you do understand it, but I don't get the firm commitment that you want to do it.
Lord Chair, we shall oblige. We'll do that.
Chairperson, sorry, he's not answered the MEC if they've actually gone to the court to get the order on Mamusa CFO. Thank you.
We have not yet gone to court because we said to the council that they must reverse the appointment of the CFO. So we have not gone to court because we have given them a directive and we are waiting for the response.
Chair, can we get a time frame on that, please? Because, saying that we have asked, but it's open-ended. When will that happen? Thank you, MEC Chair.
In our directives, I will have to look into that, but in our directives, there are clear stipulated time frame. We invoke 1391A, I think it was in July, if I'm not wrong, and it's a 3 months period. But as to the specific time, I will have to go back and look into that, but part of the directives is for them to correct that, and within stipulated time frame.
No, thank you. Different from where we sit is that for any action, we want a firm commitment and a timeline for the execution. And if we don't hear it, you'll then get this persistence. In this case, we're going to request you to submit the report with those clear timelines of the actions, so that for us, all we need is to see at the end of the 3 months, where are we? At the end of another month, where are we? That's a specific commitment we need.
It's noted, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think part of 216 was largely on the payment of third parties, and we do acknowledge that the amounts are very high. With SCOPA, we have 8 municipalities, and we have raised concern because on the 8 municipalities that are on debt relief, JB Max is not there, and it was not part of the municipalities that are owing SCOM very high. But when we are monitoring the situation, it's going to be included as part of the municipalities that are faulting. But also one of the major concerns is obviously the illegal connections which municipalities fail to address, but also the tariffs that municipalities are charging to the end users as compared to what they have to pay to ESCOM. And from time to time, there's no proper monitoring or a system of what the municipality consumes as compared to what ESCOM is billing to that municipality. So they need to really close that gap. The issue of the water board, the MEC highlighted that there's about 80 million or so that has been paid, but obviously it's little compared to what you have indicated and that we all acknowledged. Municipalities have made payment plans. Some of the municipalities are adhering to the payment plans, but we must say that most municipalities are not adhering to those payment plans. And some municipalities have disputes, so led by the Premier and standing debt to the water board. But most of the water boards, at least they are finding each other with municipalities. In other areas, there are challenges of where the municipalities have loaned for the infrastructure and they are still paying the debt of that water infrastructure, whereas that infrastructure is now with the water board and they have to pay. The municipality is paying, yet the water board is also charging the municipality and so on. So there are all these other issues that are still an issue that we are addressing together with the water board, including with the municipality. And the dispute resolution committee, I think, is working closely to ensure that this matter is resolved. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much, Chair. My first question will be on the finances, going to the MEC for finances. You spoke about the financial recovery plans, and I think it's time that we get to sort of a transparency on all the interventions and the things that is being done on Section 154 and all the other legislation. So my question on, is it me or is it somebody else?
Please switch off the one mic. Please switch off the one mic. Hello, hello. Hello? Can you hear? It's off. It's off. Can you hear? No? Hello? Can you? Is better? Please sort out these mics. We can't have this as an interruption. And if it's not working, we'll have to make another alternative. Please proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, my question is, Minister, did you tabled the financial recovery plans in the legislature? Because when it's been tabled in the legislature, it becomes a public document. And then same on finances. You refer to the equitable share or some grants that was withheld municipalities because they didn't comply, and specifically to financial responsibility to third parties. But then after a while, they did comply. And the first tranches and second tranches has been paid out to them.
Look, if there's no sound, we can't proceed.
And in future,
Wait, just wait a bit, honorable member, just wait. Look, if there's no sound, we're not going to proceed. We've been on this thing for the past 4 hours. We can't be taught now how to deal with this thing. What's happening? No, we need a proper explanation. Propose.
Check.
So, honorable members, I think we can't proceed. Let's take a 10 minutes break and come back. Please sort out the sign language thing and sort out these mics. But if we can't proceed with these mics, then let's change the provider, the service provider. Okay.
Mariano. Aritz. Question is there value for money in terms of appointing those PER in the municipality? Municipalities. My question is there value for money in terms of appointing those PER in the municipality, and how long are they supposed to be there in terms of showing that there is a programs in terms of their deployment in those municipalities? And to the MEC of COCTA, I've got only one question. You touched the issue of the MM, but my question of Mamusa, I want to know that in terms of apparently there was a 9-month gap of that MM not being in office. Who was acting there? Because the state of the town in Mamusa, the municipality, it tells a lot to say there is no service delivery. The people of there are suffering, they are drinking dirty water. There are a lot of issues that are happening in that municipality. So I just wanted to check that my 9 months of his absentia, what was happening in that municipality? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, through you, Chair. PR, as deployed as we've indicated, from where was seated the report.
Sorry, can I request, some of these acronyms look, sound very familiar with something else. We get a little confused. If you just once just give us the full expression before you can do the PR side.
Thank you very much. We earlier indicated in our report that there are municipalities that are under mandatory intervention, which have adopted financial recovery plans. And for us to support the implementation of the recovery plan by the municipality, we have deployed provincial EXCO representatives. So those are the PERs. And we did indicate that the process of deploying those PER was through a recruitment process that we undertaken, and largely targeting former accounting officers. And we have provided a report that there are areas of about 3 municipalities where there's demonstration of progress, which clearly demonstrate value for money, where municipalities have adhered to and have institutionalized the FRP and have operated or cooperated with the provincial EXCO representative. And some of the provincial EXCO representative, depending on at what point they were appointed or on the progress that is registered in the municipality, we phase them out based on the contract, and our contract is for 3 years with them, but only as per deployment. They are not paid when they are not deployed. They are only paid when they are deployed and assigned to a specific municipality. So, but some of them, when the work has been completed, we have a discussion and receive a report. It's a report that I will share also with the Premier, and also have a one-on-one session with those PER to assess their performance, and obviously some of the challenges I've spoken about on areas of challenges that they would experience with municipalities, and then will escalate to the political oversight and raise some of those concerns with the mayor and even council on the challenges that the provincial EXCO representative will be experiencing and employ upon the political leadership and administrative leadership to cooperate with the provincial EXCO rep. Thank you.
to State and the Eastern Cape. Budget cut for this department, and this led to sufficient fund to implement them. But what we did as the 7th administration this financial year, we took a principled decision that we are going to unblock all block projects or incomplete projects, and therefore we are going to move on a sliding scale. Balance.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My question is for MEC wa Finance. Oh, sorry. My name is Shakes Botswe, member of the Northwest Provincial Legislature. Thank you very much. Okay. No, Chair, mine is for MEC wa Finance. According to MEC wa Finance, Ditsobotla did not submit. And for Ditsobotla to submit its report, they were supposed to, or they incorporated the payment done outside the payment system. Now, is it right according to the law for municipal officials to do the payment outside the payment system? And as we all know, Ditsobotla is a crime scene. Now, my question is, did the MEC try to investigate what was the root cause of the outside system payment? And then my last question is to MEC of Kokta. We heard today that Ditsobotla had 2 mayors, 2 speakers, and 2 municipal managers. But my question is that Mr. Moketi was not seconded by the province. Neither Mr. Moketi was an employee of municipality. But the MEC allowed Mr. Moketi to act as a municipal manager there. Why did the MEC allow that to happen? Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm not going to ask difficult questions. My questions, very easy, very easy, very easy. The first one is just to understand, does the MEC mind just telling, oh, my name, oh, all right. Sorry for that. Yeah, I'm smart. See, I'm the public accounts chairperson here in the Northwest. My apology is because I'm asking simple questions. That's why I forgot even to introduce myself. Yeah, just on that Section 106 investigations, MEC, are you able just to tell us, because in the report it's just saying Taung, this is where we are. What were the actual allegations, so that we have a sense within this report? On this one you say this is how far we are. What were the actual allegations, at least for this session to understand what were the actual allegations? Number 2, I see there you are giving us a good list of municipalities where there are major problems, all right? My discomfort, when you go to the next slide, you then give us the municipalities where you are sending capacity. But when I reconcile where you are sending capacity vis-a-vis where there are problems,
None of those municipalities where there are problems are you sending capacity. You know, on that graduate program, you have Moses Kotane, but on the list of municipalities with problem, it's not there. So I want to understand. And then Honorable MEC Finance, what are the real issues that you are picking up in these three disclaimers? Ratlau, Ditsobotla, Lekwatam. We've done our work, Honorable Chair, but we just want to compare our notes against what the MEC is saying. For example, in Ditsobotla, these records just disappear. You know, they just disappear. When you go to Ratlau, they don't submit documents for audit. The documents are there, they don't submit them. So I want to understand what is it that you have picked up. And then in conclusion, Chair, just to understand, MEC, this thing here, two majorities. In real life, you can't have two majorities. There's one majority. So you are saying to us there are two mayors. Now in Ditsobotla, there are 39. How can they be two? There are 39. There can be two majorities in real life. So how does it happen that there are two majorities to a point where you say there are then two mayors? Because the law says majority of councillors elect a mayor. So there can be two majorities. I just want to understand that thing. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
No, thanks, Chairperson. My name is Offense Mwema. I'm a substantive member of the Provincial Public Accounts Committee. My question is on what the AG is raising with regards to heavy reliance on consultants. One, she makes an observation that out of the 18 local municipalities plus the 4 districts, almost 90% of them heavily relies on consultants. And in most of those municipalities, there's no clear SLAs, there's no clear skills transfer, there's no clear consultancy reduction plan. And now the MEC Coxter presented a report that he even deployed or employed about 100 postgraduate, or he came with a program of 100 internships to municipalities. And among others, he gives them some different, many areas. Among others is accounting. And will then think automatically that because there are challenges in the finance units of municipalities, as well your supply chains and your finance unit, your audit and so forth, will then think that those young graduates are going to now assist in those areas where the AG is raising concerns about lack of capacity, lack of skills, and so forth. Now, if there's no clear skills transfer and consultancy reduction plan, how are you then utilizing these young graduates? Because you're expecting them to can get skills from these consultants that are operating within municipalities. But also, the other concern we want to raise with also Treasury to say, what are you doing to intervene? Because also some of these municipalities, they even utilize consultants on areas that do not necessarily need to be outsourced. For example, we have VAT 201. VAT is something that can be done internally. But in this instance, these municipalities, they even outsource that particular service that was supposed to be delivered internally without necessarily having an outsourced consultant. But lastly, I think on the Premier, it would be quite wrong, Chairperson, to come here and the Premier gives an overview or a presentation, and he presents even wrong figures about unemployment rate in the province. And he doesn't even say with authority. He says unemployment rate in the province is around 52%. As government, we're expecting you to speak with authority. So immediately say, no, it's around 52. That around 52 itself is not even authentic. It's not what is the actual reality. So it's a serious concern that in this platform, where even a national parliament is there, to have an oversight, we still present wrong figures, then it means we have a problem. So maybe if I didn't hear you properly, Premier, you can correct me in respect of that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mwema, Honorable Chair. My name is CJ Stell. I'm a substantive member on the Portfolio Committee of COCTA in the Northwest Provincial Legislature. My apologies for arriving late, but I did follow the proceedings through the Facebook channel, and it's not working. You are indeed correct. I have a question for the MEC COCTA, and Chairperson, perhaps also for you to take note, since the legitimacy specifically on the elected leadership of Ditsobotla and the municipal manager there is in question. The question relates that through the provincial government, COCTA, and the provincial government, COCTA, and the the provincial government, COCTA, and the provincial government, COCTA, and legitimacy around whether the mayor or the speaker currently there are indeed duly elected as per the Municipal Systems and Structures Act. We know, Chairperson, that the MEC for COCTA did not give concurrence to the municipal manager. Was conducted by the
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, for the questions raised. The issue of the Tsobotla operating outside, I think it's an earlier point I made that we have serious inconsistencies of municipalities operating outside of either the financial system or not having a standard both financial and performance reporting system. So it is incorrect, and that's why our team had to work around the clock to ensure that they reconcile what is available and prepare the financial statements for the municipality, because the municipality was unable to prepare those financial statements. So we had to, with the serious lack of records, and I think it's a common knowledge that one of the key issues that the AG is raising is its record management. So we had to dig deeper to do the work as the provincial treasury to ensure that the municipality AFS are prepared, and obviously it's not us, we can only prepare, but finally, at least in that area, the municipality adopted those AFS and they were adopted and finally submitted. But we must say there has been resistance in Ditsobotla for intervention, and obviously when there's resistance, as I indicated, intervention will not bear fruit if there's resistance, and with the understanding that there's a serious collapse of financial system, even service delivery has collapsed, and I think there are statements that have been shared here about the municipalities. And in terms of the issue of the issue of disclaimers, I think we share the same, because the AG meets with all of us, they meet with us individually as department, give us an account on our own audit progress and performance, and then they brief the three of us, I think AG calls us striker, on the performance of the municipalities, and they come and brief the portfolio committee. So the information that SCOPA will have or MPEG Municipal Public Accounts Committee in the legislature, it's the same information that we have and which we have highlighted also. I think our page 11 of the report details that. And the issue of the over-reliance on the consultant, we have insisted on consultant reduction strategy, which to our concern and acknowledgement that the municipalities mostly are not adhering to that. You find municipalities, some of them have people who can prepare AFS, but they are not used. The municipality will rather opt for a person or a company to prepare the annual financial statements, which is a serious cause of concern because there is capacity and we've been building capacity from time to time. So I think often it's bad financial decisions that are taken at both political and maybe administrative level when you are sitting with capacity and you are not utilizing that capacity. And as a result, sometimes those AFS, the quality itself is questionable because you outsource it and the person only interacts with information as at the end of the financial year when we are about to prepare the AFS. So we, at least this current financial year, even if some did rely on consultant, but we requested the preliminary AFS, especially for municipalities that we are working on them to move from unqualified to qualified, and those that we are targeting for clean audits as well. Yeah, I think that covers the questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. The acting municipal manager in Ditsobotla was not seconded by the MEC. He was appointed by the council. So the MEC was not involved because the council did not even ask for secondment. They looked into their own staff establishment as to whether the then acting MM was an employee or not. It's something that would have to follow up. With regard to issues with section 106 of the allegations in Taung, there were serious allegations against councillors on financial embezzlement of funds, including being involved on issues of SCM. But the findings and the report that was presented find it otherwise, that councillors were not involved in the allegations that were said they were involved in. With regard to the Mersita postgraduate, we must indicate, Chair, that these graduates are deployed to municipalities with functional workshops and for practical experience and skills. Now, as to why are they not deployed into the municipalities that are identified to be having problems, the problems as they emanate, they don't come at the same time. You would find that by the time we implement the Mersita program, problems existed in that particular municipalities and all that. So that is why we say today these municipalities are experiencing problems, but by the time we implement the program, there were no such problems that we are experiencing today. The last issue, Chair, on the issue of Ditsobotla, I think we have reported earlier in the morning about the issue of Ditsobotla, that as things stand, we have one mayor in Ditsobotla, and the other party has taken the matter to court. The matter has been battled in and out of court, and depending on who wins or who is favored by the court, the situation would go on and on and on. But as things stand, there is only one mayor in Ditsobotla. We don't have two mayors. And mind you what I said earlier on about the political party taking action against some of individuals who are there. So that matter has received attention from where we are sitting. I think that would be that from our side, Chair. Thanks.
No, thank you, Chair. Earlier on when I presented, Chair, I said the unemployment rate in the province is currently slightly standing over 52%. So Honorable Moyama is right. I said currently stands slightly above 52%, but you are right. In the second quarter of 2025, the accurate date is 54%. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, we intend to break around, let's probably say another 10 or 15 minutes, and then we will break at that point. Let me just do a few last questions, and then we will do a bit of a roundup on issues, and then we will get this team to introduce themselves after that, and then we'll take a break. We have to hear their voices before we break. They've been there waiting and eagerly waiting to greet us. Now, just a few questions so that we can just get more clarification. I hear, MEC, your concern about Ditsobotla, that the the acting MM was put in by the council. From the sound of it, they didn't get your permission. From the sound of it, doesn't quite sound like it was legal. I'm not sure. You can clarify, but my question is really, they decided to go ahead and put somebody without your permission. What are we going to do about that? That's specific about we've been clarifying it. The MEC for finance, there are rumors, and I don't know how true that might be, but do you know the rumor around Ditsobotla having 8 bank accounts? Have you heard of a story like that? If we just need to dismiss it and go and check it if that is the case, if that's not the case. Then MEC for COCTA, can you tell us a little bit about the issue of the mayor and the MM in Naledi? What's the story there? You've been to court and back from court, and this appeal and that upheld and that dismissed, and where are we on that matter? Naledi municipality. Then I'd also like you to take us through this issue a little bit more, and I'm just going to assume that I'm telling what I'm saying is correct, and I want you to correct me. Your acting MM or acting administrator, I'm not sure which is which, of Tswaing is a Maruha. Okay. Now, if you can just track his history for us, which municipalities he has served in what capacity. Now, somebody at the back is more noisy than this sound system. Sounds like it's the guys who are doing service provision. May I just request you to tone down your voices, because your voice actually overlaps quite strongly from where I'm sitting. So I wanted to ask MEC, Mr. Silo Maruha, is that the correct? Now, from what I hear, he has been to Ditsobotla. At some point he was MM in Madibeng. At some point he was in Kahisano Malopo. And there is a rumor that in Ditsobotla he was actually recalled because of poor performance So I want to get a sense. You said, look, he has turned around situation in trying, is doing well. Can you take us back to say, in this municipality, this was his record, in this municipality, do you have a sense of that? So we can, just get us a bit of a relief in understanding the track record of this manager. Then let's come back to the MEC for finance. On your report, page 36, you got a list of issues which you have raised. At the head of it is lack of consequence management. So the direct question to you is, when you get to that report, what actions have you taken where there's been lack of consequences? You've given us a number of issues there. So what we'd like is to give us a table now. There was lack of consequence, and as a result, this is the action that as MEC you have taken to deal with that situation to be corrected. Then in that same report, there is something which you have put as very politely as interference. Doesn't say interference by who, in what, but it certainly is a major issue that has managed to get itself onto your report. Now, I'd like you to be very upfront. Who interferes where with what? And once you move from there, what consequences have actually been, consequence management has been implemented to make sure that going forward we no longer ever get the problem of interference. It sounds very euphemistic, but in normal COGTA terms, when you say interference, it tends to mean a politician has got his fingers onto the administration illegally so. So we need to then know who, where, and what has been done to deal with that. Then you have also raised the issue of no contract management, no contract monitoring. Again, I believe it's important for us to know, now that you found that as a problem, which contract, which manager mismanaged it, or which manager did not manage it. And then, of course, the MEC will tell us what action was taken at that level. You made a point, and you argued it well, that the first question I asked you when you finished, I said, would you open up and tell us what section 2162 is about? And then we ultimately came to all understand that it actually means withdrawal of the equitable share and only released under conditions for those who did not manage their finances properly. And the MEC, you said you support it. Now, somebody was making a comment here about it, and you clarified it. And I like the way you clarified it. You say it's bad financial decisions that result in some payments and others not being made, which ultimately affect those municipalities. In fact, you actually made an example of someone pays a private service provider instead of a water or electricity utility. That is what attracts section 2162. Sounds logical to us, except what we would like, by the time you support section 2162, somebody would have taken a wrong decision in a municipality, which you agree that is wrong, it's a wrong decision, and on that basis, there has to be action. What is missing is before we actually agree that 2162 must be instituted, something should have happened already to the one who took the wrong decisions. So the question is, before section 216, the withdrawal of equitable share, it needs to actually either simultaneously or would be preceded by actions on those who took the wrong decisions, because the net effect of delaying the equitable share is an impact. It has an impact on the service delivery, which begins to punish people who did not have a say in the expenditure pattern, and yet the one who took the decision still roams around free. That's really why we are interested in that. So I would like you to comment on those, but I will come back with some of the issues of how we should be dealing with all these matters going forward. Could I ask you to respond to those, then we'll try and summarize the discussions from this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think that it's about that matter. We must confirm that Mr. Moketsi was appointed internally by the municipality, like I said, and they requested extension of his acting, which we did not grant. Subsequent to that, the current substantive municipal manager was appointed. We did not support his appointment, and we pointed to the non-compliance issues, and we took the matter to court. I think we reported on that. We are still at court with the current MM. Chair, Mr. Marocha, I think we'll have to provide the committee with a full detailed report. And the reason being, Chair, that Mr. Marocha has been acting, spelling from your 5th and 6th administration, so he's not starting to act now in the 7th administration. And I agree that we'll have to go back and check his performance. What I was saying is that in the motivation by council for his extension in Tswaying, the councillors in Tswaying, they were saying he has improved the situation and he was doing a good job, and they would like to retain him and extend his contract, which unfortunately his contract ended with us, and that is why we terminated. I mean, that is why we advised the council or the municipality to appoint an acting MM, because our contract with him came to an end. So I'm undertaking to provide a full detailed information. By the way, it was not the first that he had acted in Tswaying. He was there before, but like I'm saying, spelling from different administration. And I can confirm, Chair, that the municipalities that you have indicated, he has been in those municipalities. But I will provide a full detailed report on his performance in each municipality and the reasons as to why he left the municipality. With regard to Naledi, Chair, we can confirm that we did not support the appointment of the municipal manager there. We directed the mayor that we do not recognize the appointed municipal manager. And there has been a number of court judgments against the municipal manager of Naledi. And in our letter that we wrote sometime last year, I think in November, we directed the executive mayor that based on the court outcome, we do not recognize the municipal manager. In my discussion with the mayor, he had advised that the MM has appealed the matter, and the matter, the judgment is pending. We have requested all the necessary information pertaining to that matter. So that's where we are, but I must also indicate that his position, and which is among other things that made us not to support or concur, his position was contested. So the mayor would finish us with the report, but we are waiting for the court outcome. But as things stand, we do not recognize the Naledi municipal manager.
Just to interrupt briefly, I'm sorry. Would you explain why you don't have support, you don't support the appointment?
Chair, like I said earlier on, that would not necessarily take a unilateral or use our discretion to support or not to support, but we look into the compliance issues to say if the post was advertised, what was the requirements. There are a number of things that we look into, and we assess the report based on the compliance issues. And should we find that there was no compliance by the panel, would then support or not support, and would write to the municipality, would advise the municipality to correct that. So in the main, it's compliance to the regulations. So we had found the Naledi municipal manager not to be in compliant with the regulations, and that is why we did not support his appointment.
No, that's fine. I thought you'd probably make it short. Normally, there are two reasons for non-compliance. It's either the process or the qualification. It's normally one of those two. But if you don't recall, it's okay. I just thought you'd make it quicker.
Yes, like I'm saying, Chair, the process would be the qualification. I think he was once the municipal manager, but the process was not fully complied with. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. To our knowledge, Ditrobotla has one account, which is with ABSA. If they do have other accounts, it's something that we can, bank accounts, it's something that we can account for at this point, but we will investigate. But also in terms of the law, municipalities are allowed to have investment accounts and so on, but we would investigate on that. In terms of the contract management, we would provide the contract register in our evaluation and the analysis that we have made to that effect to the committee. And obviously we could say that on the interference we should have maybe stated alleged interference, but as we interact, often this will be the argument of supply chain, that at the end of the day, another service provider would have been appointed against another, whether deliberately it's alleged that information was withdrawn from that bid document, or there will be a specific directive or whatever the case may be. But I think that we should have used the word alleged interference. We have also stated that we have established contract management committees or resuscitated contract management committees. So to deal with the issues that we have highlighted out of the analysis we have made on the contract management, which earlier on in the presentation we've highlighted, it's an area of concern because often there's no cooperation, or either supply chain is operating alone without the legal department, but there's a need for the core function, directorate, legal, and finance or BTO to cooperate together, because sometimes it's a service that is affecting waste management, and the people who must follow up on that contract, more likely it's the ones who are on waste management area of the municipality, and feedback to the finance unit. So sometimes those are areas that you find that there's no proper cooperation, or meter readings are not done accurately on time or by the relevant department. Supply chain must get, finance must get information from those who are employed by technical services to go and do meter reading. And then sometimes it becomes a problem where you find that then the service provider responsible will just bill without also municipality verifying that information, and the municipality is just relying on what the contractor has indicated, because some municipalities have contracted even meter reading as an example, so which is something that ordinarily it should be insourced. And in terms of the equitable share, obviously
So there was one I missed out, the double payment. It's in the same group of issues. There was an issue of not just interference, but also issues of double payment, contract management, and so on. Can you just comment on the double payment?
There are areas where you find that there is an investigation report that was done either by the municipality itself or on our side, those that are deployed in that municipality, being provincial EXCO representative, will issue a directive and say there was this double payment, so there's a need for recovery and so on. And we will share that report with the municipality. Our challenge has always been that the municipality is not taking action to recover the payment that has been made, even on reports that have been sanctioned by council itself. So they don't follow up on those double payments. And you find that some of the contractors are still contracted with the municipality, but when you request a report back from the municipality, they don't clearly demonstrate that they have taken action to recover that money. And it's a matter that we continuously follow up at even the political oversight level. Sometimes, yes, we become enemies of some of the municipalities because we'll be accused that we are targeting, but it's an area that they would know about, or in instances where a payment was made without the knowledge of the CFO or the MM in some cases. So some of this report, as you indicate, we can avail them, as I said, especially we'll have more details on municipalities that are under financial recovery, and those detailed reports and directive issues and issues that have been picked up, and the investigation, we can make it available to the committee for further interrogation. Okay, and in terms of the equitable share, the understanding on the action taken, the issue, obviously, it's about cash flow management, and we have encouraged municipalities to have cash flow management committees, and also prioritize the issue of payments to third parties, which in our own view are primary, like your pension fund, SARS, AG, Water Board, ESCOM, amongst others. We don't say other service providers are not important, but equally if the municipality, they can prioritize salaries. But at the time when I retire, pension fund can't pay me because the municipality has not been paying the pension fund. It becomes a very serious problem. So we've been insisting that municipalities now, through the cash flow management committees, they need to reprioritize on the payments and make sure that they adhere to the payment plans that they have been making. And the consequence management Obviously, it's council that needs to do that. We will highlight the issues and council through its process and the disciplinary report. It's the one that ultimately will give effect to the consequences and action being taken to officials that would have taken decisions that will be outside of what has been agreed.
Just one question that wasn't quite clear from the MEC of COCTA. The question of the council meeting called on the 5th of March, was that meeting legal or not? And this is the meeting that seems to relate to the issue of the speaker and the mayor election in Titsobotla. So just, I don't know if you get the question. The question that came about with that problem, which is being raised about Titsobotla, the speaker, and the mayor, was that in a legal meeting? Was it a legal meeting?
Chair, the meeting was convened by the municipal manager, the substantive municipal manager, because the former speaker and the former mayor had resigned.
Just
So-
one word, legally or not?
From the information we received from the municipal manager, it was legally convened because there was no speaker and there was no mayor, and that is why the MM convened a meeting to elect the speaker and the mayor.
Let's leave it at that. Thank you very much for that clarification. Can we just say thank you very much, Premier and your team. The purpose of this meeting is to ensure accountability and consequence management. We would like to charge the Premier and his provincial government with that responsibility of ensuring that the transgressions we see on the municipalities are addressed utilizing your authority given to you by the Constitution to support, to monitor, and to intervene at the level of municipalities. That's the basis on which we have had this conversation with yourselves. And we want to therefore request that we get regular reports on the progress of a number of issues here, which will be tabled to the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature for discussion by the members as they are here, as well as also shared with us, so we would then pick those issues up at the level of the Minister and MECs, as well as of obviously the Premier, to see that there is progress in this regard. The specific report beyond that, which we would love to get from the Premier, is a report that Premier has graciously offered to make available to the committee on the plans and programs for accelerated service delivery with targets and prioritization and timelines, which the members would be very happy to receive. And we hope the Premier would be able to make that available within the first 3 months of our reporting line with everybody in the Northwest. The rest of the reports we would hope the Premier would make available in a consolidated report, including a number of activities that will have been submitted, one by the MEC of COCTA, two by the MEC of Finance. With regard to those of the MEC of COCTA, there's a table in the slide, there's a slide that deals with vacancies The numbers of vacancies are huge, and would like to get a plan of action and targets and timelines for resolving the issue, so that when we look back at the Northwest, there shall be no such number of vacancies. This is senior municipal management level. The next issue is around the appointment, support, functionality, and actions of the Municipal Public Accounts Committees, MPACs, which the first member who asked had raised the question of the 60% functionality. We would like that to be closed, so that there must come a time when we look back at the Northwest and say all MPACs have been appointed, all MPACs have got capacity, all MPACs are acting, and all MPACs are being monitored, so that there are consequence management as a result of those MPACs in office. The next aspect linked to that is the resolution of UIFW, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditure. We need targets and timelines from all the municipalities which were outstanding. Somebody was calculating here and even gave a figure of quite a huge amount that's been unresolved at this point, and would like to close that chapter. So we would need that to be done with the targets, and I would imagine that in this case there will be a collaboration between the two MECs. Then we would also like you to look into the matter of a number of appointments here in the municipalities which are illegal appointments, where individuals were appointed that the MEC has actually had to take them to court to reverse through a declaratory order. Whilst we appreciate that action from the MEC, what is missing for us is the imposition of a surcharge for those who were responsible for the appointments which have cost implications, because there would have been an advice that would have indicated that this appointment is ill-advised. Again, here we need concrete timelines, we need concrete actions, specific municipalities as such. Another issue that we hope that the two MECs will collaborate on is on the consultant replacement programs with timelines. We cannot continue to have municipalities lack internal capacity to respond to basic administrative issues when we actually do have resources to employ consultants, and we don't convert those into the necessary internal capacity of the municipality. Linked to that, obviously, would be the functioning of the MPACs and all the internal structures that I wouldn't mention, internal audit units, disciplinary boards, and all of those issues within MPACs. But on the other side, the question of consultant replacement, would like that to be your joint process, that we will be appraised of how far we are going with regard to replacement of consultants. Then for the MEC of Finance, the last response you were giving us tended to be a lot more generic. And so what we would love is more specifics now. When you say there's lack of consequence, where was that lack of consequence? Based on what transgression, and therefore, what is your step that you're going to take to ensure that this is addressed? When we talk about issues of interference, we'll then drill down to the specifics, that this sounds like a generic cause of problems, but in fact it comes from specific examples of where this interference happened. And I want us to focus on that issue of interference, because most of the concerns raised by the Auditor General refer to this as one of the major issues that results in erroneous or decisions that are ill-advised. And so we need you to drill down to that level. And we are raising it on the basis of what does the law allow the MEC to do in such cases. And so I'm not saying that this is only the MEC for finance, because this would obviously bind the two. On the issues of double payment, again, it's not a generic situation. There would be instances where this would have happened. Let's document them, and we're only interested in two things with this one. The first issue was the recovery effected. The second issue was the consequence management in that regard. Then we have raised the issue of contract management, the same. You have a long report, you say you can offer. Our part is more about which contract this was, where, and therefore what actions would have been taken. The rest of the details are fine, but those are the main things that we're interested in. The other issue you've raised on your section 2162, those who drive municipalities to be in that situation would like that the MECs must drill down to say, so and so A, B, and C have made us take this decision. As a result, the municipality is getting penalized. On that basis, there's action on those who are involved. So that's the one area. The other area that I think we hope there will be collaboration is that of addressing the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure with targets. We expect that the two MECs would be able to work together. Then you raise an interesting, probably exciting point about you targeting certain municipalities for specific improvement in their audit outcomes. I would like you to share with us, these are the municipalities that would like to move from qualified to unqualified. These are the ones from qualified with matters that will move to clean audits. Let's table those. Let's see your wishful thinking and your application of all your interventions, so that we must all be able to see whether we were able to achieve those. And the reason why we're asking that is because one member raised a question and it sounded like it's just a comment. She says, one size fits all. Now, that for us was a very strong point. And the point is, you are targeting certain municipalities because of certain conditions and certain outcomes. Give us those and tell us what you're going to do to them, so that you take them to the point where they will then have improved. So we sit down here and say, out of 8 municipalities that we wanted to have clean audits, we've achieved 10. That's 140% achievement. Or we've only achieved 2, which means it's a 20% achievement, whatever. So let's be very scientific about how we target, intervene, and measure. Then another question was asked, and this we would like probably the whole executive to think about, and come back and say how we're going to deal with. It's not been done anywhere, but it would be very, very good if it was done anywhere, or particularly in the Northwest. And that's the question of the impact of the audit outcomes to service delivery. Can we actually say we have got any sort of evidence of, with these audit outcomes, what is the impact on service delivery? The members have raised that. So those for us would be the issues that we would like you to report about every 3 months. And we will, as the committee, be looking forward to a discussion which we will have. I may as well say that the committee, as suggested by the House Committee Chairperson, is considering a joint report where we will all talk about our visit to the Northwest and what did we see, and all of these committees making comments about that. That, for me, would be what we would like to leave you with as the Premier and the MECs. This was just greeting the leaders. We had not really come to the substance of the issues that we wanted to discuss in the Northwest. You know, in the African culture, you greet somebody, before you finish greeting, you now know about the relatives in Mozambique and those who are abroad, and those who got married and those who passed, and you're still greeting, and it is acceptable for us to go into some of these details just to understand you and your own health and how you see the things that we have come to talk about. Now you see we have a much better orientation as to what's happening in this province, because we spoke to the elders of the house, and therefore we will then be going to the details in our discussion with the municipalities. With that, we want to request you to stay on, because the municipalities will present something that we will believe that it needs you to comment about. And you really need to stay with us right up till the end. We would also request that municipalities who belong to one district should rather be here together until the end of the last one, and then we can let them go. And that helps us. Now, in the event that some of you you're rushing somewhere, I'm sure you can find some alternative ways of dealing with it. I'll give you 5 minutes to introduce yourselves, and then tell us about the municipality on anything that we didn't hear about. I must say that when we came in, we did complain about your report, which was, as I said, a multiple choice question. You only touched the one that is closest to your answer. You have now given us a better summary of this, very, very brief, but it does give us a better sense of some of the issues. So you can highlight those in the next 5 minutes, and you must remember that you stand between this meeting and its lunch. So 5 minutes for you. We will just introduce yourselves, give us a 5 minutes outline, and then we break. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair. Let me greet yourself and all honorable members that are here today. My name is Tshepiso Mphehlo. I'm the Executive Mayor of Mahikeng Local Municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Ke leboga, Chair. All protocol observed. Good afternoon. My name is Councillor Khagomati. I'm the Speaker of Mahikeng Local Municipality.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon. I'm Dineo Mongwaketse, the Municipal Manager of Mahikeng.
Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed. My name is Eric Kiesa. I'm the CFO of Mahikeng Local Municipality. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Bagolo. Ke bidiwa Matlapi Moloitsai, Senior Manager, Infrastructure Services. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Chair. As I proceed with less than 5 minutes with our presentation, I'll start here that Mahikeng Local Municipality is situated in the Ngaka District Municipality in the Northwest Province, and it is the seat of the Northwest Provincial Government, which is about...
Your voice is a bit soft. I'm not sure if it's your mic.
Okay.
We need to lift it a bit.
Okay,
if not,
Chair.
we'll change the mic. Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you. Which is about 75% rural and 25% urban. Now, the current council is made up of 70 councillors since its inception in 2021 November. The municipality chair does not have an electricity license nor the vehicle license. Therefore, revenue enhancement of the municipality is a challenge. The Mahikeng Local Municipality further chair, it's neither a water authority, meaning that we do not have authority of providing water to our communities. Government departments as well are owing the municipality almost 1 billion rands. However, we wish to appreciate the steps which were taken by the Department of Finance in paying the municipality. The Mahikeng Local Municipality Chair is one of the 17 non-delegated municipalities in the country which accounts directly to the National Treasury. For the financial year 2024-2025 and 2025-2026, the Mahikeng Local Municipality adopted a funded budget after more than a decade. The collection of the municipality since March 2025 has improved from 45% to 65% to date. This is due to the usage, correct rates and alignment of the policy. And also council has resolved that we give our customers or the residents of Mahikeng the discount of 60%, which is ending in October 2025. The municipality is currently paying its creditors within 30 days, and we don't owe any creditors to date. The municipality, furthermore, Chair, owed the Mahalis Water Board 274 million. A write-off of 143 million was done, and the balance was paid by December 2024. Therefore, the Mahikeng Local Municipality does not owe any water board. Due to the Kwani Capital service provider having taken the entire fleet of the municipality were alleged owed before we assumed office, the fifth administration of Mahikeng Local Municipality had to start afresh by purchasing capital assets, both white and yellow fleet, from the start. Please take note that the SIU investigation regarding the 2015 dubious contract entered into between the municipality and Kwani Capital Service Provider, it is still ongoing as well, Chair. The VBS matter as well, on the other hand, came before our tenure, but the criminal and civil proceedings are still in progress. Since the 2023-2024 to date, the municipality is preparing its own financial statements or the annual financial statements in-house and do not rely on the private consultants. Now we are doing this AFS internally. And in 2006, the municipality entered into a 15 million loan agreement which recalculated on a 20-year repayment with interest at a higher rate more than the loan granted. In 2022, when we took over as the fifth administration, the municipality disputed the amount of interest on the ground of its duplum rule at the High Court. Subsequent to this, parties entered into settlement agreement of 12 million and 3 million payable each quarter, interest excluded. This loan as well, Chair, was paid off. Now coming to the appointment of the senior managers and the CFO. The contract of the CFO ended the 30th of September 2023. The one for public safety contract ended December 2023. The senior manager community services resigned on the October 2024, and corporate support service manager resigned on the March of 2024. The position of socio-economic development has been vacant for a period more than 5 years. And this has severely affected implementation of municipalities' LED strategy and investment attraction drive. Senior manager for planning and development also resigned in 2024, and the position has been vacant to date. The municipality advised twice for the appointment of senior managers, on which recruitment processes were followed in line with council recruitment policy, which was then finally completed on the 30th of January 2025. The only position currently that is vacant is the position for senior manager planning and development, which has been advertised more than 3 times. Now, total number of staff complements of Mahikeng local municipality, it's 775 plus 6 senior managers, which cost the municipality 445 million and 34.5 million for councillors per annum. The municipality is spending on around about 35% on salary from the operational budget, which is 1.3 billion. The municipality chair, furthermore, pays third parties without fail. The municipality has begun a process of cascading performance management system from level 1 to level 6. Therefore, we have signing of the performance agreement is expected to be completed by end of this month, September. The municipality chair is currently involved in high-level litigation matters. First one is where the municipality is an interested party which deals with the land restoration claim by the Barolombora City Tribal Authority. The Tribal Authority has lodged a claim with the Land Claims Commission against the entire Urban Edge land portion R301JO, which hosts the entire capital city and the government and the provincial government seat. The Barolombora City has rejected the offer of 17 million from the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform and has now taken the matter to the Land Claims Court. The second matter involves the land claims to the tune of 900 million, wherein or about on the 8th of January 2009, the municipality sold the land to the Niagara Property Development in contravention with the MFMA. And the third one is the Blackstone matter, wherein a breach of contract is alleged involving the installations of water meters by service procured around the year 2015 in contravention with the Municipal Finance Management Act. Our focus, Chair, on service delivery issues is on the roads that were never maintained many years ago. We are currently resurfacing.
You've got 1.5 minutes for that.
In conclusion, we are currently resurfacing and regraveling the roads both in the towns and villages. Stormwaters are being maintained as well, Chair, on the continuous basis. We thrive, as I conclude within my 1 minute, we thrive to accelerate service delivery in Mahikeng. And we've entered, we have even went out on tender requesting those who can express their interest by bringing investment to Mahikeng. In a desperate call, Chair, we even had a private sector meeting so that we enhance job creation and attract more investment to our municipality, which is yielding positive results. Those will be our opening remarks from the Mahikeng local municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Very, very interesting report. As they say, the taste of the pudding is in the eating. So we look forward to the engagement. Thank you very much. May I hand over to Speaker?
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And I think we wish to apologize for the earlier hiccup. We hope going forward that won't happen. As we go for lunch, honorable members and trackers of municipality will go to the restaurant next to the chamber. And as of every member in the hall will use this restaurant. Honorable members of the legislature will assist honorable members from national on how we go to the restaurant. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. May we request you to enjoy your lunch for 30 minutes and let's be back at 30. I don't know.
only 65% of basic services. You will note that, and this is evident from the documentation that is submitted, that the original budget was 68,104,000. An additional 28,995,000 was received. This budget also includes a 10% retention, and the total expenditure amounted to 105. So what we did was we continued to achieve what we were supposed to achieve on that particular year, but because of the extra 28,995,000 that we received, we had then decided to bring forth or to expedite the waste management equipment to establish a functional dumping site for that particular year. Hence, it looks as if we had 105 that we spent. It's only because we brought forward expenditure that was supposed to be incurred in the following year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will respond on prohibited awards. Indeed, the municipality confirms that it does not knowingly appoint individuals already in its service. However, Auditor General, through its CAST system, identified potential conflicts of interest, flagging individuals linked to municipal employees. For an example, former councillors and former officials may have registered a company that now conducts business with the municipality. These instances as a municipality are difficult to detect independently because we rely on self-declarations. The release may inadvertently result in contraventions of Section 112, 1J of MFMA and Supply Chain Management Regulation. Now, as a municipality, we've got procedures that we intend to put in place that are independent verification procedures, wherein we intend to implement new internal processes for verifying declared interest and conducting due diligence. Another issue that we want to do as a municipality is that we want to do public awareness campaign, wherein like in the next coming local government elections, these councillors, they'll be going off the system. Now, as they go off the system, we should ensure that we do a comprehensive campaign to educate employees and councillors on conflict of interest regulations, ensuring compliance and transparency.
The issue where the question was around whether in 23. Expenditure, which comes to about on the 3.2 billion, about 1.3 billion account amount not reconciled. Very clear that we have nothing to hide. We are telling you whatever is there can be investigated. when you look at, for example, unauthorized expenditure, all of our unauthorized expenditure relates to impairment and depreciation, which was not correctly accounted for in the previous years. And what we are saying is that there is no loss for the municipality, but we don't want to make a global recommendation. We want those who feel like there's something that could have been done to institute consequence management. They must come and help us do this, and we are amenable to whatever recommendations they come with. The last one will be your fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is around 83 million, which relates mainly to interest from Auditor General, the interest from Telkom, ESCOM, and then interest from SARS. Those we have already also submitted the report to National Treasury to try and say, let us see whether we can get to an amicable solution together. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, when you respond, you must also bear in mind that we have a limited time. And one thing that we must also indicate is that when we respond, can we please try to give a true reflection of exactly what is happening? Because when we ask some of the questions, it's because of the concerns that were raised by AG. And there's a response that you have given to us, but it really doesn't mesh with what the AG has just said. When you look at the issue of more budget spent, but fewer targets achieved, and you look at the response of the AG said, management spent money on the wastewater project work that was not planned, number one. Secondly, resulting in them exiting the budget, whereas the outcome of the planned target remained unchanged. What does that mean? You spend money on something that you did not budget for, however, the result is still not changed. That is the response of the AG on that matter. Can you please briefly explain as to what happened to the issue of wastewater project?
No, as we have indicated, we're talking about two things here. So there's a query on waste management project. Sorry. The query on the waste management project is the one that talks to expenditure on laboratory. Let me just check the expenditure on the laboratory. And then there's, so we're talking two different issues. The one that I'm talking to is, can I see that? Yeah, so I spoke to the one that talks to overperformance.
Okay, now that you are saying we are talking about two issues, let's talk about this one that I'm talking about, where you have spent money on the wastewater work, which was not planned.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think if you can check your notes, it should be written waste management instead of not water waste. We had highlighted when we started that we are not a water authority. I think it's written like that in your documents over there. But however, the one that you're talking about, perhaps it's on the water indigent support grant of 17.7 million.
Can I just assist?
Okay, Chair, thank you.
Sorry, the question to you was more budget spent but fewer targets achieved. You responded, the disparity between the budget spent, which is around 5% of the original allocation and targets, 65% for basic service delivery, infrastructure, and you go on and then you say the additional funds, this is lower down, the additional funds were used to purchase waste management equipment to establish functional dumping sites, a critical intervention for service delivery, while originally not planned for the financial year. Okay, then you say approval was obtained to fast track the project. Now the AG is saying they penalized you because the issue raised by the audit team highlighting the incomplete. Okay, let me go back. the Auditor General says management spent money on the wastewater project, work was not planned, resulting in them exceeding the budget, whereas the outcomes of the planned target remained unchanged. So between the two, you say you use money for the waste management project. Now, in the course of all of this, the Auditor General's report is saying the project, which is the wastewater management project, that part of the money went to, was not planned. But whilst you did that, then they are arguing that the planned project for that year were not completed. In other words, you didn't meet the target on what you planned. You did a lot, and you did what was not planned, and even sought a new approval for it. But they are arguing that on what you had actually planned, you actually didn't spend all the money there. So you have now got a dispute of facts between you and the AG. And as you know, if you are accused and you've got a magistrate, we'll take the side of the magistrate. So if we still disagree, we leave it at the fact that we and you are disagreeing because the Auditor General hasn't changed their mind on your view on the comment.
Thank you, Chair. Do you want to respond?
Chair, I think we do agree with what you're saying now. What we're saying is that we did spend the 105 is because of an unplanned project, which was planned for the following year. But because it was easier to implement because we were just buying waste management equipment, we did that. They requested an approval to buy that waste management equipment. The second part of it is that, yes, the target that were submitted for that particular year, they were not all achieved. That we agree.
That's the issue. What we're basically saying, the Auditor General is not wrong. So you explaining the thing that the Auditor General has still disputed after you explained to us. In other words, you should actually not have said this. You should have said to us, yes, the Auditor General is correct. We had more money and we spent on the project that we wanted to fast track. We didn't finish what we needed to do, so we must plead guilty there. Because it's a matter of accounting that we're dealing with. We're not dealing with a question of whether you did well or you didn't do well. You can buy the whole country with the amount of money you get. When you do so, we say, well done, you bought the whole country. But actually, you were supposed to buy 2 houses, you didn't buy them. So it doesn't matter how well you did. The argument is whether was this what was planned, and the issue is no. And your answer should not have said that, you are fine. The Auditor General still insists, and we agree, we understand what the Auditor General is saying. He just wanted you to concede that this is something that you can't do again in the future because this is the problem.
Thank you, Chair. I will then go to Honorable. You'll come back. Okay. Honorable Member.
Hello? Yeah, that's it. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity. And thank you to the Mahikeng Municipality for reporting to us today. My questions, well, just a quick comment and then a question. It's fairly simple. First of all, well done on getting your collection rate up into the 60s. But obviously, it's going to need to get quite a lot higher because you're only really sustainable sort of once you hit the 80% or whatever. Once you get above about 83, 84%. So I hope you do have a plan to get there and that you're working towards that. And then the second thing is actually just about the audit outcomes over the last 5 years, which in every instance has been qualified. What is your plan to get yourself out of the qualification zone and to improve your audit outcomes? And can you make any undertakings to us? So if we return here in 2 years' time, what could we expect from you as far as an audit outcome? Would we still see qualified, or do you have a plan to sort that out? Thank you.
The Executive Mayor and the team.
Thank you, Chair. So we are of the view that we should actually get to an 80% collection rate. And this is simple. We had an engagement with Melinda. She said, I'm acknowledging you, ma'am, that they are going to help us because 90% of the people who own, so we have 3 categories. We have households. 90% of the people who are staying in our houses are government employees. As much as they want to invoke 216, there must be a way of creating another form of 216 to make people pay us, because we cannot make a lot of noise when the municipality is owing and we are quiet when the municipality is being owed. We have also indicated that out of the gross debt that we have, 900 million of those debts are from government departments and government entities. As much as when we are not paying people, 216 is rushed to, that must also be invoked on our behalf. We have now the business community, which through LED we convened with them, and we have asked them to actually make payments to us, and they've agreed. In actual fact, the only thing they were querying was the fact that our rates and taxes were not cost effective, and we've changed them. Unqualified audit opinion. We had, in the previous year, 8 paragraphs that gave us an unqualified audit opinion. We are sure that we have dealt with 5. That is still to be attested by the Auditor General in the current year. We have 3 that I would not want to discuss here, so that I don't influence Auditor General or I don't. Yes. But we have 3 audit opinions that we still foresee that they will be coming in the current year, mainly because the municipal manager Kibuetlar, mainly the estimates, the distribution losses, and what's the other one? Yeah, those are the only 3 ones that we have not yet said we are going to deal with. But in the following year, because we have already started with correct reading in houses, we are sure that we will attain an unqualified opinion, not this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Bila.
Thank you so much, the chairperson of the session. My apology, the carpet and myself, we are not friends. So I'm struggling. And thanks to the presentation by the Mahikeng municipality, the AG noted that the municipality takes an average of 76 days to pay the creditors, well above the 30-day requirement, and that 99% of municipal debt is unlikely to be recovered. And this raises material uncertainty about financial sustainability. I just want to check if there is improvement on this practice. If no, are there measures that are put in place in order to improve on this practice? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Municipality.
Thank you, Chair. Ma'am, we do not have any creditors. Thanks a lot. If there's anyone who's disputing or who's saying that we owe them, we are more than happy to entertain that, and we will report that we do not have creditors. We had one person who was making a lot of noise that we owe them, but they did not have any contract with the municipality. We've never taken any tender on that. We've never given them a letter of appointment. They do not have any SLA, and I refused to pay it. And I said at National Treasury that if you give me an instruction to pay it, I will pay it, so that when it becomes an irregular expenditure without following any process, I can point that this is an instruction from one of the people from National Treasury. But that's the only person who really made a lot of noise that we owe them. The debt that is bringing uncertainty onto the going concern of the municipality. It is true, but I've already indicated that 90% of the people who owe us are government employees. Government is currently giving people housing allowances. We say direct that to us. Let us make the municipality viable. Give us the money. You have the means to give us the money. And the interventions, we are also very considerate. We have decided to give people 60% debt write-off so that we can recoup at least 40%, invest it, and get money in a form of interest. But our people did not play onto that part as much as we anticipated. Hence, we extended it. But we're doing something, and we are sure with the intervention of Melinda, the MEC, that we will get it right. We're going to get our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Maduna.
Oh, no, thank you. Good day, colleagues, to the Speaker of the Legislature, the Premier, the members of the Executive. I just have the name, the Municipal Council, political leadership. My name is Ntando Maduna, a member of Parliament. I sit in the portfolio of public accounts, also in the HE. No, I just have a few short questions. I think I will start from where my colleague would have ended. I think my colleague basically would have wanted to check you in the previous financial year, which is what CFO would have been audited already. Your average, well, me and you know that it's a 30-day requirement in terms of payments of the creditors, but your average days that you take to pay is 76 days. That's not a good thing. I think that's the first thing. Why is this? That's number one. Number two, I'm really worried about the state of the municipal financials. I will tell you why. Your current liabilities in the previous financial year far exceeded your current assets by, I think, by 202 million. Why are you not dealing with this? What makes you to be in this liquidity pressure? Three, I want to check February 2023. You had a security company contract that would have ended. When it ended, you extended it with 3 months. Now, I want to check how much of the unauthorized expenditure did you spend in that contract, because I believe that would not qualify as an emergency, as you would have known when the contract is actually it's a source of poor planning. It's as a result of poor planning. Was this, so I wanted to check how much did that extension, how much did you spend in that extension? Was it properly approved by council? Ultimately, and I also want to check, when you appointed the security service provider, it's largely there in the media. You appointed someone that would have used an address that relates to one of your employees in the office of the mayor, I think. And now, I want to check in the bid documents, did the winner declare that he was renting a property from that person? Because generally, I think for me and you would agree that if you are renting a property from me, you know I work for that particular municipality and you are bidding there, it is required that you declare in the documents that you have some business relations with me, even if they have nothing to do with that particular tenant. So I want to check that. Furthermore, there are allegations in that you had awarded the 3-year contract, security contract, for as you awarded it for 63 million. If you calculate it to a month, it's about 1.7. There are allegations that you are paying those people more than 2 million a month. Was there any extension of scope? Lastly, I'm really worried. I'm looking at your grants. I see that you underspend your grants with something, I think, WSA with 17 million and the second one with 14 million. Why are you not spending your grants in the previous financial year? Thank you.
Thank you. Municipality.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start with the ones that I thought I had addressed quickly. The current liabilities and current assets. The state has changed. We now do not have any current liabilities. The second one that I thought I had also made right is the issue of unauthorized expenditure. Maybe when it comes to irregular expenditure, is something else, we will also allude to that, Chair. So, and I want just to say that even if you look at the reports that we submit, Section 71 report, Section 52 reports, Section 52 capital D report, you will see that indeed what I'm saying is not just to get out of the firing line. Our creditors are sitting at 0. So then we speak about the grants. The majority of the grants that were not spent, let's look at our MIG. Our MIG, we're always spending 100% on our MIG. Hence, we got an extra amount to spend. That was an indication. They will never give us money if we are not spending. That was an indication. Then we have what we call the neighborhood grant. That is one of the grants that we did. It appeared like there was no expenditure on the neighborhood grant. And the thing is, the money came in quite late, and there was a disjuncture that the MEC was talking about where we did not talk about who applied for the money so that we can have what do you call it? A source of fund.
Thank
you.
Remember that you are working on 2 minutes. Don't elaborate when you respond.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. The security contract was extended through council resolution in terms of section 116 by Mahikeng Council. Therefore, council has approved the extension. On the issue of the address of one of our employees, indeed, we found out from the media that one of our employees' address was used for purpose of that security. Nonetheless, from our side, we did not, usually from the beginning of the financial year, senior managers and managers are expected to disclose all their properties on our disclosure form. So all senior managers and managers, they do disclose. Indeed, the tender was for 63 million. And at the time when the tender was awarded, obviously in terms of SARS laws, if you are not registered for VAT, you have to register for VAT. So that company then registered for VAT. And obviously there's an output and input VAT wherein the difference will be paid over to the state. So when the new CFO came also, we resolved the issue of VAT of that service provider, which was also a compliance matter. I think there was no extension. Like I've already alluded, the contract was extended in terms of section 116 of MFMA. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 1 minute for follow-up.
No, thanks. I want to check. So the company would have bidden and awarded without a VAT, but after you were paying it, you are paying it including the input VAT. I think that's one follow-up. And secondly, I want to check MM and CFO. In your salaries, in your financial statements of last year, there's one last item there where you put it as other. What is included in that other? The MM, we have 362,000. The CFO, it's 244,000. What are the line items that are included in that other, in your salaries? Thank you.
Municipality.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, thank you. So, they're saying
2 minutes.
I must not over-explain. So, if you charge me and you tell me that your price is 100 Rand excluding VAT, and the other person charge me and say, my price is 115 including VAT, is the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Thank you, Honorable Member. The question on other, I am not sure what could be other because municipalities and Mahikeng is one of the SCOA. We are actually using SCOA to on our reporting. Each and every cent is spent on budget strings. So I think the CFO on the issue of other and salaries is something that was just on paper, but on the system, you cannot spend without a budget string. Thank you.
Now, I think what we will do, because we can see that the honorable member is not quite happy with the response, can you please submit a written response that explains that question, that gives us a clarity on that other that is indicated there.
That will be done.
Honorable Mtolo, Honorable Kubeka.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the House. Chair, I think there's a very big dispute of facts, like our earlier Chair said, between what we are getting here and what we have as auditor's opinions. I do understand, and I do acknowledge that these audit opinions are from financial year 2023-2024. So on that note, I would like to ask, 2023-2024 financial year, which is what we have from the Auditor General, we've got unauthorized expenditure of 1 billion, fruitless and wasteful expenditure 36 million, irregular expenditure 2.16 billion. However, we've got no investigations, we've got no recoveries, we've got no consequence management. The first question there is why? Could the executive please explain to us why there haven't been any investigations according to the Auditor General? Why there are no recoveries? Why there's no consequence management? And then, Chair, 6th August 2025, council members wrote to the Mayor, Honorable Tsepiso Mpehlo, apologies if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, to demand clarity on the irregular appointment of 4 senior managers and the CFO. The question there is, how did these appointments come about? And I ask that because the MEC of Cooperative and Human Settlements, Honorable Molapisi, wrote to the municipality on the 25th of February 2025 outlining irregularities concerning the appointment of the CFO and other senior managers, namely public safety manager, corporate services manager, socio-economic manager, and community services. Noting that these appointments, from what we have, were made on the 30th of January 2025. These appointments were allegedly not properly disclosed to the council. The next question there is why. It has now emerged that the interview and screening process contravened the Municipal Systems Act. Is that true? This is for the MM. And I asked this specifically to the MM because from what we have, the MM has been there for quite some time, over 24 months. The council objected to the appointment of Mahole as the senior manager for corporate services due to allegations of nepotism and fraud, which is under investigation by the Hawks. Could the MM and or the mayor speak to us about that? The council said that the fact that these managers were appointed irregularly is not surprising, as it is not the first time that these appointments were made in this fashion. Several acting senior managers who were appointed for longer than 3 months without the concurrence from Honorable Molapisi, as prescribed by the Municipal Services Act. Why would they continue, or why would the council and or the mayor continue to appoint those people without the concurrence of the MEC? And then just lastly, Chair, there's a former MM in the municipality, a certain Mr. Haney Smith, together with 7 other accused, appeared before the Mahikeng Specialized Commercial Crimes Court on the 18th of October 2024 for several charges which include fraud, theft, corruption, money laundering, and contravening the MFMA Act, the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, and the Public Finance Management Act. Mr. Smith was granted 150,000 rand bail. The question there is, what is happening with that case in as far as Mr. Smith is concerned? And has that land that was sold in that transaction that got them into trouble been brought back to the municipality? If not, why? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Municipality, the Executive Mayor and the team.
No, thank you, Chair. Yeah, apologies. Now, Chair, when it comes to the, I'll just focus on the appointment of the senior managers. Now, yes, we did receive few communication from the MEC disputing the appointment of the senior managers. Now, I need to emphasize, Chair, that the senior managers are not appointed either by the mayor or the municipal manager. All senior managers are appointed by council. Now, this letter that the Honorable Member Mtolo is talking about, it is not the council disputing, but only one councillor who was also part of the council sitting. And we do have also the proof that she even signed and also agreed that she was part of the decisions which were taken by council. But above anything else, because of what the letter coming from the MEC, it is an issue of interpretations of the law. And we thought that at least we must seek for a dispute resolution than taking this matter to court. In some of the questions which were requested by the MEC was on the basis of screening time, the chairperson's report, which the MEC said it was the report, the closing report was done post instead of prior. But you cannot write or say you are closing the matter before. Once the panel has satisfied itself with the business of the day, the report has to come after, not prior. It has to make sense on that one. The other one,
can you please try to manage time?
okay, no, we'll definitely
We are
manage time.
running
We
out
have
of
to
time.
amplify also just to have an understanding. The other one, for example, now I said the matter was taken for dispute resolution. The other one, for example, which was raised by the MEC, the place of duty station in the advertisement. There's only one Mahikeng local municipality and only one head office. And some of these questions, they go to the MEC's office before they can come to the municipality. And also the same department sits as observers when all these processes unfold. So that is just on the basis of the appointment of all senior managers. The other one which was raised by the same councillor, there's that same letter saying that the matter is with the Hawks, but there's no case with the Hawks as we are sitting here. Perhaps once you're saying that there are allegations, there must be a case number because the Hawks are the authorities of government. They're not just as an open body or just a straight committee, which is not run without the regulations of the law. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, let's take note that the staff regulation was promulgated on the 21st of September 2021, which had to be gradually introduced to municipalities in terms of what must happen. Now, when I was appointed on the 1st of August 2022, Mahikeng local municipality, they took the staff regulation as it was directed by then that we must develop a recruitment policy from it. That is what Mahikeng local municipality has exactly done. And as the chairperson of the day, I have followed the recruitment policy of Mahikeng in ensuring the appointments that was done by council. On the issue of the Hawks, by one of the employees, we have screened all the employees and all of them, no one has been charged with any criminal activity. On the matter of Mr. Hani Smith, our former MM, the case is still ongoing, and as the municipality, we are still awaiting for the outcome on his case. If we are talking about the land, the DPCI, National Prosecuting Authority, they have asked ourselves and SHRA to deal on the issue of costs of paying the curator bonus. Now we have agreed that SHRA, because they are the one who've got an existing building, with Mahikeng it was only the land. That existing building was secured and the security company must be paid by SHRA. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mtolo, but before we go to Honorable Mtolo, I just want to ask the MEC something. MEC, is it a requirement for MEC to give concurrence to the municipality when they appoint senior managers? And in case where you are unable to issue that concurrence based on the reasons that you may have, and then what then happens? Do they continue with those officials without your concurrence? Or is there a need for mediation process? Or is there a need for legal process on that matter? Where's the mic?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, it is a requirement that after the entire process has been concluded, information must be submitted to the executive authority for support or concurrence. We then evaluate, as I said earlier, compliance with the regulations, and should we find that there was no compliance, we direct the municipality to correct that. But like the mayor said, if there is a dispute, then we look into the alternative dispute mechanism, which is what is happening between us as a department and the municipality. Or we go to court to seek a declaratory order. Thank you.
So you can confidently confirm that there's a mediation process at the moment between your department and the municipality?
They have written to us, we have agreed, we have referred the matter to both accounting officers, the head of the department, and the municipal manager to look into what is being proposed.
While you are in that process, what then happened to the people who have been already appointed?
And they continue.
Should there be an element of irregular appointment who's going to carry the cost for appointing those people?
Those who would have appointed, those who were involved. And that is why I made a point earlier on that we make these points clear to the municipality that they must be aware of the consequences should the court rule in our favor, that we are going to hold them individually liable. So we can't stop the municipality from not continuing, because the municipality, like I said, it's an appointing authority. So we'll allow court processes or whatever processes to take their due course, and then later, like I said, we'll have to hold them individually liable.
Okay. Thank you, MEC. Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you. Honorable Mtolo, the member of COGTA committee. Chair, I have a follow-up question. I understand this question has been raised or asked. Is on prohibited awards. I think did answer, but the answer was not satisfactory. Because in her response, she said they had no capacity in terms of this audit query or audit report by AG. Why I'm raising this as a follow-up, Chair, is because this was also identified in the previous year. So to be told that they had no capacity, they have no capacity, but what happened last time when the issue was raised, because this issue was identified in the previous year. You mean I understand that you were appointed in 2022, August 2022. You mean even last year you had no capacity to deal with this issue, and even now you don't have any capacity to deal with this issue. So for me, that is no thanks to us in terms of your response. Thank you.
Thank you. Municipality, in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you will also note that the main issue with non-capacity has to deal with cats. So there's an argument between us to say, is this kids picking up the correct people? For example, in our case, Councillor Hasalawi, who is not a councillor anymore, was picked up by kids as a person who's doing business with the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Spears.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, mine is following up on my question that I've asked to the MEC of Finance around the unauthorized irregular expenditure. And I know the question has been asked, but I don't think that we have received a satisfactory answer. Mahikeng, at the moment, according to what we have in front of us, you are standing at 3.2 billion rand. That is your UIFWE. So I want to understand what actions were taken and tell us what are those actions, what is the status of it, because we haven't received that answer. Somehow you avoid or evade that question. The other one was on the material underspending, and I don't know if it's been asked, the material underspending on the water indigent support grant and the disaster management grant that occurred in the 2023-2024 financial year. And so I believe that the question was answered, but it was asked, but again, we didn't hear what it is that you do to ensure that your conditional grants are utilized effectively, and what steps will you do to not have underspending occur again? And what are you doing to improve your grant management and to ensure that funds are spent in accordance with the intended purposes? Thank you.
Thank you. Municipality.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, Honorable Member, we acknowledge that on paper our UIF and W stands at 3.2 billion. Honorable Member, I think we should take cognizance of the fact that the municipality only started to have a funded budget from financial year 2024, 2025, 2025, 2026. And it is common course that if you have an unfunded budget, you'll end up having unauthorized expenditure, which was for previous financial years. Cognizance must also be taken that the preparation of financial statements of the municipality from all the years since I was appointed were prepared by the consultants. The CFO has already alluded to the fact that for our counting, for our financial statements to be balanced, the consultants were using each and any figure to balance our financial statements. Hence, we are calling for province and national treasury that we need them to come and assist us to probe those, we call them accounting entries. Because there's no way where you will find our fruitless and wasteful expenditure. There's a figure that was used to balance our papers, our financial statements. And also, our irregular expenditure to a certain extent was also used to balance, but that was the work.
As you wrap up, you are left with 30 seconds.
Oh, those were the balances that we still believe that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of Mahikeng is at around 600 million, which we are currently working on as Mahikeng local municipality. I'll give over to the CFO to proceed to continue.
The CFO has 16 seconds.
Thank you. The unspent grant, you will see that we have received some of the tranches on the 24th of June from Ngaka, which will then leave us with the inability to spend. The next one we received on the 27th of March. That was after the adjustment budget was done. Thank you.
Your time is up. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. I hear the explanation, not the explanation, the confirmation of the unauthorized irregular expenditure. But the explanation is not given to us. You somehow you jump or skip it. You must tell us, okay, So much, so 2 billion rand was on this and that, and it was above board. It was in terms of section this and this of the MFMA. It was done, it was ratified by council. This is it. We don't hear that. We must now just accept that you had an unfunded budget, therefore your affairs were not in order. But somehow someone needs to take responsibility for what has transpired, and that doesn't come out. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mwai.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson. In terms of section 62D, accounting officer has a responsibility to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure. From the presentation, I learned that you're still incurring interest, which is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So I want to know what is it that you are doing to avoid and prevent that, number one. Number two, what is the mandate of this municipality? Because you don't provide lights and water. What is it that you do? Because you spend about 75% on your salaries. So what is it that you do? I think you said something like that, so please clarify that. Number two, number
Honorable
three.
Member, just a moment. Can we please allow the member to speak?
And then for the VAT, I heard you, saying, the security company registered VAT after you have appointed them to do the work or extended their contract. But the threshold for registering VAT is 1 million. So if they had already done work with the municipality, were they doing work without being registered for VAT? Did you appoint them not being registered for VAT? So I want to get a clarity on that one. So, and then, Chair, maybe let me stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. The Executive Mayor and the team. We're working on 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, in terms of Section 62D, accounting officer must prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the main, we do get ESCOM's account and Auditor General's account inherently with interest. So that is why we end up having interest, that is why we end up having fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Those accounts, when they come, inherently, they already have interest. And that interest, we treat it as fruitless and wasteful. Thank you. On the issue of staff members, our budget is 1.4 billion. Our operational 1.4 billion is inclusive of the grants. 1.3 billion is exclusive of the grants. That is our operational budget. And 35% of that operational budget is what we are currently spending in the people of Mahikeng, which is far below the norm, which was expected to be 40%. I thank you.
Follow up, 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. On your financials, for Mayor, and there's an item there, there's a line item there as other that you put there. So I want clarity on what is it that you put there on your financial statement as other. For the executive management of the municipality, what is it that is put there as other? Because I want to know what is it that you allocate there. Thank you. Oh no, I want to finish with this one. Let's put it this way, and CFO. I've been hearing the word improving. If you are saying you're improving, your audit opinion should be saying unqualified. So from where you are sitting, you are not improving. That's why you won't improve if you're calling improving, if you are not improving. Whatever mechanism you've put in to deal with the long paragraphs for the audit opinion, you still haven't improved because you haven't moved from a qualified to an unqualified. So let's put it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Do you want to comment, Municipality? Just a 30-second.
Okay, no, thank you for the 30 seconds. Now, the question which the honorable member asked, what is the core mandate of the Mahikeng local municipality? The core mandate of any municipality in the Republic of South Africa, it's about service delivery more than anything else. And that's our main focus. And I need to emphasize this. We spend 35% of the entire budget of the municipality. It's less than even the norm which has been set for the municipalities. The other one, when it comes to improving of the...
As you wrap up,
Okay.
Majoro.
Okay, thank you. Improving means reduction of the paragraphs or the findings of the Auditor General. It does not necessarily equate to unqualified audit opinion or clean audit. But when we say the paragraphs are being reduced, it means that that is the improvement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Member Van Zyl.
Thank you. I can see the Mayor is very proud. You can see it in the presentation, but however, I have some comments. As we were arriving last night in Mahikeng, it's my first time in Mahikeng, it's way too hot for me here. I can't survive here. So I don't come here, not because it's not beautiful, it's because it's hot. It was very dark. There's literally no street lights. There's hardly any robots that work. So these are the tangible service delivery things, the issues on the ground. I mean, the 40% and the 60% people can't eat and can't live outside. So the AG report, especially on how dirty it was this morning driving from the hotel to this venue, you could see, I even said to the chairperson, I wonder if there was a party that we don't know about because it's just completely strewn with litter. And the AG's report actually says that the weekly refuse removal is at 34.6%. That's the lowest of your targets. The flush toilet, the next one at 50.8%. So why is your refuse removal only at 34.6%? Because it's very dirty. Your town is very dirty. Then just a couple of questions. Have you paid any performance bonuses, not normal 13th checks? Have you paid any performance bonuses to any Section 56 and 57 managers, including the accounting officer, in the last, say, 5 years? And what was the amount of that? Your indigent register, is that updated yearly? I heard someone saying earlier that you are 75% rural, which means that you are possibly quite grant dependent. So I wanted to find that out. And I did hear that your collection rate is at 65% and you are funded. You spoke briefly on litigation. I wanted to find out what is the litigation expenses running average a year for this municipality, because you said you are tied up in quite a lot of litigation. Then just quickly on councillors and officials owing the municipalities for rates and services. We know according to the Structures Act that you're not allowed as a councillor or an official to owe the municipality for more than 90 days. Do you have councillors and do you have officials that owe this municipality any rates and services? And what are you doing to address that? Because that is in fact illegal. Then sewage spills. I know in Danville there's raw sewage flowing into the yards and streets. There's a lot of issues. I don't know, you said earlier that you're not the authority. Are you a provider? Are you a water services provider? Is that falling within your ambit or is that to the district?
As you wrap up, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. I think for now I can leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Municipality, the Executive Mayor and the team.
Thank you very much, Member of the Portfolio Committee. Like the Executive Mayor has already alluded that in their tenure when we came here in 2022, we had a contract with Wani Capital that was giving all the yellow fleet and also the compactor trucks. But now when they recouped them, when they took them from us, we had to start afresh. So, but that could not be an excuse. We only have 4 compactor trucks that are collecting around the area. But in the main, one of the other challenges that we are having as a municipality is that we actually have to embark on serious awareness on waste management in the community of Mahikeng. Illegal dumping is a crisis in the city and is something that we want to work on it using our bylaws, which we believe that we will be enforcing them effective from this month as Council has resolved on them. On the issue of the entire town, Member.
Thank you very much, MM. We have 28 traffic lights in Mahikeng. Of the 28, 6 are along the Nelson Mandela Road where we are doing the project under the Public Works Department. Of the 22, the now nearly old system that works in there needs to be changed. We have advertised for the bids that are on the SCM process for their appointment. Some of them, of those 22, the systems will be changed. Some, it's just the cabling that we have lost through theft and vandalism. On the street lights also, the municipality is in the process of procuring the cherry picker. We had in the previous 3 years procured a cherry picker. Unfortunately, with the heights of the poles that we have, it is only more usable on the refuse community services end, and we are in the process of procuring one. It will be coming sooner. It's much expensive to hire out.
You've already exhausted your 2 minutes. Can you please try to consolidate the response faster?
Okay. And we have a good internal team that works. We don't use the service providers on public illumination. In terms of the sewer spillages, internally in the town, inside the town, we do not have sewer spillages, except on where we have blockages and our turnaround time within a day, we do take care of them. The one that we have, it's that we are sharing with the district municipality in Denville, as you say, at the pump station. It is the last pump station before the treatment works, and Denville is sitting on a marshland, so sometimes it's not easy to differentiate for people with their eye. It's water coming under the ground. It is a pipe, but because the area is on a marshland, sometimes it's that water table is high, or when we have a problem on the pump stations, but the district municipality has been assisting us with that, and the water treatment works also. The district municipality is taking care of it. There are components that have been repaired, and there is a process plan that is being undertaken to ensure that at all we don't have sewer spillages. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Performance bonus for those whose contract came to an end in 2023 have indeed been paid. They were already assessed, and they were taken to council for purpose of a resolution, and they were paid. Those who were appointed from 2016, whose contract came to an end 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give Honorable. How many questions have they not answered?
Oh, on the issue of litigation for financial year, we have spent 10 million. That are the costs that we spent on litigations.
The last one that was not answered?
It's the councillors and officials owing.
Can you please use the mic?
It's the councillors and officials owing the municipality more than 90 days as prescribed in the Structures Act, and what are you doing about that, and how much do they owe? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Indeed, councillors and officials, they do owe the municipality, and we are currently workshopping them in terms of the code of conduct, the code of conduct of municipal officials and also councillors. And the intention is that starting from this month, we will be making a reasonable reduction from their salaries for purpose of recouping for rates and taxes and services. Thank you.
We've noted that, but consciously, how do you allow your councillors and your workers to use services for free, whereas they don't fall under that category of indigents? I mean, it's a conscious matter. When you are working in the institution that provides services for you, you must pay. Why can't you have that system that deduct the money from their salaries? How do you encourage community members to pay for services while in your own house, in your own yard, they are not paying?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'm not talking on behalf of officials, but before you deduct from one salary, they must agree. So it makes it difficult for us when they don't agree, but now because we are taking them on board on the importance, because we've got 775 employees, and it's something that we really want to do as the municipality, and the Corporate Services Department is currently engaging all our staff members for them to sign those stop orders so that we execute them. Thank you.
Chair, permission to speak, please.
Yes, Major.
No, I think my apologies because you're the one chairing the meeting. We're getting a lot of intimidation from the honorable members. I think if we are not responding well, they should not throw hands. At least raise hands properly, then we'll be able to respond. Thank you.
You are protected, it's okay. Honorable Member Van Zyl.
Thank
30
you.
seconds.
Thank you. I have an issue with this saying that they have to agree. It's not a question about agreeing. You take them to a disciplinary. It's illegal. Same with the councillors. It is illegal. Now you want to say they have to agree to it. No, they are working. There are people that are indigent that's supposed to not pay for the services, that are not getting the services because councillors and officials are not paying for their services. You need a plan, and this is a long time coming. It's not just the past year. You said you want to workshop them now. Now it's too late. It should have been done. This is unacceptable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Labuschagne.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, a lot of questions already has been asked. I just want to know the water indigenous support grant. What was the reason that that grant was paid that late? Was it something on your side, or just give us clarity on why it was late? Then there was mention of the staff performance management, and you spoke about the automated performance management system, but also said that you are already busy improving or in a process of finalizing the organization structure. Now, I want to know what is the time frame for that organization structure, and you know, is finalizing mean it's been approved by the MEC and in council? Where in process is it? And then the automated performance management system, you said that it's automated. I want to know, in that system, can there any improvements be done? Who is responsible for reading those reports that's been generated, and who's managing that? How does that process work? And then in the letter you've written to the committee, the last paragraph, request assistance to investigate financial and human resource, to investigate fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I would like to know what type of assistance is it that you request? Is it a financial assistance? Is it human resources? What does that paragraph actually mean? Thank you.
Thank you. The Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. The one for the unspent, it was for the laboratory grant, the laboratory water lab, sorry. Yeah, so what happened is that we have an SLA with Ngakamudri Molema, and we do spend, but before we claim as a conditional grant, we have to meet all the requirements. For example, at the time of closure, when we received the money on the 24th of June, 2024, we had already spent 7.72 on that amount. So as to why it was late, I think Ngaka will be here. They will also be able to explain why it was a little bit late to give us the money. When it comes to the issue of the support that we are requesting from National Treasury, it's not really about the support. It's about them coming to confirm that when we say we do not want to implement consequence management, are we on point? Because we don't want to be seen to be misleading council, to say council must do a global write-off of irregular expenditure, that we are saying this is an entry that we don't know where it's coming from. They must just confirm whether they will be able to trace it. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The job evaluation for Mahikeng was completed on the 17th of December 2024. And in terms of the processes, we were expected to take the job evaluation to council for purpose of adopting it. So on the job evaluation, some positions have been removed through their process, and now the job evaluation that was done, they used the organizational structure that was approved in 2020. So some positions have been removed in that organizational structure. So what must happen now is that based on the job evaluation report, we just have to sit, we are currently sitting, wherein we are redeveloping the organizational structure based on the job evaluation report, which will then be taken to local labor forum for discussion. After it has been discussed at that level, then it will be taken to council for approval. The intention is that by 1st of October, the organizational structure of Mahikeng should have been taken to council, and it must be a structure that has been budgeted for. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ndamase.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Pumela Ndamase, the member of the Portfolio Committee on COGT. I have two questions. You might have responded to this question, but I still want to listen and hear it for myself in case it missed me. It's the issue of the security company. The question was, did you commission this security company without it being tax compliant? I would like just to hear what is it that you are saying in relation to that. Then the second one is on the topic in your report that talks to underspending on conditional grants, particularly that water indigent support grant. When you explain it, you explain the allocation that was late, but you go further and talks about what you term administrative challenges in identifying and registering eligible beneficiaries. Now the question is, when you get to the issue that has to do with the consequence management, you make a statement that instituting disciplinary measures will be punitive rather than corrective. Now, my question is, how do you reconcile that in light of the administrative hiccups that you have articulated when you were talking also about the late allocation? Where does it feature in terms of your own consequence management? Why do you think you can be able to isolate that and make sure and pretend as if that there was nothing that had to do with administrative hiccups that you had articulated before? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Municipality.
Thank you. Chair, you would understand that tax compliance and not registered as VAT are two different things. So at the time of award, everything on CST would prove that the company that was appointed was tax compliant. The only issue that is at hand is whether or not they should have had VAT, and or the other honorable member actually indicated correctly that the threshold for appointment or for being registered for VAT is 1 million. So immediately when you give them the contract of more than 1 million, then they will have to register for VAT. The second one was to talk about the water indigent support grant. We have indicated that that was for the laboratory. And our previous indication was because when they were asking us about the 17 million and they called it water indigent, we actually indicated that the registering of indigent, remember our indigent was first of all registered at 4,200, and we realized that we are not getting, a lot of people were not qualifying for that, and yet people cannot afford. So we looked at what SARS is doing, that you are only paying tax once you are at 93,500. So we took our indigent there. Hence, the other one, the people did not qualify in majority, and the other one now, people are qualifying in majority. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable
That
Ndabasi.
is not my question, Chair. In relation to the conditional grant, the under expenditure in relation to that, is to how do you reconcile your reason in relation to consequence management, that it would be punitive rather than being corrective, as you respond to what was the consequence management in relation to the underspend expenditure in relation to that conditional grant? That's the question.
The question is related to underspending and consequence management.
Chairperson.
Municipality.
Yeah, Chairperson, thank you very much. The 17.7 million for the indigent grant. The Ngaka municipalities have embarked on a district development model, building a water laboratory jointly. Part of the 17 million, the money goes to the laboratory that has been pledged by the local municipalities and the district municipality, and are currently now built under Mahikeng local municipality. The other money on part of the 17 million was a joint decision to ensure that the water and sanitation resources are beefed up. And on that, a procurement of a fleet, that is vehicles, TLBs were procured. Part of that also, it's a multi-year funding. It was not for one financial year. And again, looking at the infrastructure, that water infrastructure goes along the streets where there are lighting, also where there are roads. The municipality added its from the coffers also to get us a grader at infrastructure and the cherry picker. Part of it, again, on the business plan which we can produce, that was approved by both the district and the local municipality, was to do maintenance on the pump stations, and as well as procuring the bulk meters on the water, drinking water side. So it's not for indigent, but when you unpack it on the business plan as a multi-year works that were to be undertaken, it was spent for, and we can avail the documents. Unfortunately, here, when it was asked, it looks like 117 million. That was meant for one item, but it's multiple items. The disaster grant, the 14 million, came late. Sorry, ma'am, just give me that. It came late, yes. The project is being undertaken in Denville, where I'm saying it's on a marshland. And the pipe goes under the bridge, where when it rains, the buses, people can pass. The project has just been completed. The National Treasury wrote us to say, what is your problem? Bring the money that you have. But when we showed that we are on the ground and it has started, 4.6 million was the only amount that was taken back, and the 9+ million came back to the municipality. And the municipality, with its operational budget, footed the bill to take it back to the project value. The project is completed,
As you wrap up,
sir, and the closeout report, I believe the municipal manager has it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The department that is depositing money to us, I think that is when we must start to have a conversation with them to say, may we agree that let us not transfer money late such that municipality is unable to spend. Like Ms. Moloitzai has alluded, The money, that 17 million, was for many things that had to happen there. Now, you cannot apply consequence management when you are not the one who has deposited money. The CFO has already alluded to the fact that Ngaka Modiri Molema is here, the people who deposited money to us towards the end of the financial year. Maybe they are the most relevant people to respond as to why have they deposited money late to us. Because we can't spend when we've deposited money on the 24th. We are left with 6 days for the financial year to come to an end. Therefore, we rolled over, but nonetheless, we have used money and there is value for money on that 17 million. Thank you.
Thank you. The province, how many members who?
There's a few of us.
All of you?
Yeah, we'll try not to take time.
I'm going to give you 1 minute each.
Chair.
We're still...
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Oliphant. I'm the chairperson for the Premier and Finance and a member of this committee. I want to just get clarity from the speaker. There were recent allegations by yourself in respect of the AG and being bought and the outcome not reflecting the work on the ground. Can you perhaps elaborate to us what you meant when you accused the AG of potential corruption or fraud? Then I want to get clarity in terms of the percentage of losses on water distribution and what your plan is in that respect. Then it does not make sense, but I want to hear the interest paid to Eskom inherently on, let's say, a new bill. That's how I understand it. What would that reason be, and how is the billing aligned? Because there may be a need for us to address that issue. It would actually be an undue benefit to them that I don't think is correct. We got from the, I think, Director Infrastructure, an indication of service delivery infrastructure plans and so on. There's no timeline allocated to that. Can we get a timeline about the lights and the streets and all of those things? You raised an issue of personnel disclosures or personal disclosures by both staff and councillors. I just want clarity in terms of how you treat that, because when you get it, you are supposed to do work on it. It appears that there was no system in place at that point. Perhaps you can speak to us. On your dumping sites, in your report, there appears to have been significant challenges in terms of waste management. What is the impact of the waste, what do you call it, the dumping site that you've established? If we can just get that. Then VBS, talk to us just quickly about the status of VBS so that we can get clarity in terms of where you are and when you are going to fill the vacancy for planning. We heard you cry, but you did not tell us when you are going to do something about it. You may just be crying at the wrong funeral. If you can do that, please.
Thanks,
you,
Honorable Member. We're just going to change the approach now. I'm going to allow the members from the province to ask the questions, and then I will give the speaker to comment. After the speaker, I will allow municipality to answer all the questions.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm Smart Matse, a member of the Provincial Public Accounts Committee and the chair of that committee. Am I too loud? No, I'm just asking simple questions, so pardon my volume. Pardon my volume.
Sorry, just go straight to the issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just on the KPIs in relation to basic water and sanitation service, just to understand for 23-24, why were they ignored? Okay. The second thing, just to supplement what was said by Honorable Kubeka around the dispute on the appointment. If we can be updated on when were these appointments concluded by council, when was the MEC informed, as well as the response from the MEC indicating that this sounds a bit unlawful, so that we have a proper trace. And the last one, Honorable Chair, it seems there are different stories being given every time. The last time we were here with the Mahikeng, we even had to get councillors who owe the municipality to confirm in that meeting that they were going to make arrangements. But today now I get a different story that says, no, this thing cannot be done.
Can we just be clarified? Which one should we take? The one that you gave us last time or the one that you are giving today? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Once again, Offense Mwema is my name, a member of the Provincial Public Accounts Committee. I have a few questions. One, the Executive Mayor gives us an overview of the state of the municipality, and he raised a very crucial or important point that he's engaged in a serious marathon of legal disputes with traditional leadership. And I think this is the most relevant platform to raise that issue because Coxter is here. And what I want to check is that, have you ever had intergovernmental engagements or bilaterals with Coxter because they have a component that deals with traditional affairs? And you're saying your dispute is over land. And land, for any reason, whether it's the municipality disputing or traditional affairs, ultimately must benefit the people. And I don't think you should then be spending a lot of money on legal engagements as opposed to having an alternative dispute resolution. So have you ever engaged in that process? If so, how far are you with that process and is it yielding any results? Two, I want to check with your, it's a good thing, it's commendable that maybe you are one amongst many municipalities in the province that reconciles their own annual financial statements internally, in-house. Can I check, do you have any areas in terms of reconciling your asset registers that requires a higher technical acumen where you need engineers and so forth so that we can have an appreciation of the level of capacity you have as a municipality? Also on the issue of Coxter, I think earlier on I remember raised it, that the MEC intends on reversing your appointments. But I wish to put it differently, Chairperson, to check because AG himself, or herself rather, raised it quite often with many municipalities that it's quite problematic when you have senior positions in management that are vacant for quite long. One, they create instabilities. Two, they affect service delivery. Now we have an MEC who comes now at this stage who wants to reverse those processes. Now, can we check with the MEC for Coxter, what was his intervention during the time when the municipality was suffering from those vacancies that ultimately creates inconsistencies in governance, that creates instabilities? And also the impact, maybe if we can get a situational analysis of how that impacted on service delivery, the time in which you could not fill in those vacancies, so that we're able to apply some sort of comparison to that. But lastly, Chairperson, there are a few projects that were faced with delays. One is the issue of Mabatu Tennis Court. The other one is the upgrade of road from Mabatu Wastewater Treatment Plant to Moletsengwe Village. And they're faced with serious delays. And the AG is then saying, this is created by yourselves relying on engineering consultants to applying monitoring and evaluation of this particular project. So don't you have anyone or internal capacity of a person who can at least apply an oversight or play an oversight role on these consultants so that they're able to complete the job on time? Thanks, Chairperson. And sorry for being long.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. CJ Stella, member of the Portfolio Committee, COCT. Just want to check, how is it the politicization of the administration? And specifically, how was it justified that a senior manager in the office of the mayor was appointed as an acting senior manager in the office of the MM for operations? Because we cannot have a situation where political appointments are extended the authority for administrative issues and responsibilities. Chairperson, the problem in Northwest is largely the politicization and the compromise that is being made within administrations, the deep professionalization of municipal administrations. And I would like this question to be answered in full. Otherwise, Chairperson, I might request a follow-up. Thank you.
We're not going to allow follow-ups. Honorable Speaker.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just want to respond to the issue raised by Honorable Oliphant, that the matter took place in a speaker's forum. And what happened, the AG then went to the municipality, engaged on the misunderstanding that was there. After that, they came here in the legislature, the AG, to give me the report on what transpired. So it was a question of misunderstanding there and there. So it had been cleared. Unfortunately, you couldn't get the brief, but I got the brief as the speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's also this burning matter amongst members, the issue of VAT and security company. They feel that the matter is not sufficiently responded to. And I've been trying to avoid that feeling amongst members, so they will even end up thinking that I'm part of the security company. May I please allow the member to raise the matter? Because they raise a concern to say that as much as we have responded, but it's not sufficient. Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks. I think it would be a miscarriage of justice if we don't deal with this matter. One, according to the standard conditions of a tender, and also if you go to, you check where Public Works speaks about special conditions of, if you go further from the GCC, obviously you can if there are special conditions. I'm also going to that. They speak very explicitly about the tender amount. If you do not, if when you are tendering, and the amount that you are tendering with is going to make your turnover to be above $1 million, it goes further. I can quote you. It goes further and it explains that the tender amount must include VAT. When it has included VAT, you have 21 days to go and register and comply for VAT. Now, I asked you here that you were supposed to pay around about 1.7. There are allegations that you are paying more than 2 million. And you said it's because of that. But I'm saying to you, once a tender amount is accepted, that's what this GGC and the special conditions of a bid are saying. They are saying if you accept a tender amount, because it would have went through a particular process with that amount, you can no longer add that VAT after you have awarded those people. Now again, I'm going to ask, are the allegations that you are paying those people more than the amount that you gave them the tender for true? Secondly, we asked a very straightforward question here. We are not intimidating anyone, but we know these things that we are speaking about. I asked a question, you are an accounting officer. There is no way in your salary you have a 326,000 of something that is a return other that you are paying yourself and you don't know what is that. We are asking, what is the other under your salary and the salary of the CFO? In your salary, it's in your salary it's 362,000. What is included in that ad? In the salary of the CFO, it's 244,000. There's no way that you can pay yourself salary and to know what is it. We want to know what is that. Thank you.
Speaker, sir. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to be derailed. Can we get the responses at this point? And I'd like to plead with the members that we must move forward. There are two ways of dealing with the issue. If you are disagreeing on the issue, give us new information. If we think the information is not adequate, we will then ask for a full report. But we will not argue back and forth on the same issue. Let's hear where we are and then try and round the issue at that point. The members here get very concerned. If you wander away, please just focus on the answer and deal with the answer in as brief as possible. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm on the honorable member there in terms of the timeline on street lighting. Like I said, the bids are under SCM process. Can we commit to that by end of the month you would have awarded them in that October our town should be lighting, and as well as public safety, they are public works, they are going on the phase 2 We are on engagement with them, such that they start with the 6 traffic lighting. In terms of the Mabatu Tennis project and the Moletzamungu Road, the outcome that has been said by the AG, when we do our project management, we on the ground have the day-to-day logbooks, and then we have the project steering committee, the minutes on the technical oversight, and that is what we've been doing year in, year out. But on the year under review, the AG said, over and above what you are doing, you should be doing this part here, monitoring and the evaluation. And they showed us how to coin it up so that when we move forward, we cater for that. They appreciated everything that we had, but they still felt there is that gap that we have. So we concurred with that. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chairperson of SCOPA, we received the letter from the MEC on the 25th of February 2025, and the municipality was given 14 days to respond, and we responded on the 13th of March 2025. On the issue of Mr. Nathan, we are aware that the landfill site of Mahikeng now is found to be issue of Mr. Nathan. We are aware that the landfill site of Mahikeng now is found to be down, but the intention is that through the district development model, ourselves, Ramotsiri, Ratlau, and Ditsobotla, we intend to regionalize the landfill site so that we move it away from the people who are now in an area that is called Musiani View. On VBS matter, is the position is that the liquidator has paid a balance of 5.5 million in the account of Mahikeng local municipality in December 2024. Indeed, we do have engineers who are registered with EXA, but in the main, they are specializing with electricity. So it is the intention of the municipality that we appoint registered engineers who will assist us with electricity. So it is the intention of the municipality that we appoint registered engineers who will assist us with we will just like now, you will just disclose and that form we will just like now, you will just disclose and that form. We believe that going forward, we need to seek advice as to how should we deal with it, or maybe be trained on the matter, and we are open for any advice on that matter. CFO, what allows?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me just be quickly on this one. So the percentage of water losses, you would understand that we are buying water from running pipes. So what we are now doing is to ensure that the one that we bought, the quantity that we bought and the quantity that we billed the people is the same. And the loss will then be accounted between Ngaka and Mahalis. The second one is the part where you were asking about the inherent interest that is paid. Yes, we do agree that it is an undue enrichment on behalf of everyone else that is inherently charging us the interest. We spoke to the Uta General, and they have also agreed that we can pay whatever we owe without paying the interest. At least that amicable solution was reached between us and the Uta General. You stated an issue of the fact that we seem to be changing the fact that we are going to deduct money from our employees. We are still going to do that, Chair. It is just that we have to comply with the Basic Condition of Employment Act, which actually, if I just cite it, is that the employers can only deduct money from employees of salaries if it is consented to in writing, and if the deduction is required by the law or the collective agreement or the court order or the arbitrary award. And furthermore, that deduction is strict and must not be above 25%. That is what the Basic Condition of Employment Act is saying. The asset register, yes, we are doing it ourselves. We do have technical aspects that needs engineers. The valuers are helping us with investment property, and then we also have provision for landfill site, which is quite technical. They are also helping us with that. Okay. Sorry. So the VAT, I think we should take cue from Chair, because we're going to have a dialogue which might put us in the wrong, and we do not want to be in the wrong when we are in a platform like this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. On the issue of other, also is something that we think we'll put it in writing. Already we do have our pay slips here, and they don't have other. So that type of a disclosure is something that we need to relook at. So we'll report it in writing.
No, thank you, Chair. I think there are only 2-3 questions which were pending, which were not attended to. The first one is the politicization of the administration of the municipality. What we want to achieve as the 5th administration of Mahikeng local municipality is to depoliticize the municipal administration, meaning that we want to appoint people based on merits. We are promoting meritocracy. But under the LRA, Labor Relations Act 213, defines who is an employee. And furthermore, the staff regulation says that anyone who qualifies to act or directly report into that position, they are eligible to execute their responsibilities as they have been appointed to that position. Now, there is no undue appointment or any acts of nepotism in regarding to the appointment which might necessarily politicize the administration of the municipality. Now, the other question which was asked by Honorable Maima is the vacancy rate which was there. Has it impacted negatively in service delivery? And I must say, Chair, through you, these vacancies of senior managers, it has severely affected the municipality negatively. Now, I think you can see just post the appointment of these senior managers, the roads are trafficable in Mahikeng. Now, including the bid committees are able to sit, and all the funds and grants of the municipality are executed in time. Then the last one, which relates to the land claims or the land question of Barulombo City. We are for our tribal authorities, and we are supporting it, the tribal authorities. We want the land to go back to our people. And we'll definitely furthermore engage with COCTA, including the tribal authorities, to finalize the land claims of Barulombo City. Thank you.
No, we do have to close this discussion. You see, I see now members are getting more and more agitated. Now, there are 2 issues that are creating a bit of agitation. Which one? Nepotism and the VAT. All right. Okay. Let's just deal with it this way. Let's get the information on the basis of which there is the accusation of nepotism and hand it over to the MECs for investigation. We need that to be the way to deal with it. Sometimes the way the responses come make you feel that in fact this is the beginning of the discussion, not the end. And that's what I can see. I haven't been there to follow it up properly, to understand it properly. So there's this issue of nepotism, MEC, COCTA, that's yours. We will need a report coming back to us. There's another issue of VAT. CFO, let's talk. We don't like your response. Ne? The reason why we don't like your response, now I might have got it wrong because I was moving in and out. So from what I hear, it sounds like this. No service provider will be given consideration unless they are registered for VAT, provided that the work they do is over 1 million. So if you are over 1 million, you must be VAT registered, otherwise we don't consider you. That's how I understand it. Next, the CFO says, we consider the applicants, the service providers, on the basis of the submissions they make. When they've done the submissions, we then decide who is most suitable, and then we award them the contract. But if it just so happened that the contract is more than 1 million, we would have then considered them whilst they were at lower than 1 million and therefore unregistered for VAT. And we will only ask them, once we have awarded them, that they must go and register for VAT. Did I understand it like that? Is that everybody's understanding? Am I wrong? I'm right. Okay. Now, here's your problem. There is no one who gets to be given a contract and apply and get considered for a contract unless we knew the value of the contract ourselves. And if we know the value of the contract, we already know that this one will be more than 1 million. Can't be 7 million and you got a shock, we thought it was 900,000. So there is no way we could not anticipate that the individual who would have applied for a particular contract would have had to be registered, because in the first instance our own calculations are that he would have gotten a contract at more than 1 million. Now you can certainly discover when you have issued out a contract at 20 million that in fact it's more than 1 million, when the people you considered were less than 1 million and therefore they were not VAT registered. It's not compliant from the start. Now, MECs both And for those who want to leave, please leave quietly. You are disturbing our meeting. And when we move out, please close the door behind you.
Statistics South Africa and Census 2022, Zwaling local municipality has a population of 128,672. Honorable Chair, the key challenges in Zwaling is the high level of poverty and high rates of unemployment, which is contributing to the overall declining of the economy. Currently, the municipality has registered 9,922 indigents. The plan is to reach the target of not less than 20,000 households in this financial year, thus contribute to the low revenue collection, and the municipality is a grant-reliant municipality. Honorable Chair, that's why municipality is a municipality that is providing services in its area of jurisdiction, except water and sanitation, which is provided by our district municipality in the rural areas, and Zwaing is providing water in 3 towns because bulk services are with the water authorities, which is Ngakamudiru Mulema. I will go quickly, Honorable Chair, to brief the committee on the collection rate of Zwaing local municipality. Zwaing municipality has adopted an unfunded budget for 2025-26 due to its low revenue collection rate of 39%. And its historical debt, which include but not limited to the pension funds and the ESCOM for bulk services. The municipality is currently on a norm, at a zero norm of 1 month to 3 months cash coverage, which means that there are no reserve to cover on month expenditure, whilst the ratio is at 0.42. Honorable Chair, we have remedial action to capacitate or to increase the revenue in our there are no reserve to cover on month expenditure, whilst the ratio is at 0.42. Honorable Chair, we have remedial action to capacitate or to increase the revenue in our on month expenditure, whilst the ratio is at 0.42. Honorable Chair, we have remedial action to capacitate or to increase the revenue in our on month expenditure, whilst the ratio is at 0.42. Honorable Chair, we have remedial action to capacitate or to increase the revenue in our on month expenditure, whilst the ratio is at 0.42. Honorable Chair, we have remedial action to capacitate or to increase the revenue in our on month expenditure, whilst the ratio is at 0.42. Honorable Chair, we have remedial action to capacitate or to increase the revenue in our on month expenditure, whilst the ratio is at 0.42. Honorable Chair, we have remedial action to capacitate or to increase the revenue in our IG grant to buy a specialized vehicle that will assist us and that will help us to accelerate the refuse removal service. And we have also consulted with the Department of Land Reform to avail land to the municipality. I think it has been 3 months ago. There are 3 mines in Swaying and are requested to assist in developing some of these villages. What I can forward to this committee is that the Swaying local municipality remain committed to address the issues raised by the Auditor General and ensuring that it improves its performance and audit outcomes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Issues raised by the Auditor General and ensuring that it improves its performance and audit outcomes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. Let's proceed to ask the members to give us the questions. Let me start with these members this side this time around. Any hands? 1, 2? No. All right, I'll come to the province just now. Let me start this side. Okay, there's one question this side. Let me see. 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you also for the presentation. Just quickly on performance bonuses, again, your municipality has not gotten favorable audit outcomes. Has any performance bonuses, not the 13th check, the performance bonuses based on the KPIs for service delivery, has any performance bonuses been paid out to any MM or director in the last, say, 5 years? Then your litigation expenses. I know that there was something in the news regarding the mayor and I think the speaker. There was some, even with your own party, there's some issues. I want you to tell us, because I can go to the City Press article, but there's a 10 million rand. Can you please tell me about that 10 million rand? Then also, do you have councillors or officials owing the municipality any rates and taxes for any services for more than 90 days? We do know that that is illegal and that would fall under the speaker really. So I want you to focus on that and tell me what are your action plans and what do they owe? What is the outstanding debt by your own officials and councillors? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. If I can give let me answer directly the one that speaks about the City Press issue. I can confirm, Honorable Chair, that the issue in the City Press that clearly says that the mayor and the speaker are facing charges of corruption. And a case was opened in 2022 for the mayor, and that case was closed. Again, it was reopened recently this year, and the case is still under investigation. There is no case that is open for the speaker. So that's why I'm saying let's wait for the investigation, for the allegation to be proven through the investigation. The case is with the Hawks. If I don't know whether I'm allowed to, I don't want to disclose things because the case is under investigation. But I did make my statement as the mayor because the Hawks, they came to my office and what they asked me, I did confirm what they asked me.
Let's not go into further details. We wanted to know, is there such a case? What's happening to the case? You're saying, yes, there is. You say the police, the Hawks are investigating against the mayor, not with the speaker. Let's wait if there's any other question. That's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
Still with the others?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There is no performance bonuses that were paid to any official. I will give the CFO to answer on the issues of the 10 million.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In terms of the amount of money spent by the municipality in relation to legal costs in 2023-2024, and in terms of the audited financial statements we had an expenditure of 6.4 million and not 10 million. And of that 6.4 million, 5.8 was used in relation to disciplinary cases, and 677,000 was used for other matters. So in terms of our records, the amount is 6.4 and not the 10 million. With regard to the issue of councillors and employees owing for services and for rates, we have had several engagements internally with those that are affected by this non-compliance, and we have made recommendations to the accounting officer to write letters as a final step of ensuring that they respond positively, and failure to do that, then he will have to enforce their responsibility by making sure that we make a direct deduction from their salaries from the municipality. So those are the steps that we have taken. Some, they have responded positively to the call, and others are still reluctant for different reasons that you have cited. Some are disputing their municipal accounts to say they are not accurate and so forth. So, but those that responded positively are currently paying, and then those that have not, we are still working on that matter. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I'm just having something that I just want to ask to the mayor. Is the current MM, the one that you bought today, does he qualify as per regulations required to appoint substantive or acting senior manager for 5 years managerial experience? Because here we just got something that in 2002, 2003 to 2005 manager of corporate service Twaing suspended and dismissed. 2010 to 2012 supervisor in Home Affairs was dismissed. Councillor in 2016 to 2021 disbandment 5 months before elections. 2022 bought it without advertising a post of acting HR manager. A month later was elevated to acting director corporate and date. He was appointed as acting MM on Friday. So can you please, Mayor, explain that to us? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. If I can be given an opportunity to send the information to the committee that is currently requested right now. But what I can confirm is that the qualification, the current acting MM is compliant with the regulations. And then what I heard from the Honorable Member about the cases, the what, let me give an opportunity, Honorable Chair, to bring the information, because I don't have that information now.
That's fine.
The person in question is here.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is on the post-audit plan. I also want to check with the municipality if they do have post-audit plan in order to reduce material irregularities, to address issues of consequence management, and also to deal with issues of accountability. Thank you, Chair.
Respect.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The municipality developed the post-audit action plan subsequent to the release of the audit results for the financial year in question. And this particular post-audit action plan is being updated on a regular basis by the affected officials and functionaries. And also the AFS steering committee meetings have been held every week on Thursday to monitor progress in terms of the implementation. Now, in relation to issues of material irregularity, in the sense of MI, the municipality did not have any in the 23-2024 from the side of the Auditor General. They were still doing some assessment, and we are waiting for them to give us feedback in relation to that. But in relation to other transgressions and contraventions of law, we have finalized our registers, and also we still have a backlog of prior issues in relation to UFNW that were never investigated and recommendations were never made to council. So we have then come up with a plan of action to say, before the end of September this year, all these UIFs must be submitted to council and eventually to the MPEC for investigation. And based on their findings, recommendations will be made so that council can then take an appropriate action. So as things stand now, we still have a backlog in relation to that matter. But what I can report on, Honorable Chair, is that there was an investigation and disciplinary processes that were undertaken by the municipality, which eventually led to the termination of 2 of the officials of the municipality. That is the former SCM manager and also the public safety manager, who were terminated on the basis of issues of financial misconduct. So far, those are the 2 issues that we can make reference to while we are still processing the rest. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to know from the municipality, what was the plan to settle the 7.3 million rand owed to the pension fund? And what measures will you implement to make sure that that doesn't happen again in future, and that there is compliance? I also want to know what you are going to do as a municipality in terms of prioritizing the paying of debts of third parties, and how are you going to implement, what steps are you going to implement to manage your cash flow and ensure timely payments? And then the last one, again, like the previous municipality, there's a discrepancy between your budget spending and your target achievement. What corrective actions will be taken to address the inefficiencies that led to the spending of 70% of your budget while only achieving 43% of your targets? Thank you.
Thank you once again, Honorable Chair. In relation to the amount of 7.3 million, it came from the commitment that the municipality made in March to our different pension funds. And the arrangement was such that in the month of March, we will start to make our first payments in terms of that arrangement. And in the subsequent months, we will then pay the full current account. So after making payments in March, due to the financial constraints on the municipality, we were unfortunately not able to pay these commitments in the month of April, May, and June. Hence, the assessment of National Treasury then pointed to the amount of 7.3 million that was owed at that stage in relation to pension funds. And as a corrective measure going forward, we have engaged all the pension funds and we have concluded all the payment arrangements with them. And as we speak now, we have started to pay the current accounts, though we have not paid all of them so far, but there is a movement in relation to that matter. And maybe I need to indicate that also from the side of the provincial quarter, we are expected as CFOs and accounting officers to report on a monthly basis in terms of what have we done and to what extent have we serviced these commitments that we are having, especially on the side of the pension funds. And talking of our creditors in general, those that were owing larger amounts of money, we have also adopted the same approach of engaging them and entering into payment arrangements. Just to mention a few, AG is also part of them, and BCX and others. And we are working tirelessly to ensure that the developed budget funding plan, it is implemented and eventually it yields the results that are expected. We have established a cash management committee that oversees the implementation of the same plan. And in addition to that, looking into the limited number of streams of revenue that the municipality has, we have now of late appointed 2 service providers who are going to play a key role in terms of helping us on matters of revenue enhancement. The one is appointed for traffic law enforcement, and then the other one is appointed to help with matters of installation of meter readings, smart meter installation, my apology. And also we are considering the appointment of a debt collector, because there are instances where even if we implement our normal credit control and debt collection processes, we are not able to disconnect electricity, we are unable to even restrict water. So the only recourse that we have under those circumstances will be to hand over those that are at fault in terms of their payments. And we are confident that with that, we will be able to see an improvement in terms of the revenue of the municipality. Thanks.
Thank you. The guys in charge of communication at the back, we need someone who's going to run with the mic. Can somebody come forward? You'll need to use a chair nearby. We need the mic over that side. Do you have another third mic? You only got 2. There are 4. Where are the 4 mics? Can we see the 4 mics? Why are they so far away? Okay, we have now been using this mic because these mics were lying somewhere. So can you put them in front there? So we need them. Maybe put this side. Can you leave it over there? Yeah, then this side we can at least share that mic. We can at least share this one up to the side. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. Okay. How many more hands do you have here? I had the lady who had the heads up. Oh, I see. I've got lots of afterthoughts. Let's go to the lady. Start. No. Now, if you raise like that, you'll be following like that. So, she was the first. So let's come back this way because I see that there are more hands now. That's fine.
Thanks so much, Chairperson. I've got one question. Because the second one, I think I'm answered because the province, according to the presentation by the MEC Coxter, was that the council must sit and get an internal person to act as a municipal manager. So my question is, now that we are having an acting MM, when are we starting with the recruitment process? Because the major challenge in Tsuaying is the vacant senior management positions. So to have a fully functional institution, I think those positions must be filled as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's pass the mic. Please respond.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and colleagues. Currently, the substantive MM is under precautionary suspension. Thank you.
We're having a bit of a thing. Have you answered the question? Have you answered the question?
Yes, Chair. I have said currently the substantive municipal manager is under precautionary suspension. That is point number one. Number two is that we do have a substantive technical services director, a substantive chief financial officer, and the position of community services director is vacant currently. It was advertised but then withdrawn because the community services director but then appealed the matter and went to CCMA. So the sit down was last week. We'll hear the report of the commissioner with regard to the termination of the contract of the community services director. Secondly, the position of the corporate services director is vacant. It was advertised twice, and I would say preferred or a potential appointee to that position who was supposed to be appointed. He got another offer somewhere else. So the position is vacant. It has been advertised. It is at a profiling stage now for it to be, for the position to be filled. Thanks.
Okay. Your question was, we need an undertaking that there will be appointments that made on this post. That was the question. Okay. Now, please ask your question, and then you can do your follow-up all
Thank you.
once.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with a follow-up question on that question to the Mayor. Apparently, the previous MM that's now on suspension, there was a disciplinary hearing, and the findings of the disciplinary hearing was that the MM was acquitted of all the charges against him. And there was a special council meeting on the 18th of July informing council that the MM has to be reinstated on the 1st of August. Now that's a month ago. Can you please tell us what is going on here? Because, you know, decisions has been through the council, not been implemented. I'm hearing about advertisements and things. Can you just straight the clarity on what is going on? Thank you.
No. You got other questions? You got one, come back.
Let me ask the rest. Okay.
Yes, please.
Then, in the audit findings, there was referred to that financial misconduct and alleged crime that indicated in the financial conduct of the municipality has not been reported to SAPS. And then it said that you are in a process of assessment of these cases. What is the process and what is the timeline for that? Then on your revenue collection, I would like to know if your billings, how does your billing work? Because the information that I have, it's inconsistent and wrong. The manager, revenue manager post is vacant for a very long time. Apparently you have a new valuation role that cannot be implemented and doesn't serve you any purpose to collect revenue because the valuer that did the valuation role has not been paid yet. So what is the position on that? And then you have a fleet contract with Europcar that provides you with 5 bakkies and a cherry picker and a car for the mayor and a car for the speaker, but the cost for that on a monthly and or a yearly basis is a state secret. It's not been revealed to anybody. So can you please tell us what is the reason that the cost cannot be revealed to the council and or give us the information on that. And then
Thank you. Thank you. Let's get the response.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member. The process of disciplinary hearing for the substantive MM, the council had, on its council sitting, they did sit on the matter and they have a resolution on the matter which of accepting the outcome of the disciplinary hearing outcomes, which were favoring the substantive MM. And then the council on its own sitting decided again to continue with the other charges for the substantive municipal manager. Thank you.
Honorable Labuskaghni, it's incomprehensible. All right, let's finish the questions, we'll come back.
No, thank you very much once again, Chair. With regard to the billing system, there are issues of discrepancies in the billing system that we are aware of administratively. And as a result of that, there are some mechanisms that we have decided to put in place. Number one, we have established a dispute resolution committee because for the longest of time, disputes were not attended to. And also number two, we have established a steering committee also comprising of other stakeholders such as your rates association. And the purpose of the steering committee is to frequently engage with the dispute committee to check progress in relation to issues that were raised as to how far are we in terms of resolving them. Now, on the issue of the evaluation role, we have started to implement the new evaluation role effectively from July this year. And that particular role was certified and handed over to the municipality in January this year in line with the requirements of legislation. It is true that at some point we were not able to pay the valuer, but that matter has now been resolved. And we had a meeting. In that meeting, they've indicated to us that out of the number of disputes that were lodged in terms of the evaluation role, there were just around 50, and about 21 of them are still to be concluded. But there's nothing at the moment that stops us from implementing the evaluation role. And in the event there are issues that are genuine from those disputes that are raised, we still have recourse in the form of supplementary evaluation roles to adjust the values of their properties. So there is no crisis insofar as the issue of the evaluation role is concerned. And even upon its uploading, we made sure that we're able to monitor the uploading so that we don't have discrepancies like it happened in the past. Thank you very much.
Let's hold it at that. What's your query, Lapusco? You wanted to query something?
Chair, there's still another question not being answered.
No.
Yeah, but the one that I didn't understand is, go back to the council meeting. What did the council decided to go with one decision and then in the same meeting decided to go with another decision? I just need some clarity. What you
Okay.
explained, Mayor, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Honorable Chair, thank you. Honorable Chair, I indicated that the disciplinary hearing, the outcomes, was before council. Because council, it is the one that is appointing senior managers. And council did accept the outcome of the disciplinary hearing for the municipal manager, the substantive. And during the process of bringing the municipal manager back into the council, I'm the one who's delegated by council as the mayor to communicate with the acting MM. When I received the outcome of the hearing, I did write a letter to the municipal manager and inform him in writing that I am aware, I have noted that the outcome of the hearing are favoring, they are favoring you. Let me give a council an opportunity to note, because they cannot change the outcome, to note that you have to come back. And on that day, my letter was not responded to by the municipal manager, and then he came back to work without even council sitting on the matter. And there was disruption for a week for bringing him back. And as the mayor delegated by council, I made a report to council about the disruption of services. So he was suspended with other new charges. Thank you.
Let's get the basics right now. The mayor is delegated by council to communicate this matter with the MM. The MM is suspended. The MM takes the matter further, and the court rules in favor of the mayor, and the mayor, sorry, in favor of the MM. The MM is informed by the mayor is informed of this, and then the MM, the mayor then writes to the MM to say, you are supposed to. I note that the outcome is favoring you, but I still want to go to the council. And you haven't gone to the council. Instead, the MM has come back, and there's a riot in the premises. Now, let's just take it a little bit slowly. From the time the municipal manager got the favorable results. Did you have a letter from him, or how did you know about that?
I was notified by the chairperson.
Notified by?
By the chairperson of by the letter from the acting MM, which was a letter directed to the acting MM from the chairperson of the disciplinary hearing. It was in writing.
From the day of the disciplinary hearing, the letter, from the time you received the letter from the MM, from the chairperson of the board, it's how many days ago, if you were to just say between today and that time? About a week, 2 weeks,
I received
3
the
weeks,
letter. It might be 3 weeks because I received the
3
letter.
weeks.
Yes.
Yeah, but you then told the MM that you will report the matter to the council, but for 3 weeks we haven't been able to do that.
No, Honorable Chair, let me explain it. I received it was on Friday, around 5. And then I wrote a letter on Sunday because to the substantive MM that I'm aware that you must come back to work, but let me take the matter to council. And then the letter, he received the letter on Sunday through the email. And then we talked on the phone. I explained to him that please wait for council to sit on the matter.
Which will be which date? You said you must wait until which date?
We spoke on which will be Monday. I forgot it.
Okay.
So the council was going to be next Friday. So the MM decided to come to work and say the letter of the mayor does not have any legal standing, so he will come to work. And then there were those disruptions because the municipal manager was brought.
Okay, let's just sort out one thing I'm trying to get. So you have the letter, you have written to the mayor to say the mayor must wait until the council meeting sits, but you don't know when that meeting is going to sit. And 3 weeks later, has the meeting of the council set?
The meeting, the letter was that the meeting will sit on Friday. So he was supposed to come on Monday. Then I said, can you give council a chance to sit on the matter? And the council sat on Friday.
And then what was the decision of the council?
Now, on Friday, when council sat on Friday, already from Monday until Thursday, there were no services that could be rendered by the municipality because the community could not, they were forcing themselves in with the MM. The SANCO, the political parties, they were saying the letter of the mayor is wrong. The MM has won a case. So they enforced, the services were disrupted for 5 days, for the past 4 days.
Okay, let's deal with that as an interlocutory issue. Let's just get to the Friday meeting. Then the matter was tabled at council and the mayor tables the letter from the chairman of the disciplinary board. What is the decision of the council?
The council noted the outcome and requested me to delegated me to write to the MM to come back to work on the 1st of August. And the letter was sent to the MM to come back to work on the 1st of August.
And where is the MM now?
The MM was suspended again with new charges.
Based on what?
Based on misconduct.
Based on which misconduct?
Disruption of service delivery. Declaring.
Okay, but you can find the letter in your records and
Yes.
which was sent to him.
To him.
Yes.
Thank you.
You'll give it to us just now.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Lapus Karchne? You sent it to me? Gee, you are more efficient than the municipality. All right, don't worry, our team is more efficient. So we'll come back to the matter. Let's get back to the honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. So councillors are participating in procurement committees, which is in contravention of the MFMA. what informs this or what guides this municipality to allow the councillors to participate in procurement committees? My next one, Chair, is to say, how does this or how will it impact on the employees, the 7.3 million that should have been paid into the pension funds? How would it impact on the employees who should be benefiting out of that? Lastly, Chair, the audit report indicates that losses from fruitless and wasteful expenditure were written off as irrecoverable without being certified by council, which is in contravention of MFMA 32(2)B. What informed that? What is guiding Tswaying to take these decisions? Thank you, Chair.
Please respond. Sorry, Mayor, I've got one letter. I need another letter from you, the one that suspends the mayor, the MM. So whilst we talk, you'll just send it to me. Thank you. Please proceed with the response.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In relation to the members of council participating in bid committees, there are two issues at hand in relation to this matter. There are councillors who later were appointed in the administration, and during the process of the audit, it appeared as if there was a bit of a confusion to say, is this person a councillor or an administrator? But apart from that, we then also have a situation where in the previous years, there were parallel council structures. There were two councils, and out of those two councils, decisions were taken by both of them, and later on, some of those who were part of those parallel structures, they found themselves in the administration, and at that point in time, certain processes were undertaken which were actually coming from the background of the parallel councils. So during the time of the audit, they were then seen as being referees and players at the same time. But this is not to suggest...
Just hold on. What's a parallel structure?
There were two councils at some point in Tswaying.
Okay, what's two councils? Were they PR councillors or were they ward councillors? What were they?
From what I understand, Honorable Chair, there was a council, and then later on, another council was formed. As to how the process was undertaken, I'm not sure, but that is what I've gathered.
Okay, but what makes you think there were two parallel? Because if there's an election day today, me and you were councillors yesterday, and there's an election, and the two people next to you were councillors tomorrow, then they can't be parallel councillors. At some point I was a councillor, at some point they are councillors, but you can't have parallel. So what was this thing you're talking about? Was you're making it very official. If you make it official now, we need an official definition of what you're saying.
Now, thanks, Honorable Chair. Maybe I will choose the speaker to assist.
We don't do that.
All right.
We are pendula. When you answer?
Okay. Yeah, Honorable Chair, as I've indicated, there were issues in council, and because of that issue that for some reasons could not be resolved, there were now two councils, meaning there was a mayor this side, a mayor this side, an MM this side, and MM this side. That was the situation prevalent at the time.
Let's give to the speaker. Let's give to the speaker.
Thanks very much, Chair. Chair, the issue in question is a matter that happened in the previous council, not the current administration. In the previous council, there was a motion of no confidence against the mayor and the speaker, and they taken each other to court, and others refused to allow those who pass motion of no confidence to be in the office. So there was that drama in the previous council. So it happens that in the previous council, one of the officials who is now an employee, he was part of the previous council. There are other issues that he processes currently, and those issues are affecting issues that happened in the previous term. Hence the AG says this person was a councillor, but the very same person is the one who is processing the payment of service providers that happens during the time when he was a councillor.
Okay, but you're a speaker. No, don't take it away. So just, you're a speaker. So you were elected with some people. And therefore we know you are legitimate because you were inaugurated as a council. Now, if you have 2 mayors, question was asked here, how many councillors vote a mayor in? How many councillors? Because it can't be 2. So how did you have 2 councils? Because there's only one that can be legitimate at a time. It can't be 2. You are a speaker, you know that. If you are a speaker, which one would have been, I mean, how would you have 2 councils in one municipality?
Okay. Our council constitutes of 28 councillors. But in the previous term, it was 29 councillors. So 15 councillors have voted in favor of the motion to remove both mayor and the speaker, and 14 councillors did not agree with the motion. But after the motion was passed, there was court battles between the 2 groups. These other ones that were removed from the office through a vote of no confidence went to court, and they won in court. Then the decision of the council was overturned. After the decision of the council was overturned, this other group, they placed that court order on appeal. The matter was appealed. Even if the matter was still appealed by this other group, this other one, they still did not refuse to vacate the office.
Okay, all right. So let's not call it parallel councils, because that's not the parallel council. You've basically got a divided council that creates a confusion by electing 2 people to the same position. But it's not like they themselves were 2 councils. They were divided. Because if you say it's 2 councils, it sounds like we got 29 this side and 29 this side. Doesn't quite work. But in any case, let's leave the issue. The point was the people who were councillors participating in procurement committees. And you are saying it did participate, but they participated when they were councillors prior to them being members of the administration? Or did you say they participated as municipal managers when in fact they were no longer councillors? Which of the 2? Aye. That CFO answer that. That's the CFO.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. In terms of the constitution of our bid committees, we do not have councillors serving in those committees. But as I've indicated, because decisions were taken by the divided council, and later on, those decisions were implemented administratively by some of those who were part of the same councils. Now, they were seen as having been part of that process to some extent. And later...
No. It can't work like that. Okay, you've got a council, and Speaker clarifies it. You've got a council, it's got 29 councillors. They're causing confusion. They're creating a situation where there were 2 people who are occupying the same position. Leave their mess. They can't participate in procurement. Full stop. Now, on what basis do you accept that somebody could have been a councillor and would have participated? You. On what basis?
On the basis that, Honorable Chair, some of those who were part of the previous council, they later on became part of administration.
Okay.
And in the administration.
Wait. So someone was a councillor, whatever confusion he caused, is no longer a councillor now, is now in the administration. So you are not saying that the same people who were a divided council, at the same time they actually participated in procurement as like what you'd have done with managers or administrators. You are saying they were council, this one was a councillor, then he stopped being a councillor, he became a member of the administration. That's what happened?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Okay. So your answer is someone was a councillor, resigned, became an employee of the municipality, then participated, and it was not that a council, that was a councillor and continued to participate in procurement.
Yes, no, that's how it is, Honorable Chair.
Okay. I think the big story you're giving us is interesting, but it's created a bit of confusion because we didn't quite get what was what. Let's move on. So you are saying, now I'm going to check what the AG's concern was about that, because the question really is, why would AG think that a person is a councillor when they participated in procurement and you say they were not? And you would have told that and produced evidence for that. We'll need to get back to that question. Can you just finish off? That was your question largely. It's clearer now. Okay. Sure. Sorry?
It is clear from your side because my understanding is like yours. But what they are explaining doesn't gel. Thank you.
I agree with you there. Because this story is one that's causing us confusion more than the answer we needed. You're next.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The first question would be to the MEC in terms of what are the interventions. You'd forgive me if you had indicated in your briefing, but what interventions are designed for this disastrous situation we see in front of us? That will be the first question. The second question to the leaders of this municipalities, you've been sitting with a qualified audit for 5 consecutive financial years. You have amongst your vacancy, funded vacancy shortages, about 20% is in finance. That's according to the AG. So what is your turnaround strategy? Do you see yourself with any prospects of turning around the situation? Then on your slide 5, with regards to projects, just 2 questions. One is on the upgrade of Delarenville Sports Ground. The figures are too accurate. People in project management will know that there will be cost overruns and all of that. Here is 10 million registered amount, allocated amount is 10 million, expenditure is exactly 10 million with no cent exceeded or below. If anyone can just explain that to me, because projects would obviously have certain overruns or they will be below, not exactly to the cent. It's unusual, I'm not saying it's impossible. There's also an issue on, the numbering was not even put there, but it's supposed to be number 3, on the construction of a Canal Community Hall. The expenditure is 0, and then the construction phase is at 65% of progress. I want to understand logically how does that happen. I think that will be it for now. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In relation to the turnaround with regard to the audit outcomes, the municipality, as I've indicated earlier on, has developed a post-audit action plan, and the audit steering committee meetings have been sitting regularly to monitor the implementation of that plan. We have also developed the standard operating procedures, in particular for revenue section and also for supply chain management unit. And also we have developed the interim financial statements so that we can start to assess ourselves earlier as to how far are we in terms of resolving issues that were raised by the Office of the Auditor General. And I must also indicate that, Chair, we even allowed AG to start earlier with their planning this year, so that they can, wherever possible, be able to do an assessment of to the extent to which their issues have been resolved. Those are some of the measures that we have put in place. And now of late, we have also made sure that we include as part of the KPIs of senior managers issues of their post-audit action plans that resides in their respective directorates. And with regard to the vacancy rates, the status is still the same. We are to some extent making use of consultants to complement our internal capacity challenges. And one of the reasons why we're not able to move speedily with regard to the recruitment of those vacant positions is because there were a number of issues regarding the organizational structure. But as we speak now, those matters have been resolved and we'll be able to carry on with our recruitment process. And going back to the issue that was also raised earlier on to say, we do not have a revenue manager. Yes, we do not have one, though there's someone acting in that position. And the position was advertised. We are now at a stage where we need to profile and continue and conclude the recruitment process. There was also a question raised in relation to unlawful, fruitless and wasteful expenditure of about 18 million. What happened around this matter? We were granted a write-off by ESCOM, as we are also one of the participating municipalities in their debt relief program. So upon receiving that communique from ESCOM, we then included that in our financial statements that were submitted in August last year. But during the course of the audit, we then realized that as much as we have reduced our fruitless with that amount, we did not actually go to council to seek a resolution. And when we did the adjusted annual financial statements in November, that 80 million was reversed because, as honorable members have said, it did not go through council. So eventually, on the adjusted AFS, that amount was removed until such a time that we have been assisted on that matter. There's also a question that I did not answer on earlier regarding the rented fleet. It is true the municipality is making use of rented fleet at the moment, but we have made a provision in our current budget for the procurement of the vehicle of the speaker and also the mayor. And if also we will do well in terms of our revenue collection, we will also see to it that on the side of service delivery, also we are phasing out these rented vehicles. We are getting reports and invoices on a monthly basis in relation to this particular contract. And at any given moment, if maybe any of the councillors is in need of information, it can be made available to them. It is not a secret, Honorable Chair. And then on the side of the with regard to the construction of Khanalachte Community Hall, as indicated that the amount allocated was 7.9 and expenditure was 7.3, meaning that the construction is still in progress. So as it is still in progress, we can't report it at 100%, Honorable Chair, unless maybe I did not capture the question correctly. And then with regard to the upgrade of the Larville sports ground, the whole amount has been spent, but if possible, we can also give maybe the proper figures and not the rounded amounts, which are to some extent a bit controversial. But in essence, we have spent everything in relation to the project. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll come back to that issue. Can we, now we're going this way now. What? Okay, just note them and send them to me. So note them on the piece and let's send them. What's left unanswered, just send to me, so we'll deal with it. Who's the next one?
One question, Kabazela.
You have a question?
One.
One question.
Kabazela,
All right.
a construction of Ganap or community hall, the expenditure is at 0, but the construction progress is at 65%. What are they using to construct this hall if they are not spending the money? That is what the honorable member was simply asking. Thank you.
So who asked the question?
Honorable Matlala asked the question, Chair.
So you outsourced it. Yeah. No, okay. You've got a different question.
Yes, Chair. So
All
could
right.
they possibly
No.
answer that one?
Then let's get the response onto this question. All right. Clarify. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. The transaction, you have registered it on 2 slides, right? You did on the first slide, which is number 2, say that there was an 7 point something and the construction is at 65%. On the following slide, again, you bring the same item back. You say there is 0% expenditure. There's allocation of 1.7, not the 7 million on the previous slide. Now on the following one, allocation of 1.7, and then then after that there's number 4. Then you say the construction phase is at 65% progress. So that's what I want to understand. If it was 65% above, with the additional allocation, at least it should be 67%, if there was any. I'm trying to make that make sense for me. Thank you.
And the expenditure is how much?
The expenditure is zero. On the second slide. So on the first slide, they say the allocation is 7 point something million. The progress is 65%. They bring the same project on the following slide after that. They say there's an allocation of 1.7, which I assume is on top of the 7%, but then the expenditure is 0. So nothing has been spent of the 1.7 allocated.
Just share that in the meantime. Can you clarify
Thank
that? You've got 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Chair. The reflection on the first table is correct, but on the second table it's not. It should actually be taken out. Thanks.
Just say that again. I missed it.
The manner in which the project is captured on page number 5 is correct.
Which is
at the amount of 7.9 allocation and 7.3 expenditure.
And the next one?
And the one on the next page, there's a mistake on this one. It should actually not be here.
Should not be here. Just give me the project again. What do you call the project?
It's the construction of Khanalakte Community Hall.
Wait. All right. Is there any other question this side? Yeah,
Yes,
please.
Chair, the auditor, apologies, Chair. Earlier on when I spoke, I did not introduce myself. I heard one of the honorable members from the previous municipality that was sitting here calling me by the wrong name. My name is Honorable Talento Gupega. Chair, the Auditor General, with the notes that they gave us, said there is significant doubt about the municipality's ability to continue operating as a going concern. Now, I think that's a very big indictment for the people sitting in front of us here, Chair. The second issue, Chair, is something that has been all over the media, all over the news for a very long time, over a number of years, and it seems as though it has not changed. The sewerage that is flowing into people's houses and businesses in Tuayeng local municipality. One of, I think it was Business Tech, wrote and said, and I quote, "Life is increasingly unbearable for residents and business operations. There's consistent sewerage leakages, dry taps, power outages, political turmoil, Financial instability and these challenges seem insurmountable. Now, with that said, Chair, I think that I'm not sure what the mayor, what the speaker, what the MM and the CFO have to say about that, but I would like maybe one of them to comment on that. If we're getting now in 2025 that that is still a going concern for them.
Okay. Please round up. You've gone beyond your minute and something.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, another issue that is there, just lastly, it is noted with great concern that the mayor and speaker are hugely responsible for stalling and delaying the implementation of the approved mandatory intervention by the Executive Council. Now, this was from the MEC, Chair. So I would like
So the MEC is saying so?
MEC, yes, MEC of Finance.
Which MEC?
MEC of Finance.
This one? This one?
Yes, Chair.
And he said that in a letter, or is it what?
Yes, it was a letter, Chair.
Please send the letter. Continue.
This letter details several issues contributing to the collapse, highlighting governance and institutional problems, including the municipality's non-implementation of directives issued by the provincial executive reps. Again, Chair, I would like the executive to comment on that. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Let's get the comment from there. I'll come back this side. We'll take 2 comments. All right. No. You have had, wait. We're going that way now. No, follow-ups, wait. Your follow-up, I've indicated that will be dealt with in the summary now. Yes. No. Yeah, no. We're not going that route. Please, let's have a response.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. That letter is 2-year-old now. We have the PER sent by the Provincial Treasury MEC, who resumed his responsibility from February 2025. That letter that says the mayor and the speaker refused to intervention. How can we receive intervention? The PER is
You were
there.
right up to that point. You are now wrong. You see, this is the problem. You are forcing us to ask the question, why did the MEC say so? We now are going to answer that question, because you can't argue going forward when you have not explained going backwards. You say the letter is old. What made the letter to be written in those very castigating terms? There was something. So you're going to have to tell us that now.
The MEC, thank you very much, Chair. The former MEC, Honorable Khosho, wrote a letter to the mayor and the speaker, to the mayor, informing them about their interruptions and them refusing intervention. And the letter was sent to us, and we were
Sent to
surprised.
us. Who's us?
Speaker and mayor.
The same ones who were written to by MEC
Honorable
Khosho.
Khosho, yes.
Continue.
And then we had a good relationship with the PER, Mema Montu. And then after that letter, the PER was immediately removed from the municipality. So I don't know the reasons for the MEC to write that letter to us, because we were working with the PER. The PER was always in our meetings, so I don't know what informed that letter, Honorable Chair.
The letter was written to you,
Yes.
and then because the letter was written, you're saying that because the letter was written, it was written after the PER was removed.
No, the letter was written to remove actually the PER. The PER was removed immediately by the MEC.
So who would judge that you had a good relationship between yourself and the reporting that his PR is doing to the MEC?
Fortunately enough, the PER who was removed from Zwaing is brought back, and then he can also attest that there was a relationship.
When you say brought back, you mean?
She was reappointed again February 2025.
In Zwaing again?
Again, the same person who was removed in 2024.
Can we hold this issue there? Okay, we're going to come back. On these two, there are a few issues where the MECs and the Premier are going to respond. I know. No. I know who's MEC Khosho. Let's leave that part. Let's get the questions.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think I want to just clarify something that was raised by Honorable Masiu earlier. What we have in front of us, and I think it's wrong for the mayor to say she'll make a submission when the person in question is next to her. Now, the acting MM can answer the questions that we want to have answered. Was he the speaker before in this municipality is the first question. The second question, between 2003 and 2005, was he dismissed as a corporate services manager in the same municipality? The third question, the acting MM. Third question, between 2010 and 2012 in his position in the same municipality, was he again dismissed? It's the third question. The fourth question, how did he become an HR manager without an advert or any recruitment process? And at which point after his appointment as an HR manager did he become an acting corporate services manager and then subsequently an acting MM? The same former speaker. We don't need to get a submission, Chairperson. He's here to answer those questions.
When you say former speaker, what do you mean?
The acting MM is a former speaker of the same municipality where he has been
Councillor. A councillor.
Indeed.
Who runs the council.
That is correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now we don't need a submission, Chairperson, because the delay is that a formal submission would be given to the committee. He's here. She does not need to submit, he can answer.
Okay, can we settle this issue? These are historical records. Mayor and then MM.
Let me give the acting MM because I don't know this.
What can you confirm?
What I can confirm is that the acting MM was a corporate director in Tsoaing local municipality from 2001 until...
The one next to you.
This one.
Yeah, continue.
And by that time I was a councillor and a chairperson of EXCO, 2001 until 2006. That one I know. But the others that he was dismissed from where, let me not comment on that.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm what you know. All you can confirm, he was a
corporate service director of Tsoaing local municipality from 2001.
2001
until 2006.
2006.
He served 5 years there.
Then he was the. He came back to the municipality. When did he come back? When you were there? To Tsoaing?
He was a councillor. I was not there.
I'm talking about this time when you say you were there. Yes, yes.
He came as a HR manager, human resource.
When?
I don't remember the.
He was HR manager. Okay. No, wait. Don't get.
We started our council 2021, I think 2022.
As an HR manager?
Human resource.
All right. Then, okay, then, after that?
After that, he was appointed as an acting corporate service director. And then the municipality did request secondment from COCTA.
So he was acting on which year now?
From 2023.
2023. Okay. At which point was he appointed by the province?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, all right, let me leave that. I'll come back to the question. Let's come to you. Sorry, what's your name again?
Thanks, Chair. I was never dismissed by Tsoaing local municipality. I worked there until my term ended.
Which was when?
As a
give us
corporate
tip.
services director.
Corporate Services Director, which years?
2021 until 2001 until 2006.
Okay. Your term ended?
Yes.
Okay. Then after that?
After that, I became a councillor. In fact, I worked for KPMG. It was a contract employment for a period of 3 years. I worked there to verify plus in the province as the chairperson of that team. Immediately after the contract lapsed, then I came to Zwai local municipality as a councillor.
Which years?
As a councillor for 2021 period.
Only 1 year?
Not for
the full term?
Full term, yes. For that council, which
2021? 2021, you became a councillor?
Yes.
Okay, for how many years?
For 5 years.
Okay, 2021, 5 years, and next year?
No. 2016, I'm sorry. 2016.
Okay, but you say you went in 2021?
Yes. It ended in 2021.
2016 to 2021, you were a councillor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then after that?
After that, I was appointed by Zwai temporarily as an HR manager.
In 2020?
2022.
Okay. And then?
Later, I was appointed as an acting director corporate.
Acting, which is 2023?
Yes.
Until?
To date.
Until to date.
Yes.
So what's your qualification?
Degree in public administration and municipal administration.
Okay. And you say you were never dismissed anywhere?
No, no.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's move on.
Can I just finish my question?
Oh, I thought you finished.
No, I just wanted to clarify that issue. Now, Chair, just to complete it.
Let's not use fingers.
Sorry, Chair, I withdraw the finger.
Yeah, no fingers. Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, just to complete it, that cumulative experience which we've been given now is an indication that the 5 years required to be a senior manager would not have been met. I thought I wanted to make that point. The last point, Chair, is that in terms of the response or submission from Zwai, the mayor has signed an acknowledgement of debt to the municipality, but there's been no disciplinary process in that respect. I just wanted to...
Acknowledgement of debt for what?
There's no value. It was together with some 5.410 million. There's no value in terms of what the debt is for in their response.
Okay, don't be so. It's taking a lot of time to try and probe. Can you show us this acknowledgement of it?
Yes,
All right.
I'll deal with
You-
it.
you rather
The question, Chair, is just the disciplinary process. What is the intention on the side of the Speaker in terms of the disciplinary process? That's it. Thanks, Chair.
On the acknowledged debt, do you know what the debt is? Okay, sure. All right, let's move on. Yes?
No, thanks. Thanks.
And please clarify this because your name was
Yes.
quite busy here.
No, thank you. No, thanks, Chair. My name is Mutlalipula Khosha. I'm the former
No,
MC.
you bring it too close so I can hear your voice as well.
Thank you, Chair. My name is...
No, close.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Mutlalipula Khosho, former MEC for Finance that has implemented the financial recovery plans for the municipality. Yes, Chair, we did make changes on the basis of assessments that we have made. And then the former PER was moved to Mamusa. There was a new PER that was appointed. It was not that was removed on the basis of the conduct of the resistance by the mayor, by the way. So I'm more than willing to give you a detailed report because I'm trying to go through my emails. But yes, I did write that letter. In terms of implementation, there was an issue around the structure. which actually we were in conflict because they wanted to do the upgrading while they're in financial crisis. And the former PER did indicate the matter, that they must not implement the job evaluation report, which was going to actually create more crisis, financial crisis for the municipality. That is why actually we raised concerns on how does the mayor in particular would want the FRP to be implemented, because there were issues of upgrading of positions in terms of the establishment, but it was going to make more into crisis in terms of the finance, because this municipality is one of the municipalities that are in financial crisis, Chair. Hence that. Unfortunately, Chair, as we appointed the new PER, because the other one was moved to Mamusa, to intervene with Mamusa for discretionary. The one that was implemented was subsequently appointed as a director in the office of the Premier. So the position remained vacant, and as the position remained vacant, I think the municipality just proceeded as normal without implementing the financial recovery plan. And by the way, this is one municipality that over years have been assisted through this discretionary discretionary implementation of the financial recovery plan. Long time ago, before even the minister wrote to the Premier and the MEC for Finance to implement the financial recovery. This is one municipality that has been piloted. Chair, the analysis was done in terms of expenditure on the support on this municipality, on supply chain, on acting CFO. So this is one municipality together with Mamusa that they've been supported, and there are costs because we had to do the cost benefit analysis in terms of what has been spent over years in supporting Mamusa and Twine.
Okay.
Then can I get to my question, Chair?
Okay, let's hear your question. You've got 30 seconds for that.
Yeah, it's not a long question, Chair. I just wanted to check because I think Honorable Oliphant has already indicated that the MM is a former councillor, which has covered me. But I want to check when did the MM started to act as an acting MM? That's the first question. The second question, because you had Ntate Maroga that you've spoken about, who was an MM, and I think the MEC did indicate to the municipality, the letter written to the mayor about the term of acting of the MM that has ended. I want to know then, when did the acting MM enter act, and then did he receive the handover report from Tate Maroga, the former MM, the former acting, because that is what the minister is asking. That's what the MEC had directed, and have they processed it through the council sitting? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I'm actually going to give 30 seconds for everyone now so we can try and round up.
Thanks, Chair. I'm Smart, Chairperson of Provincial Public Accounts. Straightforward question. The department seconds Sello Maroga, October. Why do we keep this person beyond the regulated period? Mayor. Next, related. CFO. Why did you pay Sello Maroga the MM salary when this person is actually seconded? The expectation is that you are going to pay the difference between what he earns in COCTA and that salary of the MM. Why did you, CFO, pay that person a full salary of an MM? And then lastly, Chair, MEC Finance, why are you tolerating trying to proceed with a structure that is not funded? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay. That was more than 30 seconds, so I'll make you shorter. Proceed.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Offense Mwema, member of the Provincial Public Accounts Committee. I just have one question. So, the acting MM was designated in 2023 as an acting director for corporate services. And we are saying currently, put aside your current role as an acting MM, your current position is that you are the acting director for corporate services. So what was your initial designated duration for your role as an acting director for corporate services? Thanks, Chair.
It's not compulsory, but 30 seconds.
Thank you. I'm glad that it's not compulsory. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Trying local municipality had initiated an illegal tariff to electricity consumers through the prepaid system. It was not approved by NERSA. NERSA has confirmed that in total, the Twaing local municipality owes its residents in excess of 13 million rand. NERSA has directed the Twaing local municipality to credit the accounts of all these residents affected. It has not yet been done. Why has it not yet been done? When will the credits be affected? Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, let's get the response.
Thank you very much, Chair. The first question that relates to acknowledgement of debt that was signed by the mayor and the speaker did not take any action. It's the same matter that is investigated by the Hawks. There was a report, remember in terms of the Regulation 6 of the supply chain management policy, on quarterly basis, the administration has to table a report to council, litigations reports and other reports that deals with the procurements. And that report was tabled in council in April 2022. And in terms of section 45, subsection 2 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, it compelled the mayor that if there is any dispute, if there is any debt, be it a short-term loan or a long-term debt, there should be an agreement that should be entered into between the municipality and that particular service provider. After the report was tabled before council, there was an acknowledgement of debt that was signed by the mayor, and the mayor was in compliance with section 45 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Immediately after the mayor signed that acknowledgement of debt, because at that particular time, those suppliers, they were taking municipality to court to say municipality does not pay them. And it's an historical matter. It's not a matter that was generated during our term in this new administration. Immediately after the mayor signed that acknowledgement of debt, the acting municipal manager signed a payment arrangement plan with that particular service provider who wanted to take municipality to court. It is the same matter that is under investigation. Even myself, as a speaker, I don't have a prerogative to deal with the matter while it's in the hands of law enforcement agency. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the issue of the seconded acting Mr. Sello Maruga, the MEC did send me a letter on the 14th of August and explained in a letter that the contract between the department and Mr. Maruga has expired, and then I have to take council into confidence, and then on the 28th August, remember in the letter of the MEC indicated that there must be a proper handover of a close-out report. So on the 28th of August, the close-out report was presented by the acting MM, which was seconded from COPTA, and it was adopted by council, and it was noted by council. And on the same day of the 28th August, council did note the letter of the MEC and also make a recommendation to appoint internally the acting MM, and also to further request the MEC to second an acting MM when the MEC is ready to do so. So the contract of Ntate Maruga with the municipality, it ended yesterday on the 31st, and then today on the 1st of September, because the letter was on the 14th. I received the letter on the 14th, and then I had to take the letter to council and also to give an ample opportunity to the acting MM to do a close-out report. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chair. The issue of illegal tariffs by NERSA, this is a historical issue. where people were charged for basics who are using a prepaid metering system. And the matter has been investigated, and indeed the municipality has been found wanting in relation to this issue. And furthermore, we did some calculations which we need to finalize their verification as to what will be the impact in terms of the corrective measures that needs to be implemented. From the side of administration, we have written a report to the portfolio committee, which even went to council at some point, and indicating what we are likely to have to deal with should these corrective measures be implemented. So we are now at an advanced stage in terms of the corrective measures that needs to be done. That is the reversal of the incorrect charges on the municipal accounts that are affected by this illegal tariff. And in the current approved tariff lists, also we have made sure that we are not repeating the same mistakes that we have done in the past. So between this month of September and December, the corrective measures will be implemented, as this will also have an impact in terms of the cash flow of the municipality. The issue of the payment of the former acting municipal manager, as per procedure, council took a resolution in terms of accepting the secondment, and as we are preparing for the payment of salaries, we were then requesting Corporate Services Director to avail the letter of appointment of the former acting municipal manager, so that from the side of finance we can be able to make a determination of how much are we supposed to pay to the acting municipal manager. And that particular letter was never submitted to finance, and then we had a meeting at some point with the Honorable Mayor and also the Speaker, where we then agreed that we should continue with the payment, and the acting MM made a commitment that he will send a letter, and if we have overpaid him, he will pay the money back to the municipality, and if he has been underpaid, he will also do the right thing and pay it over to the municipality. Up until the expiry of his contract, that matter was still continuing in that order. But we had a meeting, I believe 2 weeks back, on the same matter with the Honorable Mayor and the Acting Director of Corporate Services. And the Acting MM made an undertaking that he would sign an acknowledgement of debt for anything that is being paid in addition to what is supposed to be receiving. And also we are working closely with the Department of COGTA to get the figures right in terms of how much he should have been paid. And once he has signed acknowledgement, he will start to pay off that additional amount he has been paid. But if he does not cooperate for whatever reason, then the municipality will have to hand him over and attach his property to recover whatever is owing to council. Thanks.
Okay, can I just check this, Mayor? You say your acting MM was appointed yesterday?
On the 28th of, which is last week, Thursday.
Thursday? You'll
Last
send
week,
us.
it was on the 28th August.
Just, can you share the letter with us? The appointment letter.
Okay.
I would have loved the MECs to comment on some of these issues briefly, but I don't know which ones of those would want to come in. I do have a few issues which I would love you to follow up anyway. Do you wish to comment on any of the issues here? MECs? Let's pass the mic. Can you pass the mic to the left? You're covered by your predecessor. All right. Okay, let's leave it. Let's leave it. That's fine. I'd like us to close these issues. Firstly, trying the following issues that you need to deal with. From the Auditor General, the issue of the appointment of managers without proof, it's on record. Proof of qualification. So please deal with that. Then the issue, there's also an issue of non-development of staff, which is raised by the AG. The issue that needs proper attention is that of your MPECs. Now, the question of your disciplinary board didn't quite sound clear. It sounds like there's an issue there, but the major focus should be on the investigation of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, for which the AG's or the SCOPA's report indicates no cases, no recoveries. So we need concrete actions there with specific timelines and a report that will have to come back to us to show us what we have done in dealing with that issue. All of these issues I'm raising will be monitored by the MECs for purposes of coming back to you if there is any delay or failure to meet the timelines. The issue of vacancies, your report talks about 28%. So we need the filling of those vacancies to be attended to. I think we need a way of getting this issue of the councillors properly discussed and with the Auditor General. If they got the explanation that you got, that we got, I think you would have really confused everybody, because it's an inaccurate explanation of what actually happened. It's a problematic explanation. The issue of Europe car hire, you're going to supply us with all the payments from the start of the contract to date. And we didn't get an explanation as to why this is not available to the public, but this time now we would like that to come to the committee. And so I would like the MEC to have a look at that. So by the time it comes to us, the MEC must be satisfied that they've seen it and they are happy that it's a true record of what we're dealing with. The other issue is the Khanalachte report. MEC, we would need this properly reported, because it's worrying us the way it's been tabled, and just to declare it as a mistake just like that is also a bit confusing. But I'm going to ask the colleagues in the Provincial Legislature, would you take interest to go and visit this Khanalachte and have a look at it and count the bricks and everything, and just so we know what we're dealing with, so we don't have the confusion of the zero expenditure at 65% and all of that. Let's just close it once and for all. Then the issue of the tariffs owed to the residents. I'd like the Premier to be interested in this matter. From where I sit, it's got a potential of exploding as a very big problem. And so I'd like you to apply your mind to it as Premier with your team. And so I'd like you to apply your mind to it as Premier with your team. And so I'd like you to apply your mind to it as Premier with your team. And we'll pick it up from there. But I would like the MEC to also have a look at the whole history here. There's too many issues, and some I've not allowed further follow-ups. The question of qualification was raised. The acting manager has indicated that that's not a problem. The other query has been whether the experience is suitable, and I think if you could look into all of that. And we just need a proper record of all the history of his career so that we can close the issue where it needs to be closed and it doesn't continue to be a matter that requires any further speculation. With that, let me then say, the last point, Mayor, your concern about the letter written by the MEC, there is the MEC, has just responded. From where we sit, we think your concerns have been responded to, and from that point of view, I don't believe we should take this matter further, and so we must close it at that. May I therefore request that you be excused and then step off the platform, and let's try and deal with the next municipality. It does look like we will have serious constraints with times. Nevertheless, you're welcome. Thank you. We'll have constraints with time. Honorable members, we're going to take the next. Could I ask you to pick up the tea if there's still tea available? Refresh as you walk along. We won't stop the meeting. We'll just proceed. So our next municipality would be let me just check the program. Ratlau, I think we are at Ratlau. All right, Ratlau. Please introduce yourselves and then do a 5-minute presentation. You have a full delegation here. That's good. Please proceed.
No thanks, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon. All protocol observed. I'm Councillor Mahlomola Jafta, the Mayor of Ratlau Local Municipality.
Good day, Chair. Protocol observed. My name is Gloria Kihilo Lepo, Speaker of Ratlau Local Municipality.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Dr. Mkize, honorable members, present here, colleagues. Lloyd Lioko is my name, the municipal manager in Ratlau Local Municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Priscilla Murwakomo, all protocol observed, the acting CFO.
Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed. I'm Soliman Otto, the Senior Manager, Community Services. Thank you.
Greetings to you, Chair. All protocol observed. I'm Obrin Sekang, the Senior Manager, Corporate Services.
No, thank you, Chair. Ratlau Local Municipality is a Category B municipality situated. It's a Category B municipality situated in Mulema district in the Northwest Province. The municipality is predominantly rural in nature and is constituted by about 26 villages and commercial farms. The size of the municipal area is 14,618 with a population density of 27.37 and divided into 14 wards. Then according to the last census report, we're having about 108,965 people residing in Ratlau. Now, in terms of our total revenue, we have a total revenue of 220 million for the financial year 25-26 and escalates to 229 in 26-27. The revenue illustrated above is mostly funded from government grants as gazetted in the Division of Revenue Act, and other anticipated revenue to be collected by the municipality is inclusive of property rates, rental of facilities, interest on investment, telecenter tuition fees, traffic fines, and agency services. The municipality have based its collection rate on the historic and current status to ensure a funded budget. Now, in terms of employee-related costs, we are sitting at 43% of the total operating budget. There is an increase on the wage bill of the municipality, which is above the financial ratio, which is as a result of, amongst others, the implementation of the job evaluation. For the 25-26 financial year, Ratlau local municipality has appropriated 38.5 million on the MIG projects, which will include the construction of roads, installation of high mast lights, construction of sporting facilities. So an amount of 38 has been appropriated for that. Now, in terms of revenue enhancement, the municipality has taken a progressive steps to enhance its revenue base through law enforcement and traffic management services. The municipality is now fully capacitated to process driver's license and card renewals. Revenue is generated through renewal fees, late renewal penalties, and associated transaction charges. The municipalities are accredited to issue and renew PDPs for public transport operators. This supports compliance with national road traffic regulations and road safety. There is a planned revenue generating streams, which are construction of driver's license testing ground. Approval has been secured for the construction of a modern driver's license testing ground within the municipality. This facility will allow the municipality to conduct driver's license tests. It will generate sustainable revenue through test bookings, license issuance, and retest. And we are also setting up a satellite station at the other part of the municipality, as our municipality is structured we have like the northern part and the southern part of the municipality. Now, we are setting up a satellite station in the northern part of the municipality to leverage our communities who are which are residing in that part of the municipality, and to redirect the revenue that has been going to Mahikeng local municipality, to redirect it to Ratlau local municipality. Now, in terms of vacancies in the senior management, we can confidently report to the committee that all the senior managerial positions have been filled except for the position of the CFO, and the process is at the advanced stage to fill that vacancy. For the longest of time as a municipality, we've been operating without an approved organizational structure. So we can confidently report that Council has approved the organizational structure. We have now the organizational structure in place, and it is funded, and it is in line with the new staff regulations. Chair, as I conclude, Ratlau local municipality has not been doing well. That must be accepted and acknowledged by us as the leadership of the municipality. We have not been doing well in terms of the audit outcome. For the past financial years, our municipality has been getting a disclaimer audit of opinion. But we must report to the committee that the efforts that we have put, we are hopeful that this time around we will get a better audit opinion. We've been working with our stakeholders. Auditor General has been assisting us a lot. Provincial Treasury and COGS, that they have been assisting us a lot to see to it that we improve our audit outcome. That's why we are confident and hopeful that this time around we'll get a better and a different opinion. And signs are already there, because for this financial year, we did our AFS in-house without the support or the help of the service provider. So those are signs that are already showing that through the support of the Auditor General and Provincial Treasury and COGSTA, there are prospects of improvements in terms of the audit outcomes. So that will be our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ntate Majoro. I will now allow the members of Parliament for clarity-seeking questions. Can you please indicate? Okay. We'll start from you, Honorable Member. The roving mic. Yeah, we'll start from this side. We'll come this way, this way.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be short. I've just overheard the presentation that says you are hopeful that you are going to do better. And I would like to be convinced. From what we are seeing, there's weak governance, there's poor financial management, there's failing service delivery, and the municipality is heavily reliable on grants. I would like to know, what is your turnaround plan? How are you hoping to do better this time around? You have heard repeated disclaimers because you failed to provide supporting documents. So it's a situation that really needs some kind of commitment. UIFWs have not been investigated, and what are the reasons? I will pause there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Madlala.
Oh, thank you. I thought we were having that same approach of interaction.
I'm going to take two and then they will
all right,
respond.
no problem. Thank you. The acting CFO, how long has the position been on acting and what's the progress towards filling it? I believe that I heard that you have an acting. So what's the progress there? On an issue of lack of adherence to SCM regulations, you have responded that you are advertising positions or a position, and also there are regular trainings. Is it the conviction of the municipality that it does not have capacity to deliver on the financials? Is that the admission? I mean, this response reads as if the municipality is saying that you don't have the capacity. And if that is the admission, the question is, who do you have and what qualifications do they have in that space? And I mean, how were they then appointed to that space? The issue of disclaimers has been mentioned. Consequence management will be another issue. We are looking at, you have a very small budget, you are a very small municipality, but you've got an irregular expenditure of over 200 million. Technically, it seems like all your budget is irregular expenditure, fruitless or unauthorized. Would you attribute that to the capacity issue? And I operate from a point that I don't believe that there are people at executive levels who do not know what these things are. Operating in the space for years. I don't think that is practical, or is an issue of a laissez-faire kind of an attitude, and just blatant disregard of processes, particularly linked to consequence management, which then is a question that I link to the one of consequence management. With such high irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, why are there no consequence management report in place? Thank you.
Thank you. The Executive Mayor, can you please respond to Honorable Madlala and Honorable Nontenja?
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Let me respond to the one on the non-investigation on the UIFNW, and will request the MEM and the acting CFO to respond to other questions. Now, in relation to the non-investigation of UIFNW, we must indicate to the committee that we have been having challenges with our MPEG committee. It has not been functioning optimally. That's why at some point as council, we had to take a decision to dissolve that committee and re-establish it. And since that intervention was made, we are now beginning to see significant progress in terms of all the issues that have been outstanding. So that is what has actually resulted in us not being able to move with the expected or necessary speed in terms of investigations of UIFNW.
Thank you very much once more, Chair. Let me also touch on the issue of the UIFNW. Or maybe before that, let me start with that one of a consequence management. We'll remember that in terms of the Section 32, subsection 4 of the MFMA, the accounting officer also has the responsibility in terms of consequence management. But since we had a committee that was not functional, the question is that as the accounting officer, what have I done? Will agree that in terms of a report from AG, AG will be very clear that this unit or this department did not comply with the SCM regulations. Now, based on the report, we have identified those who committed that, and as the accounting officer, I've already issued warning letters. In the meantime, we are awaiting those issues to be investigated. Thank you very much. And then also let me touch on the issue of the UIFNW. I can confirm, or we can confirm as the municipality, that the council has approved and adopted the UIFNW reduction strategy, as well as the detailed implementation plan. On the 30th of July 2024, there's a resolution number attached there. And this will be ensuring that most expenditures are processed by the 31st of August 2025. And Chair, with your permission, let me go back again to the issue of consequence management. We have stated in our report one incident or one action that has been taken by council. There was this tender that was awarded to this contractor, and the scope of that service provider was extended by the then CFO without following SCM regulations. The question here is that what has been done with regard to that after following all the legal processes, because remember that the person I'm talking to, I'm referring to now, is the senior manager. So we had to follow all the legal processes, and finally that CFO was dismissed. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've been appointed as the acting CFO on the 5th of August 2025, and then the progress made to date is we are currently addressing major audit issue of poor record keeping of accounting records and completeness of and credibility of financial information, and then we are filing this information electronically. We have steel cabinet that has been procured and stored the storage of hard copies. We have developed checklist for the payment vouchers, as well as the completeness of the tenders. And then we are reconciling supporting schedules that are compiled on monthly basis to support the quarterly AFS of the municipality and the annual financial statement. And then we have managed to prepare our annual financial statement internally, and we've managed to submit to Auditor General. We have necessary register that are compiled and reported and attached on each transaction. And then we do have automation supply chain process that will assist in reducing human error, which will also result in reducing a reduction of UFW expenditure. We have also developed and adhered to post-audit action plan, and the internal audit is also assisting the municipal manager and the council to meet their objective and to discharge their responsibility by providing an independent evaluation of adequate, effective municipal networks. We have also supporting all components of annual financial statement, ensure that list schedules, listings, register agrees to the GL and TB, that we have also supported as the audit file when we were submitting our financial statement. And then we also having the credible case where maybe our mapping were agreeing to the...
My apologies, CFO. We're having time constraints. We'll request that you don't read word by word, rather give us a summary of the response, because we still have 3 more municipalities to do.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
Are you done?
I am done, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members, do you have follow-ups?
Thank you, Chair. It's just one.
Okay.
I think it's the MM, spoke about, in terms of the UIFWs, that there was something that was adopted for processing by the 31st of August 2025. That was yesterday. So I want to understand if that deadline was met of you processing whatever in relation to the UIFWs. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thanks, Chair. I think that.
No, wait, let's respond to the follow-ups and then I will come to you, Honorable Maduna. The municipality.
Thank you very much once more, Chair. I can confirm that indeed the target has been met. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks, Acting Chair. Chair, I'm looking here at the previous financial year, 2023-2024.
Can we please allow the speaker? Let us not count the speaker. Let us not count the speaker.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Indeed, it appears like in this municipality, clearly it's in a generation. There's a festival of acting. I'm looking at their 2023-2024 financial statements. There's been acting, reacting, community services managed. There's another one, acting, planning and development. There's been a lot of acting in this municipality. And really, I must say, Mayor, the mayor of this municipality, given that taxpayers of Ratlau are paying you 1 million per annual, they are paying the speaker 850,000. It's really an embarrassment that you have a municipality with this state. Being that as it may, I must further say that it's very embarrassing that you've been getting disclaimers back to back. Basically, what it says that it says you are spending taxpayers' money without accounting for. But my question is, you spent 10.5 million on consultant to assist you with preparation of financial statements. Has that yielded any results? If not, when are you recovering that money? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kubeka.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Honorable Maduna just asked a question on the consultants and the 10.86 million. So I also would like clarity on that one. Chair, the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has happened there is staggering, but no investigations have been made. I'm not sure who can speak to us about that. Maybe the mayor can tell us why have there been no investigations on all of those. And then on the 17th of November 2024, the Auditor General flags the irregular appointment of the MM at Ratlau. Could the MM tell us what was the case there? What was the problem there? Why was his appointment flagged? And then there's a purchase of 22 laptops at Ratlau Municipality for 730,000 rands. Could we please be appraised about that? I want to understand why one of those laptops cost around 77,000 rands. What was the logic behind that? I think I'll hold it for now, Chair. I would like answers on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. Municipality, the Executive Mayor.
No, thanks, Chair. We have already responded to that one of the municipality being unable to investigate. We have actually explained what was the challenge. Yes, we do acknowledge, Chair, that for the municipality to operate without substantive senior management, the municipality will not be able to perform as expected, and it will be confronted with so many challenges. But I think we must be applauded as the municipality because we have been able to address that. As I indicated earlier on to say, we have managed to fill those vacancies. The only one that is left is of the CFO. So once the CFO has been appointed, we'll have a full complement of the senior management. But we are not like dismissing and rejecting the challenges that we have been.
You know, Mayor, there's something called thanking the fish for swimming. This is what you ordinarily expected to do. You want everyone to start cheering because the fish is swimming.
No, I will be careful of that, Chair. Yeah, but that we have been able to fill those critical senior managerial positions, and since then we have been able to see changes in the municipality in terms of the administration and service delivery. So MM will respond to the issue of his appointment being flagged, and I don't know what is the other one. Oh, laptops. You must also respond.
No, thank you very much. Once more, Chair. Without any waste of time, let me respond to that one of my irregular appointment. We'll remember that one day we woke up in the morning and my name was all over the country. And for that, for obvious reasons, that story caught the attention of AG's office. And there's nothing wrong about that. And I'm happy that they have audited or investigated the matter. And after the matter was investigated, they released the report that was confirming my qualifications. But maybe the interesting part here will be the cause of that. What was this thing emanating from? And Honorable Mayor, with your permission, allow me to get deeper into this matter. Oh.
MM, we must also be considerate of time, be straight to the point, don't over elaborate on issues.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chair. The matter was investigated and my qualifications were confirmed by my institutions. Thank you very much. And
the
then, with
the laptops?
Yes, that one with your permission, Chair, let me ask the acting CFO to respond to it.
She just indicated that she started acting
no, thank you very
last month.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair.
MM, how long have you been in the institution?
From the 1st of October 2023.
When was the laptop purchased?
After my appointment, I think 3 months after.
Can you please respond to that? Because you are the accounting officer.
Yes.
We are expecting you to account for everything that is happening in the municipality.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Indeed, 22 laptops were procured, and I must indicate that they were procured through CETA, as the law dictates. And the amount there was 730,000, but I must confirm that they were procured through CETA. I think the specifications were different, and we'll understand that the price will be determined by the specification of each laptop. Thank you very much.
Chair, one laptop at 77,000 rand.
Member, can you please be in order? I'm going to allow you for follow-ups of 30 seconds each.
Oh, okay, Chair. The MM just spoke to us about and said no. The AG questioned. I'm not sure if it was his qualifications. First question: what qualifications does the MM have? One, and does the MM have the requisite experience to be holding that position as MM? That's two, and then final question. I would just like clarity, Chair. What kind of laptop costs 77,800 rands? Thank you.
No, thanks. You used a consultant last year, of which it charged you around about 10.5 million. Again, you got a disclaimer. We are asking, did you see the value for money? If not, how far are you with recovering that money? Thank you.
Thank you. MM?
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start with my qualifications. I do have a degree in public administration as well as honors degree, and I can confirm that I'm currently busy with my master's in public administration. And the experience, yes, and I can confirm that all processes were followed in terms of regulations. And in terms of consultants, whether there is a value for money, I'm not going to shy away from this one. Indeed, we did not see that. That's the reason why now we have taken a decision as council to attend to that in-house. And in terms of the recovery part of it, we are busy with the contracted service provider, because I will remember that the service provider was appointed in 2023 for 3 years, meaning that his contract is coming to an end in 2026. Now we are following the legal route in terms of recovering our money because of he's still owing us other set of AFS. As you have indicated that we have attended to that in-house. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's an issue. There's an issue about the laptops. Maybe we should get an understanding in terms of your core business as the municipality. While you are a struggling municipality, which is technically bankrupt, and you are having issues of service delivery, which are challenging in terms of your infrastructure, water and sanitation, you are having a high number of unemployment and poverty, but yet you buy laptops for that amount. How do we deal with that situation? How did you come into that situation where you are able to buy a laptop for 70,000, whereas other challenges of service delivery? What spec was that? We're using MacBooks.
Can I respond, Chair?
Yes.
No, thank you very much. Chair, with your permission, I am not sure if I am allowed to request that that one will be responded in writing so that we attach all the supporting documents with regard to that.
We'll also request the MEC to follow up on that matter. And if there's a need for investigation, therefore, we'll also request that we investigate that matter, because it really doesn't make sense while you are in government knowing that you are serving the people who are struggling, but yet you prioritize things that can be compromised a little bit so that you can utilize that money for service delivery. Instead, you use it for laptops that are very expensive. I will then allow Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I'm Honorable Mtolo, the member of Cooperative Committee. There's a question with regard to the going concern issues. that the 2023-2024 MFMA audit outcomes indicate having going concern issues, and the municipality actually did not have a financial recovery plan. So what do you say about that? And there's another issue of material irregularity. So, which attracted the absence of full and proper financial records in respect of 2023, 2022 and 2023 financial year. So, will you please actually clarify that issue as well? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Spies.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I was going to ask about your organizational structure. You, in your submission, responded to that. A question on that is that you said that it is now finalized. I want to know if you made use of service providers to assist you with the completion of your organizational structure. And if so, what was the costs of that? I also want to understand when the mayor was saying you as a municipality are really having challenges. I struggle to understand why you have, where it's, from the report we have, it seems there's a resistance for you from your side to implement the municipal support and intervention plan. And I want to understand why is that if you are a struggling municipality. Then you've mentioned the issues around contracts. And so there's definitely an issue around your contract management, your contract performance and monitoring it monthly and seeing whether whether contractors are indeed performing. And so I want to understand how you as a municipality will make sure that going forward, competitive bids are invited and deviations from the normal supply chain management processes are justified, and it must also be properly documented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mwali.
Thank you so much, Chair. The disclaimer, Chair. If this was a business, Chair, we would have closed it by now, and all the directors sitting in front of us would have just dismissed them because they are not performing. Can you hear? Oh, I was saying if it was a business, not a municipality, would have dissolved it and just get rid of everyone there because they're not performing. Because part of their KPIs as senior executives of this municipality, it is to perform and to change the situation. And the mayor, you need to show us what is it that you have done to ensure that the financial recovery plan, if it's there, it is followed so that we see the change. Because if we can go to an MR that gets to be tabled by the AG, that was tabled 5 years ago, you would find that the findings that were there are actually the findings that were in the last one that you had before the 2025-2026 financial year. Because the executive management is not really into changing the whole situation. The AG, when they're starting their audit, they start from the MR of last year. Did you fix the issues that we said you must fix last year? They even assist and give you an audit action plan, how to fix them. But when they come into the municipality, the same issues that they raised last year are still there. So what is it that, Mayor, you can say you have done in this municipality to ensure that the financial recovery plan is followed to the T, the audit action plan is followed to the T, so that we can change this whole picture of the disclaimer? Thank you.
Thank you. The Executive Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. I will respond on the issue of the organizational structure as to whether did we use service providers. The response is no, we did not use any service provider. We were assisted by SALGA to undertake that process. So we did not use any service provider in that regard. The issue on the going concern, the CFO will attend to it. Now, what have we done as the municipality? To make sure that we change our audit outcome. I have indicated earlier on that the appointment of senior managers has yielded results such that we have been able to deal with some of the issues that AG has raised in the prior audit reports. But we have not addressed all the issues, but some of the issues have been addressed already. So we are gradually dealing with those issues. So the appointment of senior managers has assisted a lot to deal with those issues. And also one of the issues that AG raised sharply was that there was no sufficient audit evidence. And the CFO has indicated all the steps that we have taken to make sure that we manage our records properly, so that once the Auditor General is in our premises, then we are able to provide sufficient audit evidence. So I will pass the mic to the CFO to deal with the one on the going concern.
Thank you, Chairperson. With regard to going concern, the issue was like the municipality didn't table its going concern for 23-24 to council for adoption, but the municipality is financially stable and can operate with its expectation. This year for 24-25, we have sent the workings for going concern for council adoption, and then it is signed off and attached on the audit finding. Thank you.
Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. So I have a document from Council for the MM. And it's the shortlisted candidates. There were 6 shortlisted candidates, as I can understand, for the position of MM. And I can send it to the committee as well, where there was the candidate, it was qualifications, experience, local government experience, and the CPMD that you need to have to become a director in an MM. And on this document, it actually says that you have no experience, you have only matric, you don't have experience in local government, and you don't have the CPMD. So I'm just curious if you got those qualifications maybe after you were appointed as MM, because this is a council document which I will provide the COCTA committee. Because you said you do have the qualifications. Maybe Chairperson, we should ask for the qualifications to be sent to this committee as COCTA. The MME saying he's got the qualifications, but the document says that he doesn't have the qualifications. Then I wanted to find out, obviously there's some favoritism from the MEC if there was a concurrence letter by your office for the appointment in 2023, I think it was, for Mr. Lloyd, who is now the MM. Then you have had disclaimers for the past 5 years as this municipality. Have you paid any performance bonuses related to KPIs and service delivery? Because I would be very surprised if you have paid any performance bonuses. Then, do you have any councillors and officials owing the municipality on rates and taxes more than 90 days? Because we all know that that is not actually allowed. I think, Chairperson, let me leave it there. Thank you.
Let's have the response.
Okay. On the issue of the performance bonus, no, we have not paid any performance bonus. I concur with you on the issue of documents being sent to the committee. Actually, I will add by saying the entire report of the recruitment process should be sent to the committee so that the committee can satisfy themselves about the process that was undertaken. And in relation to employees and councillors owing the municipality, no. Our municipality is predominantly rural, as we indicated earlier on. So we are not collecting for rates and taxes from our communities. We are only billing the farmers.
Sorry, so, no, you're not understanding me. I'm asking, of your councillors and of your officials employed by the municipality, do they owe any rates and taxes more than 90 days because they are not allowed to, according to the Structures Act? And if they are owing, what are you doing to correct that because it's illegal? Thank you.
The answer is no.
Thank you, Chair. Ratlau has received the 5th consecutive disclaimer audit opinion with the AG citing poor financial controls, inadequate asset management, lack of records regarding payments and salaries. And the municipality also maintained 100 million overdraft without reserve buffers, which, if funding were withheld, would paralyze your operations. Now, my question is, what measures are being put in place to rebuild basic financial controls, such as reliable asset registers, credible payable records, because all the records could not have been used in the audit, and strengthening the internal audit so that Ratlau can at least progress from a disclaimer to a qualified audit? And when will these controls be demonstrated and be in operation? A time frame for the controls that you are working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. With regard to the payment of salaries, our budget is fully funded, and our asset register have been maintained. Like, we do have the service provider who is doing the actuarials of landfill site and for asset register and post-retirement benefits. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. In addition to that, let me just confirm that we have introduced the systems. There are systems in place, and then we are making sure, as the municipality, that we adhere to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just quickly, I think we misunderstood each other. I'm interested in the overdraft. Are you servicing that out of the fully funded budget? And the measures that you put in place, you've got an asset register. What about the financial controls and the systems so that you will never move on to a better audit outcome if you don't have the financial records that can be audited. And what did you put in place to make sure that that is going to happen in the next auditing process?
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. There's no overdraft in the municipality. And then the financial control, we do have the systems in place for the financial system. And we also do have the payroll system that is operating on the for payroll. And again, we are also having the systems for the case where is assisting us to prepare the financial statement internally. And again, we do have the asset register system that we are utilizing. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm Smart Smartse, the chairperson of the Public Accounts in the province. Ratlau, rural, almost 100%. Therefore, in terms of the security, they should be at the lowest. I want to understand how much are you spending on security services, and reconcile this, please, with the number of buildings that you own. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. So the CFO just mentioned that they've appointed a consultant to reconcile their annual financial statements, but still, what is submitted to AG is non-compliant to Section 122 of the MFMA. So what is then the purpose of appointing consultant company, spend money on them, but ultimately you still don't get the product that you are desiring for? But secondly, what does your service level agreement say in respect of that? Because you can't have a company that is coming, taking money from the municipality, but ultimately you still don't get the results of same. Thanks, Chair.
Please respond.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We did indicate in terms of preparation of the AFS that we have attended to that in-house because of the challenges that I was clarifying earlier. So I'm still confirming that we did that internally. AFS that are submitted now to AG, we did that ourselves. Thank you very much. And the other issue is the issue of the security. I am not sure, through you, Honorable Chair, if maybe we are allowed to go and prepare that report with all the attachments and submit it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have the honorable member, Honorable Hlengiwe Mkhalipi, who has just joined us. Please wave your hand. Now, you are allowed to ask a question. You've been introduced.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, or good evening to all colleagues. Chair, I just want to have a few questions. The first one, I just want to understand for the municipality in terms of the vacancy rate, how many percentage in terms of your understanding, and then how are you planning to address it? I'm not sure, Chair, because I just came while the municipalities understand. I just want to understand if we have now a position full-time of the CFO, if they can confirm that. The MPEC, do you have a functional MPEC? If you do, please confirm with us as committee members if the MPEC is full-time and what are the issues that the MPEC is investigated so far. The Auditor General raised several issues with your municipality, including poor financial controls, poor asset management, lack of records, conflict of interest that was in relations with another acting CFO who has been doing business with the municipality. If news can confirm to us how did they address that issue, because it was said by the AG that 100 million bank overdraft facility was assessed by the municipality. the non-implementation of the consequences management. The municipality refuses to implement consequences management practices to address issues in terms of the MFA, if we can be taken to confidence. And the last one, Chair, the incomplete projects under the municipality. We have failed to account for incomplete projects, including Matiboho tax rank project. Thanks, Chair.
Please respond.
No, thanks, Chair. On the issue of MPEC, we have already responded to say previously it was not functioning optimally and we had to intervene, wherein the then committee was dissolved and it was re-established. So since then, we are now registering a progress. The issue of the CFO, currently we don't have the substantive CFO. We have the acting, but we did indicate that we are busy with the process of filling up that vacancy. The vacancy rate, I will not be sure about that one. Will assist in that regard. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. Once more, Chair. If I understood the question with regard to the CFO who's doing business with the municipality, let me clarify that one. There was a confusion. I think the CFO or the acting CFO in question was acting somewhere in 2023. Yes, and there was an allegation that he's doing the business with the municipality without declaring that. Let me confirm, honorable members, that there was a confusion. That is not the case, and I can even confirm now that even the Hawks requested the information. That information was provided to the Hawks, and we do not have any problem to can provide that information to the committee. And the issue of refusing to implement consequence management, maybe if we can get clarity, more clarity on that, as indicated before that, there's this CFO who was dismissed because of non-adherence to SCM regulations, and in terms of the incomplete project, yes. Before 23-24 financial years, there are a number of projects that were not really completed, and we made sure as the municipality that we attend to that. I can confirm that those projects have been attended to. If, for example, we have to revisit our report in terms of service delivery issues, there's where we have indicated all the projects that we are attending to as the municipality, as well as the status quo, whether complete or not yet. And then again, in terms of the vacancy rate, the Senior Manager Corporate Services here, please allow me to invite him to respond to that.
Thank you, Chair. The vacancy rate is at about 10%. In fact, it will be eliminated very soon because most of the vacant positions have already been advertised. Thank you, Chair.
Just say that again. What's the vacancy rate?
It's at about 10%, Chair.
Is that senior management or just general staff?
General staff. Senior management is only one, the position of the CFO, The rest is from line management and junior staff.
Okay. Can I just check something quickly? Who of you were in this municipality 2019? 2020? You were there? Okay, and what was your position?
Thank you, Chair. My position was the manager in the office of the municipal manager.
Manager. And then you are now manager on,
I'm now the senior manager corporate services.
You're like director now?
Yes.
And for how long?
I started this year from April.
Okay. Who was there in 2020? 2021? 2020? Yes? What's your position now?
Thank you, Chairperson. My position was manager revenue.
Manager revenue, 2020.
Yes, sir.
And then right now?
Right now, I'm acting as CFO since 5 August 2025.
But what's your post?
Maybe let me assist, Chair.
Okay. Okay, I'm still on manager revenue.
Manager revenue.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairperson.
All right. Now you can address me. You. What did you want to tell me?
My apologies, Chair. No, I wanted to assist that.
No, you don't assist. These are direct questions. So the question is coming to you. 2020, 21, 2021, 22? Who was in the municipality? No? 2023, 22, 2023? You are there, that's fine. You are okay, I note you. And of course, the other gentleman. And 24? Okay, what was your role?
The municipal manager, Chair, from the 1st of October 2023.
2023. Okay. And then 2024? Yeah, that's fine. You're covered now. Yes, sir?
From the 1st of April 2024, the senior manager community services.
Community services. Okay. And Mayor, for how long have you been? Why are you passing the mic across? Why are you passing the mic?
Oh, is the senior manager also Chair?
Excuse me?
They are the senior managers for technical as well as for planning.
So what about her? No. Why were you giving her the mic?
Oh, Chair, because you had indicated that those who were in the municipality from those years must...
I was asking amongst yourselves.
Okay.
Yes. You, madam? You? How long have you been?
2016.
2016, what were you doing there?
I was a councillor.
Just closer.
Councillor.
Councillor.
What councillor?
Until when?
Until 2021.
And then when did you move to the higher level?
Re-elected and became a speaker.
Since when? Speaker?
2021.
2021.
Until now.
Okay.
Yes.
And then Mayor?
From November 2021 to date.
2021. You've been a mayor?
Yes, Chair.
All right. And from 2019, your municipality has been having disclaimer. Yes? 2019?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So the question I want to ask you, you have been there since 2021, both of you. So for the 4 years, you've presided over a disclaimer. The MM, from 2023, you've presided over a disclaimer. From 2024, the community service manager, at least you have 1 year. What do you have to say about that? From where I sit, a disclaimer is a matter of responsibility of those who lead. So, do you believe it's fair that you should still be running the municipality yourselves? I'm just asking how you see things. Put it the other way. If you are still in office, what makes us think that you'll move away from disclaimer? I'm waiting for the answer.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, as we indicated earlier on that we have inherited a municipality which was...
Ignore the inheritance. Let's deal with what you have been managing. They were bad guys. They were so bad, they got disclaimers, those guys. Leave them.
Okay. No, Chair, we believe that the interventions that we have made to this far will be able to improve in terms of the audit opinion.
Which ones? Which ones?
We did indicate that for some time the municipality did not have senior managers, and we have appointed senior managers. We have also indicated that...
You remember what I said about your praising yourself? Is there a municipality that's supposed to have no senior managers, that we can be given a report that because we have appointed senior managers for whom there's a budget in vacancy, then we must actually praise you for it. Speaker?
Chair?
Did you have a functional speaker since 2021?
It's a difficult question, Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Are you raising your hand? I didn't ask you to answer. So why are you raising your hand? Okay, give MMs the mic. You might want to tell us something. Why were you raising the hand?
Thank you very much, once more, Chair, Honorable Chair. If you go through our disclaimer audit opinion, one of the contributing factor there is the issue of records. Because if then we have to be honest to each other here, Chair, once records are not there, it will be difficult for AG to can be able to audit. Hence, in terms of our report, we have indicated that we have introduced systems. There are systems in place in making sure that there are records are available to make AG's work so easy to can maybe...
Can I ask you the question differently? How do you know if the system is not working? If your financial management system is not working, Who should know that?
We are the ones to know, Chair.
The one in charge?
Yes.
Yes. So if somebody doesn't give you records and is your employee and you're still keeping your post, are they keeping their post?
They are still there, Chair.
Which means they are not the problem. Someone else is the problem. There was a question here asked about the 10 million rent for 10 million for a annual financial statement. Just explain that again.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. The 10 million that was appointed for financial statement, it was including the service provider for financial statement and then for landfill site and for the post-retirement benefits.
And you still get a disclaimer after paying 10 million?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
That's how do you explain that? There was a question about the 100 million rand bank overdraft. Did you have a response to that?
Honorable Chair, we don't have a overdraft of 100,000.
You don't have?
We don't have, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any overdraft? Do you have any overdraft?
We don't have
You
any
don't
overdraft,
have. Okay.
Chairperson. Thank you.
All right. You know, Speaker and Mayor and MM, the issue of the Auditor General's report is not a reflection on some of the previous management of the municipality. Since you've been there, there have been at least 3, maybe 2 or 3 audit cycles. So at least of those, you are the ones who are responsible. As far as we are concerned, you need to accept responsibility for the performance of this term of office. And also, I think, concede that these committees sitting here do not have a basis for assuming that the turnaround is possible with the same leadership that has actually driven the disclaimer for the past at least four years. We're on the 5th year now towards the end of the term. So that for us is a big challenge as we sit here. When we're trying to understand what is it that went wrong, we have a problem with a number of things that don't get properly explained. The question, for example, of the laptops is very difficult for us to understand, and as a result, we're going to request that the MECs should actually investigate that matter and just give us a sense of perspective as to what is happening. The rest of the issues that have been raised by the Auditor General, most of which you have considered in your response, and I'm surprised, but according to the Auditor General, you have got a challenge with your organizational structure and its establishment. The corporate manager for corporate services says you've only got 10%. So we can't reconcile that because this is on the report of the Auditor General. For us, we would want you to go and address that and then give a report for the MECs. So we can't reconcile that because this is on the report of the Auditor General. For us, we would want you to go and address that and then give a report for the MECs. The contract, again, this has been raised by the Auditor General and you considered, and we want timelines as to how that gets addressed. and the whole issue around municipal support and interventions that were not implemented. Again, not only should the MEC deal with that issue, we have a problem as to understanding why, how that can now be attended to when it was neglected by the same leadership. Issues of financial management, again, that's the issue. Maybe if I can just pause here. Madam, did you submit all your annual financial statements this time around?
Honorable Chair, we've managed to submit our internal prepared annual financial statement
To the Auditor General?
to the Auditor General, and also we...
Prepared by the same consultants?
No, we internally prepare it as the municipality for 24-25 financial year.
Meaning you didn't need the consultants before?
Yes,
You
Honorable
didn't
Chair.
need.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
So we need MECs, we need a way of addressing that issue. There's obviously money that shouldn't have been spent here. And then the reason why I asked you the first question is because I'm not sure whether to trust the answer that will come to the question I'm going to ask you now. And that question is, I want a commitment that we're getting out of the disclaimer situation. But let me leave it as a statement to you and give it to the MECs. Because I cannot hold you accountable for a failure to achieve that commitment with this record. So MECs would like a commitment. We're not getting another disclaimer at Ratlau. That means my question is whether there's any ineffective manager or leadership in this area, which something has to be done. If it means we have to act on the leadership to achieve the situation outside the disclaimer, then of course we leave it with you. The reality is that if we do get another disclaimer, I wouldn't come back and blame the same people. I'd have to go somewhere else, because we have had 2 disclaimers with the same leadership. There was a municipal support and intervention which was not implemented. The MECs should at least take responsibility from now on. That's how I would leave that issue. Then, of course, the issue of the MPEC, I wouldn't like us to keep blaming MPEC. I'd like to know what will be done to the MPEC to make sure that it becomes effective, and all these other disciplinary board. In other words, the support and the issue of monitoring that the MPEC is performing. Addressing UIFW, again, ensuring that the investigations are done. This I leave to the MECs now to make sure that it would have happened. And then the issue of consequence management, again, same way. And please clear up this issue of the the appointment process. You can finish, Premier. I'll wait for you. The qualifications of we shouldn't be. Says it's actually going for a master's now. There are question marks. On the record here, it says it's going to go got metric. It's very easy to deal with that, so we'll leave you to deal with that. We have already dealt with the issue of the consultancy services and the cost of security. Please clarify that, and we just need a report to get the information. Premier, I'd like to say this issue has gone beyond this municipality, and want to charge your MECs to be responsible for this whole turnaround. In which case, whether that happens or not, we'll only see how you will deal with it as Premier, because I no longer expect much action from that side. We're expecting from your executive. So we would like to get out of the disclaimer, and we need that commitment from the Premier and the MECs. How you deal with the municipality, we will get a report from you. So I want us to close it at that. We need to then move to the next municipality. Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much to Ratlau Municipality. We want to take the next one, which is Ramutsiri Muelwa Municipality. We will not be able to do all the municipalities that we had undertaken to do for today. Oh, just hang on, excuse me, just hold on, Mayor and your team. I just want to check something quickly here. MEC, in the previous municipality, for just 2 seconds, in the previous municipality, there was an issue of if I could just excuse me a little bit, let me just sort out something quickly. Okay, there was the issue of the Mr. Mere from Tswaying. Too many letters which needed to be clarified. So could you just please add on the list of issues to attend to? Okay, just come in. Just give me that. I just want to check something before you step off. Oh, they have already, oh yeah, okay, just behind, yeah. Okay. Okay, just hold on. I just like a member here to read this, read this portion.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, audit findings. In audit report in February 2024, it revealed that the Ratlau local municipality had received its 5th consecutive disclaimer audit. During this audit, the Auditor General noted with surprise that the municipality's leadership, including the Mr. Lloyd Lioko and CFO, I think then it was Ondlana Malema, did not present details of the overdraft in any monthly or quarterly reports. So I believe and I'm asking that question because I believe the CFO just said they do not have an overdraft report. So I wanted to question that. Thanks, Chair.
We're not going to be dealing with it. We're just going to refer that information to be part of the issues to investigate on this matter. Do you want to respond to it? I see your hand. Sorry. Take the mic. We will add this. I didn't want this information to circulate and you don't know we read it into the record of the investigation. Can you just pass the mic to the MEC?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and my apologies for that. But on the summary that you have made, we fully take the directive as issued. But I just want to say, on the disclaimer part, as you have said, we must take full responsibility. I want to indicate that for the next submission of the AFS, we will work with the municipality, but now we are not satisfied with the quality of the AFS that they have submitted. And the consultant was terminated only later or abandoned the process, and only the AFS manager came into the process at a much more later stage. So the quality itself is questionable, and the over-reliance on consultant, as you have said. So it might be difficult, as much as we are committing and the action that we will have to take collectively as EXCO. I would just want to say that we be given also a chance to implement, as you say, but not for this audit cycle, but for the next audit cycle. Thank you. And the rest will submit the reports.
You want these committee members to be fired from the National Assembly? that they came to Northwest and gave authority for the municipality to get another disclaimer. Well, the members can decide. If you want to agree with that proposal, I think you must send your resignation to the National Assembly already. We note your concern. I'm not sure we can assist. Thank you. Let's excuse Ratlau. Let's take the next municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and a very good evening, Honorable Chair. Allow me to say all protocol observed. Ramotsere local municipality is a category.
All right, honorable members, just hold on a bit. Can you pass the mic to the MEC of COCTA? MEC of COCTA, there are members here who feel they miss your voice. They just don't hear your comment. Let's just confirm. I indicated that you have agreed to the investigation, but could you just do that on record?
No, indeed, Chair. We have noted all the directives that have been issued in terms of the referrals, and like MEC Mosenuki said, we will attend to that. Thanks.
Please proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It's a good evening and all protocol observed. My name is Councillor Diana Pito. I'm the Mayor of Ramotsere local municipality. Thank you.
Evening, Honorable Chair. All protocol observed. My name is Poshia Litufi, Speaker, Ramotsere local municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and protocol observed. My name is Lekheto Mokhatle, the Municipal Manager of Ramotsere local municipality.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, all protocol observed. I'm Tusi Lekava, acting on behalf of the CFO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. If you allow me, I have noticed that the background is so long, and in the report we have the before and after situation. I'm just going to give a high-level report.
Sorry, what's before and after?
The situation in the municipality before 2021 and after 2023, where we are going to account now.
Okay, sorry, what are you saying about it?
I was saying because of the length of the report, allow me to just give a high-level report.
You've only got 5 minutes, so you choose what you're going to tell us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ramotsere local municipality is a Category B municipality, which is located in the northwest and is part of Ngaka district municipality. The municipality was demarcated into 19 wards as part of ward delimitation process towards 2021 local government election. As a result, municipal council has 19 ward councillors and 18 proportional representative councillors. The mayor of Ramotsere is Councillor Diana Pito. Ramotsere covers a total of 7,191.6 square kilometer and shares border with Botswana in the north, Moses Kotane and Ketleng River local municipality in the east, and Ditsobotla and Mahikeng local municipality in the south. The Ramotsere local municipality experienced political and administration challenges which have impacted adversely on governance, financial management and service delivery in the municipality. No ordinary council meeting set for the whole of the 2020-21 financial year, with 21 special council meetings held. The new council is sitting regularly. Implementation of council resolution is a challenge. Only none of the 24 council resolutions were fully implemented. During the 22-23 ended 31st March 23, there were no indication that council resolutions were being implemented. Ramotsere has been adopting and operating an unfunded budget for 3 successive years. The municipality was unable to service most of its creditors within 30 days due to inadequate cash flow and was unable to collect outstanding debts due to low collection rates and disputed valuation. ESCOM was the highest owed creditor with a balance of 94 million as of 28 February 23, contributing 86% of the municipal creditors' balance. The total number of staff members in Ramutsere is 292 plus 5 senior managers, municipal manager and 36 councillors. That which cost the municipality 166 million and 15 million of councillors. The municipality spent 33% on salaries during 23-24 financial year of the operational budget, which was 518 million, and the municipality is paying third party without fail. Ramutsere Milo local municipality is experiencing water challenges, which has led to service delivery protests of councillors. The municipality spent 33% on salaries during 23-24 financial year of the operational budget, which was 518 million, and the municipality is paying third party without fail. Ramutsere Milo local municipality is experiencing water challenges, which has led to service delivery protests of the municipality are serviced by Ngaka in conjunction with Mahalis Water and water management plans. The provincial treasury conducted an assessment in terms of section 140 of the MFMA, and Ramutsere Milo met the criteria of municipality in financial crisis. The Northwest Provincial Executive intervened by invoking section 1395A and C, a mandatory intervention at the municipality, read with section 1412 of the MFMA. That provides that only the municipal financial recovery services in National Treasury may prepare the financial recovery plan for a mandatory provincial intervention. There are four key pillars or identified issues in line with the FRP assessment, which is governance, institutional arrangement, service delivery, financial viability. In terms of the employment equity, we are complying with 3 males and 3 females. Ramutsere Milo has also filled the critical position as indicated by the Auditor General in the BTO. The Council has noted the staff establishment of Ramutsere Milo and has submitted it to COCTA for final input and comments. We are still waiting the response of COCTA. Ramutsere Milo has appointed the Financial Disciplinary Board, and Provincial Treasury has trained comments. We are still waiting the response of COCTA. Ramutsere Milo has appointed the Financial Disciplinary Board, and Provincial Treasury has trained. Record manager has been appointed to address the audit finding and the material irregularity that was raised during 22-23 audit. In this financial year, we managed to investigate the material irregularity raised by AG on financial loss by Ramutsere Milo local municipality on the appointment of the AFS service provider. The report is submitted to AG and was to be tabled in the council of the 31st of July. That never said. Since July 23, Ramutsere Milo managed to assess all senior managers, and all middle managers were trained on PMS, which will be cascaded down from July 25. Ramutsere Milo has been litigated on the appointment of directors for technical and community services. The bargaining council dispute around the appointment of director corporate services has been concluded with an award in favor of the municipality. However, I must indicate that the applicant has escalated the matter to the labor courts. Ramutsere Milo has approved a funded budget for 24-25, 25-26 financial year respectively. Our collection rate has increased from 15% to 90% during 23-24 and 24-25 financial year, though the collection rate has declined slightly to 79%. I must also indicate that the departments are owing the municipality, and we have tried to raise this with the Office of the MEC for Finance to assist us. Also, Ngaka is owing the municipality in line with the Division of Revenue. We are awaiting this financial year to see if we'll get something from Ngaka to augment on our service delivery fleet. The current service delivery, we do not have water, electricity, disaster management plan as indicated We have budgeted for installation of bulk meters and distribution point for water and electricity with the aim to address losses. The municipality is a water service provider, and most of our service delivery protests are triggered by bulk water provision, which is the responsibility of Ngaka Mudurumlema, and the electricity cuts emanating from transformer challenges and cable theft from ESCOM site. We have managed to purchase 3 TLBs cherry picker, 5 cars, 2 waste management trucks by using our own raised revenue. The municipality has been adopted by Infrastructure South Africa to assist in the challenges of roads, particularly in Ward 15 and 16. As we all know that the MIG is...
You've got 30 seconds to conclude.
Oh, okay. MIG is only meant for rural wards. ESCOM we have been participating in the ESCOM debt relief. We have been managing to pay our current account. We had the 1/3 written off, which is 29 million. On the zero performance of technical services, we have spent 100% of our MIG, and we got additional grant where we have spent 100%. According to the report of the AG, we were sitting at 75%. We are agreeing that as part of recovery, we have not yet translated into service delivery, and we are planning to do that by setting aside... Sorry?
I'll give you the last minute just to explain the story about shooting.
About what?
Shooting. Shooting.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. The situation of volatility in the municipality emanate from the council sitting of the 9th, where there was a bogus council called, and on the 25th of August, there was a shootout between the service provider, which is the Fusion, and the Nkabis that were rented from the Zamazamas illicit mining that is taking place in Masibudule. We are told that those Nkabis are rented from that side of Zamazamas. They are still in our municipality. The municipality has been hijacked since the 9th of August to date.
Gabis, just translate it.
Chair, the information that we got when we were inquiring, we were told that those people were rented. Firstly, they came from KZ, and the one date came on the 9th.
Gunmen. Now, how does that relate to the municipality? That's the part that I wanted to explain, and then pass to the speaker to confirm what you're telling us.
Honorable Chair, following the council, the purported council sitting of the 9th, all those events that transpired in our municipality can be responded by the speaker. I am not in a position to respond to that. What I can respond to is when we were trying to get law enforcers to assist with the situation, and it's unfortunate that up to date we have not received any joy from our subs. Hence that shootout that happened trying to remove those people from the municipality.
So the shootout happened inside the municipality?
Yes, Chair.
And the bogus bogus council, when you say bogus, what does it mean?
On the 9th, Speaker convened council, Chair, which could not meet a quorum. Only 14 councillors attended that council. Later in the afternoon, we heard about the council that sat in career spread and has removed the mayor and elected Mr. Moarabi as the mayor, the new mayor of Ramotsiri. Then Speaker has the whole information about it.
Just hold it. I think before we proceed, let's get the speaker just to tell us the story.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Number one, I didn't know that this presentation is about the political challenges that are there in the municipality.
Okay.
But I will only respond.
Wait. You didn't know that, but can I explain to you that we are here to do oversight on the municipality as a whole. So we will ask for everything. What sparked this visit is the issue of the Auditor General that has raised queries. But all these members here are interested in issues of governance, issues of dysfunctionality, service delivery, political interference, political conflict in the municipality, mismanagement of council, investigations of criminal activities. Anything that touches the municipality is our business. So if you would just understand that everything that happens in that municipality is subject to our oversight. So they may not have explained it to you, but can I put it that way? Maybe if you want to ask further questions, let's deal with it, then you can come back to the explanation we need. You want to ask any question, it's fine. Ask me.
Chair?
Feel free, yeah?
Okay, thank you very much. I heard the mayor talking about the Nkabis and the...
No, okay, let's do it this way. I don't want you to, I want you to first tell us about the shooting. Once you are done with that, you can then explain what the mayor says is linking the office of the speaker, is linking the municipality in the conflict of the service providers and outsiders. You can explain that. But for now, we just want to know, shooting happened, and what do you know about that? Just tell us that. Then you can come back and dispute what you think needs to be disputed. But don't start from the fear that we might be ultra vires. What we're asking you is not within our business. It's actually the core of our business. But then explain, then you can dispute the issues at the end. That is easy. If you start by disputing, we will never know the story. We want your story. What happened? Once you are done, dispute what the speaker says and anyone else that says that's okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. About the shooting. I know that there was a shooting at the municipality. I heard, but I don't know who did what, because I was not informed. The mayor and the MM did not tell me the whole story about the shooting, because it happened in the early hours of, I forgot the date, but it was early hours, about around 4 o'clock in the morning. That's when that thing happened at the municipality.
So when you got to the municipality, what did you find out? What did you hear about the shooting? That is concrete, that you can say at least so-and-so told me something about the shooting, and that I found that there was a mark of a bullet hole somewhere or something like that. What do you have that you have seen? As now the person in charge of the council, what did you ascertain for yourself?
Okay, what I can tell, it's about the hearsay. The hearsay that there was a shooting at the municipality where one of the bodyguards was shot on the leg.
Whose bodyguards? Sorry, no, proceed, but whose bodyguard was shot?
I don't know the bodyguard who was shot. But I was told.
But was it a speaker's bodyguard? Was it a mayor's bodyguard? Was it a councillor's bodyguard? Was it an outsider's bodyguard?
I think it's an outside bodyguard.
Proceed, yeah.
Okay. I think it's an outside bodyguard because none of our bodyguard was shot. That's all I can say. That's all I can tell.
No, that's fine. Now, dispute all the things that Mayor has said that you think are not true. Just dispute them one by one. What are the things that Mayor said that you don't agree with or you know for a fact are not true?
Okay. The mayor talked about the council that was convened on the 9th of July 2025, whereby all motions that came to council were supposed to be discussed. So on that day, the mayor and other councillors decided not to come to the chamber so as to continue with the order of business, which was discussing the motions. They stayed in the boardroom with one of the deployees. Then there was also a lot of people, a lot of, I can say, tsotsis, a lot of community members that were invited to come to the municipality. They were singing, they were threatening, they came inside the building, and then they were catered in the mayor's office. They were escorted by the manager, special programs, from the office of the mayor, in and out. And as a result, everybody was in fear because some of them were having knives, and then they were told to come and step us, the people who were inside the chamber. So that's how far I can tell. And then on that council, we discussed all the motion. It was my motion. It was the mayor's motion. It was the MM's motion. It was the chief whip's motion.
So what was the motion about?
A motion of no confidence against all of us.
Mayor, Speaker, MM, and Chief
And
Whip.
the chief whip, yes.
Okay. Who had moved it?
Come again? Sorry.
Who had moved the motion?
It was moved by councillors.
Oh, okay. Which party?
Oh, Forum for Service Delivery and the ANC councillors.
Okay. Now, let's come back to the nature of the meeting. Was the meeting properly called with a proper notice and the agenda tabled?
Yes, the notice was issued out with all the items that need to be discussed.
And in the process, the people who attended, how many councillors?
There were 19 councillors.
Out of a total?
Out of 37, including the opposition.
So 19 out of 37, so there were just about almost half the council.
Yes.
All right. Then how many, the others, did they just absent themselves or did they just send apologies? What was the status of the others?
Only one councillor sent their apologies. Others were there in the municipal building but decided not to come to chamber. They were with the mayor.
The other?
Half of the ANC councillors.
The 20, because we're talking 39.
No, they were not 20.
How many were there?
I never counted them.
You never counted them, but that's not 20. Where were the rest?
They were, I don't know. There were no apologies sent. The apologies that I knew and know about is of one councillor.
So the councillors, you had 19 in the chamber, you had 20 outside, one apology, and then as a result, you wouldn't know how many were with the mayor, although some were with the mayor, but some were somewhere, but were not inside the chamber.
The mayor can tell us the number of councillors they were with.
That's fine. But you are saying maybe not necessarily all were with the mayor. Or you are saying you don't know whether all of them were with the mayor. Don't worry, the mayor will still answer.
I said the mayor was with other councillors in the mayor's boardroom.
Yes, you
but
don't know how
I
many.
don't know how many councillors she was with.
Okay. No, that's fine. Let's come back then to the question. So as far as we're concerned, this was a normal meeting which the speaker had actually presided, called and presided over it.
Yes.
Okay. And how did the disruption happen?
People were invited to come and cause the disruption.
Yes.
And according to my understanding, they were from the mayor's side. Because she didn't want that council to continue.
Okay. No, that's fine. You have views about it, that's fine. Can we just hold it at that point? Now, the shooting and this meeting, how do they relate? Because you say you were in the meeting on this particular day, and that meeting had people who invaded the meeting from outside sources, some with knives. Then you say there was a shooting that happened which you didn't have first-hand information about, but it seemed to have taken place in the early hours of the morning. How do you relate the two? What makes you think these are related, or what makes you think they are not related?
I cannot say these are related.
Or you don't think they are related? You don't know if they are related?
I don't think they are related.
Ah, okay. All right. No, that's fine. So let's get back to Mayor. What makes these two incidents to be related?
Chair, like I have indicated earlier on, that from that council of the 9th, it's when we begin to see Mr. Moarabi accompanied by this gunman.
Who's Moarabi?
The former councillor, purported mayor of the time.
And confuser. So, what makes you think these two incidences are related is the presence of Mr. Moarabi?
Yes, Chair.
So what was Mr. Morabi's presence on the meeting? What was Mr. Morabi's presence on the shootout?
Chair, if you allow me, let me start it this way.
Okay.
Motions were tabled in November 2024. Those motions were referred to the legal manager for advice. The legal manager advised the speaker that those motions are not meeting the requirement as per standing rules of order. They responded to the mover of the motion, which was Councillor Selebogo then. Fast forward.
So why didn't they meet the requirement? Do you know why?
I don't know why, because when the speaker said she was forced to call the council through a petition. In that petition, we understand that 6 councillors withdrew their signatures. We advised the speaker that now that these councillors has withdrawn their signatures, it says that motion has collapsed. It's not meeting the requirement again. And the MM also wrote the speaker a letter to say, through the legal manager, to say that council could not sit, it's not meeting the requirement.
So the 6 councillors, how many had actually signed the motion?
19 signed the motion.
Okay, so 6 withdrew, and therefore that disqualifies.
Yes, 2
the
from
motion.
ANC, 4 from EFF.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, proceed.
Then speaker proceeded and called the council. That sat in chambers on the 9th. And that council couldn't meet the requirement. It was only 14 councillors who attended that day. It was around 11:30 when speaker went out of the chamber, seeing that the council has collapsed, because we are given period according to the standing rules of order to say you must sit for 10 minutes and wait another 30 minutes, and then failure to correct at about 45 minutes, that council has collapsed. Then that is how we knew that the council has collapsed.
Okay. So when you say bogus, you mean because of this explanation?
Yes. We are told, Chair, that another council sat outside the chamber in career spread, convened by the speaker without any notice, anything. Then that is how we knew the following day that that council has elected Mr. Moarabi. Mr. Moarabi, who was part of the ad hoc committee, and Mr. Monamudi. Out of their ad hoc committee, they insisted that council be convened. After the convening of council, boom, Mr. Moarabi is the elected mayor. And then after his election, that is when we started to see those bodyguards and gunmen in the municipality hijacking the building. To date, we are unable to deliver services to our communities because of those people, and employees are fearful. They have even written to the MM through their labor forums to say we cannot sit in this situation because we are not free to do our work.
Okay, so let's get back to the issue just so that we can understand the basics of it. The meeting that was called of it. The meeting that was called basics of it. The meeting that was called management and the MM.
Correct, Chair.
Aware.
Correct, Chair.
Was that the bogus meeting you're talking about?
No, the meeting that was formally convened, it never said because of the non-quorum of the meeting.
Then the
10 o'clock meeting.
10 o'clock is like during the morning?
Yes.
Okay. Then the bogus meeting you're talking about happened where?
In the afternoon at Careers Parade, that's where the speaker
Outside
was.
the chamber?
Outside the chambers.
And you are told that the current speaker was the one who presided over that matter?
Correct, Chair.
Okay.
And there was no administration to take the minutes of that meeting.
So how do we know the meeting said?
Only speaker can attest to that,
No,
Chair.
no, your side. How do you know it said?
Oh,
Leave the speaker because
we
he's
heard
gonna-
through the resolution that was sent by the speaker and the sheriff who came and served the MM to say there is an agency for the MM to write a letter to the magistrate to swear in the new mayor.
And they said the meeting sat in Careers Parade.
Correct, Chair.
That's on record.
Correct, Chair.
Do you have the record?
We don't have that council resolution because it's indicated on the council resolution. It's with the speaker, Chair.
Okay. All right, Speaker, there was another meeting outside the chamber?
Yes, Chair.
Talk to me about it.
Okay. Seeing that the situation was not safe in council, we decided to move the council somewhere where we can proceed. But
That was on the same day?
on the same day, yes.
Okay.
And the mayor said they were not told about the meeting. They knew about the meeting because I was called in the boardroom, and then where I found the mayor and other councillors, and then we told them that the meeting is proceeding. It's just that the situation is not safe in the chamber. So we are not going to continue with the meeting in the chamber. They were told verbally, even though the notice was written, saying that they were there. Everyone that we were looking for was in the boardroom. We narrated the information.
So far as you are concerned, if a meeting which was scheduled to take place inside the chamber get disrupted, you can move immediately. Do you not have to reschedule it or anything like that, formally?
Yes.
That's correct. That's normal. That's allowed.
Yes, just like the last council that we had, because the MM felt that he's not safe at the municipality, he decided to go and attend the meeting somewhere else.
So, okay, that's a different meeting now, not the same
That is
one.
the different meeting.
Okay, and then that meeting was attended by how many people? The one that were moved out of the chamber?
They were 19.
And that's the one that took a decision?
Yes, sir.
What was the decision?
The decision was to oust the mayor, to take out the mayor,
To remove
because
the
of
mayor?
the reasons that were stated there.
Okay, so they removed the mayor?
Only the mayor.
Only the mayor?
Yes.
But the original motion that you had was a removal of the speaker, the mayor, the MM, and the whip?
Yes.
But this time around, only the mayor was removed and you survived it?
Yes, because she did not attend. Just to come and talk for herself.
Or you talked for yourself?
Yes, I was there.
Okay, what did you say? What did you say?
This thing of the motions, were not something new. They started on 2023, 2024. And on 2024, on the 6th of December, we agreed in council, because this thing of the motion was disturbing council every now and then when we sit. We agreed that we'll call the council so as to discuss all the motions that they can get a resolution and dealt with.
But they had a reason to remove the mayor. Did they say what?
There are reasons that are stated as to why. Number one, she did not attend the council. She did not respect the council. Some of other things is the appointment of alleged appointment of senior managers that were not, how can I put it? Senior managers that were not qualified as per the COPTA resolutions.
Okay, and those appointments actually did happen, as far as you are aware.
Yes, they are there in the office.
But they didn't go through the council.
The senior managers.
That appointment was not
The
done
appointment,
through
the appointment went to council, and there is a party that did not agree with the appointment of such. That is Forum for Democrat, and they took the matter to court. As we speak, the matter is at court.
It's not resolved yet.
Not resolved yet.
But the council which you presided over approved the appointment of these people, and they didn't qualify, and you agreed they didn't qualify, but they were actually approved by the council.
Yes, they were approved by the majority of council.
But they didn't qualify.
According to the requirements from COPTA.
You knew before or after?
It was after.
Okay. What was the legal advice on you holding this meeting? The legal advice, Mayor says the legal advice was you shouldn't proceed with the meeting, on the council meeting. You are aware of that?
Not the legal advice.
Sorry?
No one has advised that the meeting must not
so you're not aware of that part?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, what I did, I wrote the letter to the Speaker. That is why administration didn't participate in that council. I wrote the letter to the Speaker.
Saying?
To say, Speaker, the petition that you have received, that you are calling majority to hold to call the council, it's also unlawful. Number one, in terms of our rules of order, you must have 50% plus one. And in our council, 50% to call the council, it's also unlawful. Number one, in terms of our rules of order, you must have 50% plus one. And in our council, 50% majority councillors.
The quorum.
Yes, the quorum, yes. Okay. So they were 19. And out of 19, 2 councillors, actually not 2 councillors, 3 councillors from the ANC withdrew their signatures. And over and above that, 4 councillors of EFF also withdrew their signature. So on that basis, I said this petition is non-existent. But indeed, Speaker called the council. On that day of the council, in the morning, only 14 councillors signed the attendance register, not 19, 14. Then they sat in the chamber up until 11:30. So it means the meeting technically has collapsed. Now, also according to the rules of order, you must issue a new notice. But what happened, they sat in the chamber up until 11:30. So it means the meeting technically has collapsed. Now, also according to the rules of order, you must issue a new notice. But what happened, I think it was around 4 o'clock, or they said, actually that council never said, it was an issue of a signature. Last time when Cocta called us to say, where are the records of the meeting? Who was the administration taking the minutes? Speaker said there was no administration. They took the minutes themselves. So what I'm trying to say is that council was not a legal council. So they were, the resolution that the speaker gave me was to say, I must recognize the new mayor that they have elected in that council. But I said I was never part of that council. And I've also advised you that that council will be illegal. I'm not going to participate in that council. So since that date, from the 9th of July, that councillor who's calling himself a mayor, he has been there with these bodyguards. There are more than 40. In the offices, they broke into mayor's office and entered there by force. We have reported the cases. We have never been assisted. The last intervention was this past, I think Thursday, or is when the premier and the two MECs came to our municipality, and the acting provincial commissioner. As I speak, I can't go to the office because the purported mayor is telling these bodyguards or Nkabis that the MM doesn't want to pay you. So now they want their payment from me. Remember, they've got more than 40 days being there. So they want their money from me. I don't have bodyguards. I'm also not safe. So it's a serious challenge. Even now, they are still in the office, which is a very serious, and now staff, including the labor movements, they've written to me to say, the situation is not safe for us. You need to do something. Thank you very much.
MEC for Cocta. Please pass the mic to the MEC. It will be followed by the Premier.
The person was asking a question or wanted us to narrate or what we know about the situation, or what is it that we have done.
Whatever you feel like.
Okay.
You can answer questions, you can narrate. We're just shocked we have got such a story in our hands. So we think maybe once
okay.
You can answer questions, you can narrate. We're just shocked we have got such a story in our hands. So we think maybe once sense as to what is this mess about.
Okay. No, thanks very much, Chair. It's true that we have an engagement with the Speaker, the Mayor, and some councillors, together with. We had wanted to ascertain the legality of the meeting that the Speaker referred to, and we have requested the information from the Speaker in terms of the minutes, the notice of the meeting, the standing rules of order. We received the information from the Speaker. I think it was on, I can't remember, Sunday or Saturday. But in our interaction with the Speaker, it was clear that the meeting that was convened, the first meeting that was convened, could not sit, and as the MM was saying that the meeting lapsed for whatever reasons, either due to a quorum, and later another meeting was convened outside the precinct of the municipal council. And in that meeting, some councillors attended. I can't remember the number that the speaker has provided. But what is clear from us is that of the Municipal Structures Act, but also it does
Sorry,
not.
which one doesn't?
The meeting that was convened by the later meeting of 2:00.
Okay, the one outside the council.
Yes, but also it does not comply with the council standing rules, because the council standing rules says that, as it has been explained, if the meeting does not, if there is no quorum for 10 or 20 minutes, they will have to wait. If there is no quorum still, then they will have to reschedule the meeting. So there was no need for the convening of any other meeting, more so outside the precinct of the council. That meeting was illegal. So the issue that we're dealing with here, Chair, in which the Premier will elaborate further on it, was the occupation of the council building by people who have illegally occupied the building or invaded the building because they were not properly procured and all that. So that's the issue that we are dealing with. But as far as we are concerned as a department, that meeting was or is illegal. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. I think the MEC has covered one part that I wanted to speak about. The situation in Ramotsiri is that effectively the purported councillor who is now calling himself a mayor and the other councillor, the deploying party has dismissed them and redeployed them out of council. And therefore, factually, they are no more councillors in that municipality. The IEC has subsequently communicated with the speaker to say the following councillors have been removed and now we have the following councillors. These councillors have been sworn in, they are new councillors in the municipality. But it appears there is resistance to accept the new councillors, which is also one part that led to collapse of another meeting when these new councillors wanted to participate. The second part is that we went to Ramotsiri and I took the acting provincial commissioner of the police because the complaint here was that the police are not assisting, cases have been opened. In our interaction with the municipality, we did indicate through the provincial commissioner that they must depose affidavits because it's only through affidavits that where they are able to succinctly create a picture that will tell the police that, one, there is trespassing. Because once there are people who have invaded the building and they are not supposed to be there and they are a service provider or security company and they were not procured by the municipality, the police wanted that part of the affidavits, which we later agreed that the MM and the mayor must attend to so that the police must be able to act. So that is as it relates to people who have invaded the municipality. Now the municipality has its own security company. These others are the ones who have come with the new purported mayor and they forced entry into the building. And that's why when I spoke to the commission, I said, this is criminality. It can't be accepted that we should wait until there is a loss of life and then we say we want deposing of affidavit to act and arrest. Because definitely this is a public place and as it stands, it's not accessible. And when I went there, my first interest was to make the place to be accessible for the public. When I left Lihurutsi, that was that. So what was left was that the leadership of the administration to do what they were expected to do so that the police can then do their part, so that they can then remove those who are purported to be the mayor, because he's not even now a councillor in that municipality. He's not an employee. He's just an ordinary member of the public. Therefore, he can't be that he hijacked a municipal building. So where we are, Chair, is that there is no council that took place in the afternoon, factually. 14 councillors met, they did not form a quorum. They informally talk and agree. No council started because they did not form a quorum. To say, let's meet in the afternoon, it's not safe here, and then we are changing the venue, we are changing time. Now, they went to a meeting. There are no records, there are no minutes in the municipality. When I asked the speaker, she said, I have the records, I have the minutes. Who took the minutes? No, we took minutes by ourselves. One councillor took minutes. We said, provide us with such information so that we can then agree factually that there was no other meeting. Even if that meeting took place, and even if the meeting was legal, effectively there is no, what is the name of the purported mayor? Muarabi. Muarabi is no more a councillor there. So even if the meeting was legal, you don't have such a person as a councillor. Then it would mean there is a vacancy for the mayor. But we can't say there was a meeting, because the rules of order, they don't even allow what the speaker did. And I told the speaker that what you did is wrong. It's not acceptable, it's not even in line with the rules of order. From where we are sitting, there is only one mayor. There is no council, the mayor was not removed. So for us to be comfortable, it's only when the police have acted and have removed those security company officers who are there, who are said to be there to protect the mayor who is new and who is no more a councillor anymore in that institution. Thanks, Chair.
Were you informed about the shooting?
Yes, they did inform us when we discussed with them that the shooting took place, but it took place in the early hours of the police are also aware. There is a docket open for that, and investigations are continuing.
I'll have a few minutes just for members not to feel suppressed, but I'll give you 30 seconds each. Sorry? Oh, no, it was. Yes, it was. Now it's your turn to speak. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It feels like we are watching a Showmax documentary here. And what pains us is that how our community going to receive the service delivery that they deserve while the speaker and the mayor are unable to work together. So, Chair, I've got two questions. The first one goes to the speaker. Speaker, in terms of your standing rules and orders, what does it say regarding the last minute change of the council venue? And secondly, it goes to the Premier and the MECs who are present. Looking at the situation, our interest is ensuring that our people are getting the services that they deserve. So in terms of the provincial government, how are you going to ensure that you resolve this situation as urgent as possible? Because we need to leave this area knowing that the council is stable, is committed to doing its business, and our people are receiving service delivery. So can you please make sure that at least you give us a time frame on how are we going to resolve the matter, and how are you also going to complete the investigations that are taking place? Thank you.
There should be another. What is that protest about? We are two, and you can't send you to go and pick up a mic. No, don't worry, proceed.
Yeah. All right, no problem. I was just saying they're defying you because you ordered people to assist with mics and they've abandoned the task. So I was protecting your instructions. Nonetheless, I don't have any question. I think in the 30 seconds, what I can say is that I think the people of Northwest are taken for a mockery. It's a shameful event. I think what we are doing, even entertaining this thing here, is part of corruption or wasting taxpayers' money. This is a matter of a decision of criminals. Unfortunately, we are sitting with the speaker here today, after all of these activities, and reluctant to participate and to actively get involved with instructions. We're still seated here, entertaining that on national television, getting paid a lot of money per hour. It's a premier. Let me address it to you in the next 15 seconds. The morning session actually said to me, in terms of your responses, that the center was not holding. Because there were many questions where you were asked and you had not sought certain orders, you had not made certain interventions. From then I understood that there would be no service delivery from the municipality side because you are not holding the grip as you should. And as a result, people will come here and believe that it is fair. This thing should have not lasted more than a day or two, to an extent that it has. Because you are the representative of government, the final, nail in terms of government in the north and in the Northwest. So you are at liberty to act and act decisively on these matters, and such that we don't have to come and try and intervene. I really, if I was a premier, I would have removed the speaker from the city. He would not be sitting here with me when there are clear instructions and defiance actions. Because this is government, the people on the ground are hoping for services. Now, the municipal manager can't access a building. And we sit here and it gets paid at the end of the month. Now, 40 other people want to get paid somewhere there. So I just want to say in the last 2 seconds, Premier, at least with the responsibility you are given, respect the people of Northwest. If you do that and you do it affirmatively, everyone is going to toe the line. Thank you.
I said 30 seconds. He's taken 1 minute. He's the last one to do that. I'm going to draw the line too.
No, thanks, Kabazela. Hlambe Kabazela, asiqale. I do not think it would be correct for us, as much as we refer, it doesn't sound proper, but sitting cabs as landwork KZN. A sitting jink cabs, pelele lab. No, I think in line with what the Honorable Madlala is saying, actually, I think the speaker must not only be removed, knowing that we've been saying that in South Africa, currently we want to go to a space whereby we go for a renewal. Such things do not belong in the period of renewal. And I think the speaker must not only be removed, because it can't be that you have an MM that is getting paid by taxpayers but can't go to work because there was a what meeting and all these things that is being explained here. It's mafia, actually, what is being evaluated, pure criminal elements. On top of the removals that must happen here, there must be criminal cases that must be opened against people. And the speaker, I must say that I'm really disappointed because we are at a party of enabling such criminal elements. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Boni cash. This is amongst the best. This municipality needs to be dissolved, Chair. This is a pure joke, an absolute joke. These people sitting here are spitting on the faces of the people of South Africa and the people of Northwest and their constituents. Chair, I've just got one question. Last year, the DPCI arrested, I'm led to believe, and I stand to be corrected. Last year, the DPCI arrested Leketlomo. Apologies, the pronunciation. I'm from KZN, Nyankolis. Was arrested by the DPCI for charges of corruption and fraud. I want to know, Chair, is this true? And if he's out, as he sits here, is he out on bail while he sits with us here? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chairperson. Sinta Gietlele. So, if you, as the municipality, especially the political head and the head of the institution, which is the speaker, we are fighting like this, what about the ordinary people who need basic service like water? And chair is very disturbing because it's women. They're supposed to be proudly lead the municipality and excel in terms of service delivery. But they are busy with the Nkabis, not from KZN though. Let us just say Nkabi. So, Premier and MEC, after it's clear from here that that meeting that the speaker confirmed it was illegal, what did you do? Because in the absence of any consequences, this thing is going to happen. Chair, we can't sit here, be told that the speaker was advised, and now after the advice, there is a person walking around with bodyguards, 40 of them, causing havoc, because the person who presided over that meeting is supposed to be taken care, the consequences supposed to be implemented. So we need that kind of a report from the province between the Premier and the coxswain of the province. What action was taken after that illegal meeting took place? And then, now, I'm not sure where is that mayor, because when I'm listening to you, Premier, sir, when I'm listening to you, it's clear that there is no other mayor except this, according to the leadership of the province, right? So have you, as the MEC now, have you gone to the council to clarify that issue? As per your powers as the MEC, supposed to convene a council and call all councillors and then tell them that this is a mayor, that meeting that took place was illegal, and that how we march forward. Or it was not done. If it was not done, why? And how do you expect this municipality to perform their functions now? Because in Kugu Nempaga, this is Speaker Nale Mayor. So if there is no resolution in terms of solving this problem, because it needs someone to come from Kokta now to say, this is what is going to happen, and someone must be charged, or someone must be removed, politically or administratively. That is true. What is the situation now? Because that is shooting that happened, and the speaker, who is the head of the institution, again does not know who was shot. She's hearing from the grapevine that it was a bodyguard. Whose bodyguard? But the head of the institution is supposed to know each and everything that is happening under that institution. So
Okay.
now the clarity we need, we seek chair from the province if the situation is like this. Because Abantu, they are suffering. And there is an issue that I wanted to ask before this meeting, Chair, is the issue of maladministration. It says that it's regarding the sale and transfer of properties by the Northwest Housing Corporation and City of Tshwane. The CEO of NWHC was directed to open a case against officials who allege sold properties fraudulently. So we have those things that you need to excel in explaining and to have an appetite to go to the community, to tell the community they must trust you. But now, unfortunately, we have to, because not chair, we have
Thank
to
you.
listen. Thank you.
You're now running this meeting.
Now, Chair, in my 15 years experience in local government, this is an embarrassment of note. I've never experienced such a thing like this. You know, one of our members this morning did indicate that here in Northwest, there are factional battles, and the center doesn't hold. you know, I think Honorable Premier and the MEC, I think actually you should have intervened, you know, timelessly.
Bring it closer to your mouth, we can hardly hear.
I think you should have intervened timelessly. You know, you shouldn't actually have waited until this time, because even your visit to the municipality with the acting provincial commissioner was very late. Was very, very late, you know, and I wonder why actually even the MM never opened a case, you know, with the SAPS, you know, allowing, I will say, just thugs, you know, ransacking the municipality actually like that. People actually who are no longer councillors, you know, running the municipality like this. It's very embarrassing. This is not expected. You know, the people of Northwest do not actually deserve such an embarrassment. I think actually, you know, I can't even say what exactly is this? What exactly is this? I don't think actually this leadership that is in front of us deserves those tables. You know, should have been removed long time ago. We're supposed to be removed long time ago. We cannot actually allow the people of Northwest. They don't deserve your leadership. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, yes, Honourable Speaker.
Chair, I've actually decided that I don't want to say anything. I'm absolutely gobsmacked. It's just, you know, Chair, the first thing that I think was upsetting for me and maybe for my colleagues is when the speaker said she didn't think that we came here to talk about politics. What else are we going to discuss? Because it's a shambles. We cannot discuss the things that we should discuss because the leadership sitting there is not intact. So what were we going to just fool ourselves and ask the questions that we've been asking the municipality, other municipalities? It's embarrassing. Having been a councillor for so many years, I have never seen something like this in my life. And really, you should get your act together and you should be ashamed of yourselves. And I think politically, this must also really be sorted out because this is not right.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I say on a province, invoke any possible legislation from national. This then requires now national intervention. People who must go home, they must go home because it's clearly seen that they don't want to do service to this community. So just invoke whatever that you need to invoke, report where you need to report. But this situation really needs an immediate intervention, failing which we are going to see worse than this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, there's the saying that when two bulls fight, it's the grass that suffers. And that's exactly what's happening here. But you know, it's the administration that suffers, it's the communities that suffer, it's service delivery that suffers, for two people fighting. I would actually like to know where's the chief whip on this, because the troika is where the strength should be holding, and it definitely is not. I mean, I know the chief whip is not supposed to be here, but I'm just thinking in my head politically, where is the chief whip? I also don't understand why this municipality has not been placed under administration, or even better, been dissolved. You know, the people of Ramotshere, I think, deserve the opportunity to vote for a government that will work for them, in my very honest opinion. Then MPAC, I understand, has faced many challenges, insufficient staff. The manager was only appointed this year for MPAC. The UIFW was not investigated by MPAC as previous MM appointed a panel of lawyers to investigate. I would like to know if that investigation by that panel of lawyers has actually served in front of council. That's one of my questions. Then, is there any proper maintenance plan in place for any of the new work that is completed on your infrastructure? Because I do understand that there is a big lack of that. Then water tankering. I understand there is a serious issue in rural wards as not everyone is served. How is your water tankering plan and process to get water to communities? Also on the side of electricity, as all your communities got electricity, is all of the communities serviced in that way? Then I understand that 3 staff members are currently awaiting trial cases by the Hawks, the current MM, the current legal advisor, and the manager in the PMU. I'd like someone to please comment on that specifically. Then has the municipality's organogram served in front of council, and was it adopted by council? And is any new appointments being made aligned with that approved organogram? Or is there just appointments being made willy-nilly? I think, Chairperson, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I look at the SCOPA report from the provincial SCOPA report on the 2023-2024 audit report, then it indicates some improvements on various levels. For example, finances on the impact and the unauthorized and fruitless expenditure. Unfortunately, with how things went in this meeting, we didn't focus on that, or we are not focusing on the service delivery and the impact of the audit findings and those things. Because the root cause of the dysfunctionality of this municipality seems to me in the past 2 or 3 months is because the political leaders in the municipality, as well as on the provincial level, as well as on party level, the ANC party, is setting the example on how things are being done. So if the communities are going to go to the streets and have social unrest, you should not ask where does it come from. I feel very strong, and it's been said, but I want to repeat this, and I want this to be minuted in our report, Chair. The portfolio committee, or any portfolio committee of any parliament, specifically this portfolio committee that I'm a member of, should not be put in a position that we have to deal with political infightings. As a portfolio committee looks at service delivery across various parties, don't play politics in this meeting. So therefore, I think my proposal would be the following. This is a political problem caused by political leaders of a political party. So the solutions and the consequence management should come from the MEC Cocta, from the Premier, and the ANC party level in this province. Because councillors not following the code of conduct there should be consequence management. I'm sorry, there's no excuse on any level for what is going on here. And the bottom line of that is, there's no water, there's all these things that Honourable Van Zyl asked are big service delivery issues. So the thing that is really terrible for me at this stage is that people is looking at this from the outside. And they don't have to ask or wonder why our service is not delivered to us? Why don't I have water? The thing that is absolutely essential for life and for your dignity. Why don't I have water in my house? They don't have to wonder, because the political leaders are fighting. So this is sad. This is, yeah. I actually don't want to know or to say anything more than that, because the consequence management can't be on a political level, and this portfolio committee should not be utilized in this process to make political moves or to recommend certain political moves, because then we are going in the wrong direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, my heart is bleeding for the Ramotsiri community. I'm very much disappointed, especially of the two women who are seated in front of us, because Bari Mosadi Witwara Kabobukhali. So on their case, that's not happened. It's very clear that the two will never get along. We can do whatever we want, they will never get along in that municipality, as long as they are there. A young person here, MEC and the Premier, in social media, he sent me an email of a letter to say they are blaming you as the government of Northwest for not taking action in time. He sent me a letter here written by the MEC Cocta on the 19th of August to Councillor Moarabi, acknowledging him as the mayor. The subject of the letter is to request of condonation of council to table legislative compliance reports for the quarter ended on the 30th of June 2025. So they say they are blaming you because if ever you could have acted before, because according to the records, they say the council where the mess started, it was on the 9th of July. But this letter is for the 19th of August. Now they say they blame you because if it was not because of you, this matter could have been resolved in time, and we could not they could not be in this mess, because as we speak, they are saying that they don't have water. As you know, that Ramotsiri is a village that is struggling with water. They are not getting any services from the municipality because of the issues that are happening there. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think the important thing to me is simply just to establish, we now know that the interventions were done belatedly, and that's why we are here. I want to understand when we are going to take, from the side of the provincial government, action against the Speaker. The Speaker has clearly violated Baja, which requires you to act on an empowering provision. She's only empowered by the rules of order of the council she presides on. So we don't have to waste time crying too much over spilled milk. We need to get clear answers from the provincial government when we are taking action and how we are going to stabilize and perhaps get a plan on stabilizing that particular municipality. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chair. On the 9th of August, there were no council sittings there in Ramotsiri, and the Speaker knows that. I was there as a party leader of the EFF. I even told them that what they are doing is wrong. They went to Carisprate to go and drink alcohol, write minutes of the meeting, and wanted to submit it to the provincial MEC. There were no council sitting on that day, on the 9th of July. They know. One of the people whom they say she was part of that meeting, that woman who is Selebo, was in Botswana. Go and check the passport of Selebo. She was in Botswana. So the Speaker is taking the people of Ramotsiri for granted. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair, the time for group scheme is over. MEC must act on specific councillors for violating the code of conduct for councillors. A culture of saying there's a problem in Ramotsirimulwa is not helpful. MEC must act on specific councillors that did not act in line with the provisions of the code of conduct. Period. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I can agree more with those who came before me in that this is really pathetic, for a lack of a better word. But I also want to agree with those who are saying the center cannot hold in this province. You know, I was just looking at the report. Earlier, the MEC for Coxstar presented a report speaking about the gender parity here. Say, no, this is a number of females in senior management, this is a number of males. And you have the mayor who comes and presents completely different report. And you ask yourself, who's telling the truth? Who's being careless of the truth? Who's neglecting transparency and honesty to our people? So it's like these exercises are even taken lightly. But even worse, what is quite worrisome is that not so long ago, people of Ramotsiri were protesting. Elderly people of that community, residents of Ramotsiri, the most eldest, were there, were confronted by police. They were riddled with rubber bullets. But today we're told the mayor is saying she's been pleading with police to can intervene. There's no intervention. The mayor is struggling while there's allegations of vigilantism, people trying to overthrow local government, and so on. There's no response from police. It will have to take the premier to intervene for police to present themselves and apply themselves fully to the situation. But when it's ordinary citizens or residents of those areas, they're riddled with bullets, not asking for many things, but for water. Because there is a water crisis in that particular area. So in many fronts, the center cannot hold, nothing is working in Ramotsiri local municipality. And I agree, we can't only be blaming these people before us here. Also, provincial government is deeply involved in this substantial paralysis of our province insofar as local government is concerned. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think we should agree that the provincial government needs to take charge of that municipality within the next 48 hours. There was a suggestion that we are waiting for an affidavit from the municipal manager and for the police to act. We really cannot continue to deny the residents services for longer than the next 24 hours. So I think it's very important to focus on that, resolve it, remove those hooligans from that municipality, and restore services to our residents. I think the Speaker seems to think that this is a joke that we are involved in. That she can even come here and lie, knowing fully well that this purported council meeting did not take place. You didn't have 19 people there. Why do you still come here and lie? So that's why you think that, and the temerity you have to question this sitting, why that you didn't expect that they will discuss the political situation in your municipality. Who are you to come and dictate that to?
You address the chairperson and no finger pointing. So face me.
So, I want to ask with all humility, Chair, that we should plead with the Speaker. She should really consider resigning. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. It's shocking that we have to bear witness to a situation like this, and it is, you can't understand that even 2 weeks after the fact, these bodyguards or Nkabis from wherever they come from are still in the municipal building. The situation in Ramotsiri, Chairperson, speaks of I think the politics there is diseased, it's cancerous. And ultimately it is the residents who suffer. I don't think that we can consider that there is leadership in Ramotshire Mwini. From the appointment of senior managers, there's no concurrence from COCTA. And the viability of this council to proceed with the animosity between the speaker and the mayor, which is quite evident. You can rest assured, Chairperson, that nothing will happen if that situation is not addressed. And it should be addressed immediately. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Premier and the MECs, you have heard the members express themselves. We're going to ask the Premier to come back to us in the morning with a plan of action. The situation in Ramotshire Mwini is such that there is no proper operation of the municipality. Physically obstructed by the presence of outsiders who are, as reported, intimidating, having gained forceful entry. That on its own is a basis for intervention of the Section 139 kind of proportion. The conflict between the mayor and the speaker, without knowing the details, based on the demonstration of the tension between them, would on its own be the kind of political conflict that would make that council inoperable. So from where we sit, those two major factors, including the third one, which is a main issue, that with such a municipality, you will not have effective service delivery. There is no explanation we can understand for tolerating the continued paralysis that is being reported to us. There were issues that were raised already by the Auditor General that relate to dysfunctionality, poor service delivery, poor governance. What has just been reported makes it impossible to correct any of those. So from where we sit, we're going to call on you, Premier, with your cabinet, to give us a plan of action of how you resolve this matter. From where we sit, there are people here who are in positions that no longer deserve to be part of the leadership of the municipality. From where we sit, there are people here who we cannot expect them to do any of the issues that need to be corrected by the Auditor General or to be able to address the issues raised by the community. I don't believe you alone would be adequate to deal with this. We believe that the police need to be part of this arrangement, and whoever else. So from where we sit, we believe there's a serious transgression that must have taken place that should have been properly reported and investigated. The shooting inside the municipality, if it is true, is too casual, the report we're getting today. And from that point of view, we have to say, we believe that Premier, stronger action should have been taken already by your office before this. And the members are correct. This committee here, joint committee as it is, are very disciplined members of the National Assembly. Not ever do they ever try and play politics when it comes to committee issues. Not once. I bear testimony of this, not only just because I'm a member thereof, but because I'm older. I can actually tell if there's this one who's playing tricks. They are not. When they raise a specific objection that the African National Congress needs to take action on this matter, they are correct. No member of any party, worst of all the African National Congress, can accept that you can have paralysis of a community service delivery machinery because of occasioned by people who are saying they are members of that party. Can't be acceptable. So we object as a committee, and I object personally. I think you need to understand, we had never really thought we would actually come to a situation like this. And we're embarrassed as members of the National Assembly because we're public representatives. We don't expect any of our colleagues to behave this way. Leave the issue of party affiliation. And Honorable Labuskaghna is correct. You can't accept this. No party should, no party can. And from that point of view, we would ask the Premier to come tomorrow with a plan of action. We owe it to the people, not just of Ramsirumwilo, but the people of the Northwest and South Africa as a whole. Anything that happens in any part of the country has got an impact on the people of this country. To at least even to the extent to which people who bear the mantle of having been elected by our people should be able to deal with situations that are hampering service delivery on the ground. This is not acceptable. We won't go further on any of the issues. We are saying, so far as we are concerned, any of the concerns that we raise, whether they should be about financial management, whether they be about the investigation of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, whether they be there about investigations thereof and consequence management, all of those are completely irrelevant when we're faced with a machinery, a government machinery that is unable to hold itself together enough for us to have trust that they can actually attend to this and correct them. None of this will be corrected by these people who are here, unless there's some intervention. So, honorable members, this is not what we had budgeted for, but we must accept. And Honorable Speech was correct. Madam Speaker, what you said at the beginning is tantamount to undermining the authority of the National Assembly. You cannot prescribe what you can be asked by this committee. Now, to sit there and suggest that you didn't expect that you would answer questions about what has paralyzed the municipality and the disorder that is actually taking place under your watch is actually undermining this joint committee. It's unacceptable. I can't say you are the only one who's made a mistake here. I'm saying that the process that the Premier must embark upon will tell us who needs action taken on them. But certainly we cannot go back to the National Assembly without a proper report that gives us an undertaking that this situation shall be attended to and that shall be done urgently. That's what we all should be able to say. And we also hope that we're not going to come across a similar situation again whilst we are here. So with that, we will not ask you to answer any more questions. We actually don't think it will make any difference at all. So from that point of view, we will now be excusing you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Honourable
Chair.
members, we have a bit of a challenge. I think we have 3 more municipalities which were supposed to be dealt with today. Knowing that you are all here, let me, on behalf of this committee, really apologize for keeping you for so long. But I hope you do understand that some of the issues that have arisen here were a bit overwhelming for us to be able to keep our time. Not that it's an excuse, but please understand. I want to suggest, honorable members, that we take a break and we probably try and look at how we can catch up on the lost time. I don't have the exact number, but it looks like there might have been 3 or 4 municipalities that, well, there we are. Okay. So we have Ditsobotla, and then Ngaga Mudiri Mulima, then we have Mamusa, we've got Likwati Mane. So we won't be able to deal with you for today. Please, we would like you to really give us your understanding that we will come tomorrow morning and proceed from where we left. We'll try and catch up with the others. We may just ask them to delay a little bit, and hopefully we'll be able to catch up with all of those. I think the time doesn't allow us to proceed, but I don't think also after this shock, the members have got their concentration spared. So, honorable members, I do want to apologize. May I request that we adjourn this meeting at this point. Please enjoy your evening. May we then meet tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Thank you very much.